Waiting, waiting.
3 seconds in, then we start talking.
Hello, everybody.
That was George. I'm Dean. We just started this 1 second ago, so, or 4 now. He's 15. There's probably not anybody else here, but hello. George is the bear. I'm the yin and the yang. And the thespian masks. The list didn't get so well done today. Hello, done. But it's sort of done. Life lives itself upon you. So there will be many, many, many other things. I got it in the top piece of list. It'll be logged down here in the log. So far behind today. Didn't get the Be Right Back girl up. Let's do that. You guys can see how this is done. Downloads, search, BRB. There she is. Her name is Skirty. George calls her Bubbles. She don't care. I don't care. And then we go back to downloads and we get our thumbnail for the day and make it giant on the screen. The lovely. All the titles. I don't know how to do that announcer stuff. The unstoppable. The unbeatable. All that. All the titles. Bernadette Peters. She's on the list for today. I do not have her express written permission. It's implied. So we'll leave her up there a minute while we chitty chatty and say hello again or whatever we're doing. 02 17. The last of the setup is done. Chit-Chats. I don't have my breath and I'm not in character yet. Let me tell you what happened to me again today. Maybe I'll log this. Let's log it. Sung like a proper cheerleader. F you pay. Pal, F you. I did all the hand and arm motions. I made arms in the air, U's. I think that's what she's doing there. Once upon a time. That was on, I forget, when we get back to it in her pictures at the Internet Movie Database owned by Amazon, IMDb. I will remind myself what show that was from. It was quite a while back. About 3 years. Look at that face. We discussed the other day. If you had to have your hair did like that for your earning your check, wouldn't you have that face on the whole time? She good.
Yep.
She smiled sometimes. PayPal. Last week, suddenly PayPal started telling me that I must verify, validate 97th levels. But they don't support that kind of cell phone or telephone or something to any of my phone numbers. I can't show you the screenshots because it has my phone number in it. That ain't gonna happen. After jumping through a bunch of hoops and screaming at my computer and calling it names in the name of PayPal today, it finally gave me another other way. It said, do this QR code in your phone, and then we'll do a bunch of who was phone crap to you. And so then it ordered me to let it scan my driver's license, front and back. And then it ordered me to let it scan my face, only the front. And then it said, your papers are not in order. Verification failed. So I clicked the hell out of this. It said, told me after verification failed. It said, you must return now to your computer. And I went over to my computer. And the web browser now was sitting on a verification failed page. So I clicked on sign in again. And it sent me an email verification number, which was not an option for the last 6 days or so. And it logged me right in with a little red 1 over the bell thingy to notify me that my verification had failed, but you're logged in. 45 minutes. And now, where the hell PayPal or my fine Roosh friends who are now man-in-the-middling PayPal are those photos of the front and back of my driver's license? I would really like to know. Will I ever
Yeah.
be able to discover? Will I ever be able to anything? The answer to that is OH3LL. No. Because why? See the title of me in the description of every one of my things and my information about me on this channel. Because if you don't have 90 figures in your bank account, the monster conglomerate world superpowers that be don't give a F about you and your crappy 45 minutes and your photos of your driver's license now in the hands of the enemies of America. And I Google searched it. I did other searches. No, I didn't. I don't care for. Maybe, to be fair, yeah, I binged it, Microsoft. I binged it. I gave you guys some traffics. I didn't, but I'll try later. I'll try to remember. I cannot find a frequently asked questions, a support page, or whatever. It says you can call us, but guess how you have to call them? Log in. Then it says, in their little AI assisted wrap box, how can we help you, AI? And you say, I cannot log in. And it auto blippity blappities your web browser and sends you back to the beginning home screen. It says, well, just click on the login button, dummy. Smarter phones, stupider people. And I don't care if I'm not allowed to say that word. I mean stooped, bent over. That's what stoop means. I put it in my description.
Yeah, they're very bent, all right.
Yeah. Their heads are so heavy. It drags them down. We saw that other show the other day, and I can't remember what it was. But their whole noggins, because of their giant alien brains. Meaning from outer space. Were as big as lovely Bernadette Peters' hair. On the right, on your screens. Of course, that pulls them down. Yep. I don't remember how many minutes the other day, but I have it written down. Just like I have my 45.5 minutes today logged and written down. I would like a written guarantee from the PayPal that my protected identifying personal information is safe. And then I would want something in writing of, besides the fact that if I don't go through these hurdles, I can't have my damn money. Holding my money hostage. Please, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I'm sure somewhere at Google and PayPal they're blaming the government. Some garbage about identifications and terrorism and funders of terrorism. And it all happened in the last 4 years before you guys got up there, or they just did it to F with you when you got up there, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Collective punishment for all of America. Maybe not. Maybe so. If I didn't have to go through these things, I wouldn't be capable of thinking all these goofy thoughts. And is government supposed to interfere with private business? No, but the Supreme Court told them it was okay. When companies and private platform businesses and everybody else, Joe Biden last year went all the way to the Supreme Court and they said, oh no, proceed. Go ahead. Have fun. Nobody rich got hurt. Just the peasants. Thanks, PayPal. You made me feel wonderful about myself. I look at PayPal with any one of the three faces on the right of the screen, but probably not the bottom black and white one. That one's a confusing face. Shocked, leaning away, Bernadette Peters. Don't come any closer. You threatening me. Are you threatening me? And you really made me wear this hair. Yep. Those faces. I was going to put a link in the chat box. I mean in the description box. Ran out of time. Why? Because I was sending my protected personal information to Russians masquerading as PayPal. Sorry, Russia. If it was the Iranians. Somebody sent me some photo. Some kind of stuff with a tomato. Must have been Super Bowl food. Now I got the munchies. Download. Main telephone. Download me a tomato. It won't. Oh well, I tried. Can't hurt to ask. Yay, PayPal. I'm gonna cheerleader you again. F you, PayPal. F you. Well, that's my rantery for a minute. You got any rantery today, George?
Not yet.
Did technology and giants and payment processing?
Luckily, knock on wood, they haven't screwed with me today.
Yeah. We will hope and pray in thoughts and hopes that they don't. Please give George a day off, Internet. Multi-death corporations, overlords, controllers, CIA, alien space invaders. Give George a day off. I can deal with it. I'll just whine on my tubey about it. Bring it on. But I'll do it all on stream. It'll go out live to one viewer. Home. Go my home. No, not that home. All right. It went to the home, not my home. Oh my goodness. What does it say? There's a new audit, the audit, 5 hours ago.
Yep, it's not bad.
Hang on. I was going to watch it this morning, but I got distracted by the capital O opinions. No affiliations, no whatevers. If they would
Well,
if they
going
would
by
holla and get with us and we could say destiny. Man, George brought that up like 4 days ago. And now these good guys have a 2 hour and 27 minute, and I listened to the first hour or so. It is really good about the bear, the fox and the bear. What's it called? South? Song of the South?
yes.
Yeah, that. Well, when I saw that, I said, see, the machine is listening. I don't care if it tickled them. They have a more popular channel than mine, but they're still trying to build theirs too. Hey, capital O. Can we hang out? Can we reciprocate some traffics? Talk about it again later. 16:05 minutes. I see it, Elizabeth. Hi, Elizabeth.
I
The capital O thing. Is it AL? Capital O. Video. In the description. Destiny? Or coincidence? Or Big Brother? Question mark. George about the Song of the South, right?
yep.
The Song of
Good
the
movie.
South. A couple or few or more live streams ago. So, yes, capital O opinions.
Well,
Please help us out. Let us play
here's
on
this.
your channel too.
Here's what I don't get. Years ago, uh, a group of people thought it was two races to have in the public library: Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn. The same leaning of people do not think it's inappropriate, double negative making a positive, to have questionable or any sexual content books in libraries for third graders and up. That's the reason these cancel culture and politicians, we need to get rid of the hypocrisy. I mean, if we're gonna have to let one in, let one that's not quite as offensive and used in the language of the day. When it was written, because I guarantee you, there are a lot more people that find the sexual content books to kids, I mean little kids, more offensive than Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn in one word.
Yep. All right. I'm going to catch up a chat. Hi. Oh, it's a great thing about Trump. Even he gets the bad guys doing whatever. I could not get in. It kept opening other sites. I had gotten a link to Rogan about Native Americans and could not get out. And then she said, what is up for a fun day? And I answered, it is in the description. And I sent emails. She said, I saw the email, but the new Yahoo would not let me read more than a bit of it. Yeah, we're going to work on that. We're going to solve that some more. But today I got late. I was going to put a community post and then just send a link to the post at YouTube. I did that once or twice before, and it did okay. But life, you have to go back later and listen to if you didn't hear all of it. I spent 45 minutes effing around with the PayPal. In that 45 minutes, I probably could have clicked the 6 clicks it takes to make a post. And then after your 45 minutes of wasted time, you have to go walk it off. Walk it off. But if you're looking at your screen, you'll see Bernadette Peters is on the list for today. And more of this living live stuff. That's my funny way of saying because YouTube calls it live, not stream. They have to be different and differentiate themselves from all of the others, especially the ones that did it first. That allegedly, apparently, are all getting destroyed by the Google YouTube conglomerate. Everybody's trying to migrate. We shall see. We'll figure it out. One fine day. That's a good song. I could stare at Bernadette Peters, just her face, all day long. What a lovely. It's like looking at the different phases of a flower. So if you said, man, I could just stare at pictures of flowers all day, everyone says, cool. Are you a botanist? Are you a florist? But if you say something that you think that's a pretty person, and you find them, and a real woman in this world, way back in the 90s, living in the crush of political correctness known as PC. She moved from New York, so she was really jittery with nervousness all the time about the word police. She said, true story, really happened to me. Let me make a note. $22.50. True story. A New York stressed woman. That's how she identified in the 1990s. Asked me if it was okay for her to tell me, I find you very aesthetically appealing. Check out, I spelled aesthetically right. Because having spent her many adult years and childhood years in New York under California East rules, New York's just as crazy as California.
If not more so in some ways.
Well, they've had longer practice at it. She really, truly, and she was terrified and trying to make qualifications and disclaimers and all this other stuff about, hey, dude, I like to look at you. I think you're handsome. No, she finally worked it out to, I find you very aesthetically appealing. I said, oh, I'm from California. Now I have stress disability and emotional damage. I must get a lawyer. I
And
didn't.
to California.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. stress and emotional damages suit were all the rage when I was young and in California. You just doubled down on your slip and fall lawsuits. And that was a big part of the invention of security cameras, especially
Wow.
at coin operated laundromats. Because people
I
would
finally
walk
got
in
your
the
email.
door, pour a glass or a little plastic bottle full of sudsy, bubbly water onto the floor in the doorway of a laundromat,
Yeah.
and then carefully lay themselves down in it and call their attorneys, who would then call a private ambulance service, who would come
Well,
and
I finally
say,
got your email.
yep, you have sustained emotional injury. You can never go to a coin operated laundromat again. And because you
So
can
they
never wash
actually
your clothes again, they have disturbed and disrupted your entire lifetime. And what is the lifetime of the emotional safety and security of a human being worth? Yep. Emotional damages. It's all the rage in the 80s and 90s in California. I ran from there. No, I drove a truck out of that state. I ran from there screaming all the way across the continent. When I
and landed
enter,
and done.
yeah, when I interviewed North Carolina for should I stay here, on the written interview question is, state of North Carolina, do you know what an emotional damages lawsuit is? And the state of North Carolina said, do what? And I said, I love this place. I'm going to live here. It was a very qualifying statement. That kind of stuff, we don't serve you lawyer kind around here. But that was 1993. Now we have become a slight majority Democrat, mostly imports from California and New York, and our state is ruined. Still ain't as bad as California, but it ain't good. These aren't the good old days. California, once upon a time, emotional damages lawsuits. You hurt my feelings. I can't sleep at night. I have nightmare. Here's all my paperwork from my shrinktologist. Elizabeth said, I still have not found one person who said they would do that. The book Our Bodies, Ourselves even says not to do that. She gets millions. I got a product out of my mailbox without one single waiting for it. Staring at Bernadette Peters of Once Upon a Time doing cheerleader dances in her slippery. Bernadette, your slip is showing. I think she knows. Without one single. If she'd have just curled in the top center color photo, when I first saw it, I thought, man, if she'd have just curled that upper lip or pulled it up to show her teeth a little more, it would be a good replication or homage to Lucille Ball saying, Lucy was cool and good at that. and the hair under the chat box right now. Do I dare cover up other pieces of Bernadette? Must. I also think not that quite that big. You win, Bernadette. You beat Lucy. But Lucy oftentimes had to wear her hair up on top of her head. Like, sorta in that format. Without one single marketing, and I was lucky to get a second lawyer who other cases and got me a settlement. Then I found out between all my lawyers, Social Security and Medicare, I had to pay out almost 80% of my... Well, I'll bring the chat back. Oh no. Wife calling. Say something, George. Talk about Bernadette Peters. I'll be right back.
Well, other than being very attractive and a good actress, I don't know much to say. But hey, and second settlement. Yep, I mean, they want to tax you to breathe these days. Yep, I agree. Just hard to say what's what these days.
Screaming into the void.
Yep.
Technology. Computers.
Dream.
Hassling my wife now, too. Every time I see the settlement on those talcum powder cases, I feel peeved, to say the least. I don't blame you. Put your right side of the screen, blue shirt, big hair, Bernadette Peters face on. Or could put your slippery on and throw your arms up in the air. Some poor guy that you get to sue for emotional damages will whistle. He'll say, whoosh, whoosh. He'll say, hubba hubba. Hey, hey girl. I have found having faith in God and being grateful for the good things, and there are so many. Yep. The famous song says you got to roll with the punches and get to what's real. Like being lost, mesmerized, stunned, even in the photography eyes of Bernadette Peters. Yes, that blue shirt, big hair will keep me laughing. Me too. I already had it downloaded and clipped, put into this thumbnail that you're looking at. And when PayPal said, now scan a picture of your face, I thought about pointing the camera at her face with the big hair. Take
Might
that,
have gone well.
PayPal. Yeah. It might have said, oh, excuse us, Miss Peters. We apologize. Ayaha. And then, the computer is telling my lovely missus that she must update by March the 14th, or else. Dun, dun, dun. But there's no remind me later, okay, thank you, cancel. There's an update now button, and that's it. She said, should I update now? She said, yeah, I guess you kind of have to, don't you? Yay, computers. Thanks, all you digital services that won't let us own our own computers anymore. We live in a crazy world.
Yep.
Oh no. But we're living it. We're rolling with these punches. What else is on the home screen? We started to talk about it earlier because I clicked the wrong screen. Here at the time. 36. Oh. YouTube landing/home page. Audit. I'm not going to type all the notes of everything. We're just going to scroll fast. George says it was pretty good. Cops illegally arrested him, so he crushed them in court and he's ...
Well, they didn't arrest him at first. In fact, the cop they show on the picture tried to ease things over and end things communally, but when he filed a complaint, the lieutenant decided to say, "Oh no, we're going to arrest you now."
Sounds about right. And it's
And
only 29 minutes and 40 seconds. We can all watch for ourselves, but not right now.
it all started with a bad security guard uh with a arguing with a gentleman that did not want to respect his authority.
Oh, then it's one I really want to see. Put that on the to-do list. Dear
And,
to-do list.
and then all of a sudden claimed he was belligerent and combative, even though
Of
he
course
showed
they do.
proof. All I did was I filmed him and walked away.
And Elizabeth said there was a documentary yesterday. There used to be 7 feet tall birds that were actually kind of a Tyrannosaurus. I guess life was always just a bit unsteady. Just walking down the jungle, and there came a big bird to eat you. Yeah, you can go to Australia and a big old spider will eat you. Allegedly.
Ooh, well, in the islands in the Pacific, uh, uh, they have what they call a dinner plate spider. The body of the spider, not the legs, the body is the size of a dinner plate. It eats small birds.
Oh gosh. The
I mean,
computer
that's
is
the kind
hassling the wife
you
even
take
more.
your you take your 9 mic out and go, "Bye bye, spider." But Australia does have the most poisonous one of the most poisonous spiders that can actually hurt you.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
And your buddy in purple.
We're going to have to take a break. I have to call the wife back.
All right, no problem. I break as
Retail
well.
PM break. Rower at report for Mrs. Put the girly girl up. This is living live. Mrs. is a 911. I shall return. All right. Oh man, the hum is horrible. Hold the line, please. Oh man, it's still. Oh well. And I can see it on the meter bar. Yay. I hope it doesn't bother anybody too much out in the world. Elizabeth, if you hear a white noise, staticky hum, if we're allowed to still call it that, holla. I'll figure something out. Back on the home landing page. We did audit the audit. Oh, see? I keep mentioning the ancient Japanese archery and that it must be women. They're allowed to be sexist in Japan. Americans trying to play that game. See how her wrist is almost straight and she does the arm all the way over her head, Americans, with your goofy elbow up in the air, but your hand down. Unless you're her and in Japan with that bow, stop it. Put your elbow down. And dudes, don't go to Japan pulling that stuff. They'll giggle, giggle, giggle at you and call you san, which means that you're a girl. They'll say your name and
No,
put
that's not
san
what.
on the end.
No, that's not what "san" means. "San" is a sign of respect. It's like saying "sir." Like if you go, what we refer to a friend of mine, we call him Tommy-san. His mother used to get tickled about it because it was a sign of respect. Tommy, sir.
The difference between san and chan in Japanese.
You saying song or san?
San, S-A-N.
That's a sign of respect.
San is a gender neutral honorific used to show respect to someone you don't know well. While chan is a more familiar suffix used with people you're close to. I know that's what the AI overview and the common is. We had several Japanese exchange students living with us, and they laugh and laugh and laugh.
Well, they all okay. When you call them san, because they think you're making fun, but they know that you're. It's a sign of respect, saying like Mister or Sir, Miss. Okay, and they do find it funny because if they're visiting students and they're living with you, you should be the son and they should be the familiar. Because you generally, if you're talking to a superior, whether it's in the job or in your family, you tend to use son, especially in, but no, what's the word I'm looking for? In, in, in formal setting, like Wali-san. Yes, Wali-san, I will do as you directed. I will hold my pistol thus. Thank you, san. Wali-san. Yeah. Or Wiley Sensei, as she put it, if you're in the teacher mode.
Archery
Teacher
and
or coach.
Japan is
Now, the
still.
elbow out to the elbow out to the side is necessary for a certain type of European archery when you're shooting 150-pound pull bow.
You
So,
know, the
huh?
the kids these days for the last 70 years in America are not.
Oh no, they're not. I'm just saying there are reasons to have the elbow out to the side or out the chicken wing maneuver, as you like to call it.
That's
I
not
prefer
what
to
people
hold.
do. They hold their arm up in the air like that,
Oh,
but they stick their fingers. It looks like they're putting their fingers in their ear.
okay. Well, you're supposed to, in European style archery, your thumb is supposed to go directly under your ear, not in your ear, below, kind of level with your cheek and the bottom part of your ear, not into the ear hole, because you're literally making a straight line between you, the arrow, and the target. But what I was saying, I don't do the chicken wing routine like some people. I like to put my elbow directly behind me. So it's almost like I'm saying I'm almost forming a straight line pointing at the target. If I had a camera, I'd show you what I'm doing. The chicken wing routine, uh, that is almost a leftover from certain types of rifle and musket.
Yep. All
And
kinds of
when
other stuff.
well,
Trump responds to Elon sitting in the president's desk. Elon sat in the desk?
I don't know,
Mr. Destiny, that sounds like a bad idea to me.
probably
You
not.
you grammar ode, you're saying like, did he sit in the drawer? What are you saying?
And I doubt if he sat at the Oval Office desk.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care.
I just said I'm
scrolled it off the
doubting it.
screen already.
I'm just saying I doubt it because, Trump might not be great at protocol, but he understands there are certain protocols you don't cross. That's all. See if it's on any other, because it could be a metaphor sitting in his in his desk.
Elon sitting at the Oval Office desk. Well, it says Time magazine depicts President Elon Musk. So they
Yeah,
photoshopped him.
yeah.
Time cover
It's probably
shows.
it's probably a meme, which is actually as you well know, a pictorial metaphor.
Well, no, it's the cover of Time magazine. And they
I
called
get
him
that.
President Musk, but
Like I said, that's a pictorial metaphor or hyperbole.
yeah, how would I be able to? I don't see anything from Musk or Trump that says whether or not he really did it or did they Photoshop it.
Looks Photoshop. Not very well done either. Definitely not very well done.
Yes, and when they asked Trump in the press briefing, he said, "Oh, is time still in business?" The whole room laughed, and they went on to other questions. I saw it on C-SPAN. Before that, she said, "All is good." Oh no, before that, she said, "You feeling better today, George?"
I'm doing okay so far.
All is good. I worked early on the Air Force computer education projects. Even they have issues today much better than old day computers. Yeah. Images. Well, where's Time magazines?
Of course. Terrorists go back on their word, halting freedom after blaming Israel for the ceasefire collapse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just reading headlines, people.
Did Elon literally Musk sit at the Resolute desk? Give me an answer. All. Same garbage. Until I see different, I'm going to say it was Photoshop. And I don't care. So what if he did?
Apparently, you're having internet issues.
Me?
Well, something between you and YouTube. I keep getting the swirlies. Then they go away. Then they come back. Then they go away.
Oh, I don't know if it's. I have 0 drop frames and 0 packet errors.
It could be my end too.
Photoshop, and who cares? Elizabeth said. Yeah, me too. And I don't care if it wasn't Photoshop. It's our people's desk. Anybody who visits the White House can sit in it, I think. As long as they have a clearance and the permission of the guy who's the manager of the desk right now, so what? And I understand that if that's what you're butthurt about, grow up.
Yeah, that's a very bad Photoshop.
And calling him President Elon Musk, they both laughed about it. Go ahead.
You'd think the time could afford better graphic artists that could do a better job.
And whatever a KSL News is, they have a horrifying picture. KSL News, whoever you are, 3 days ago. Staff prepare in ways we never imagined to comply with Utah school safety law. Please, somebody get a hold of whoever the hell's doing this training in Utah and tell them stop. For a huge fee, I will point out to you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 critical failures with how she's operating that hand G-word right now in one frame. 7 critical failures. And critical meaning you lost. You pay somebody to teach you wrong, you should pay somebody to teach you right. That's all I'm saying. You better hope and pray and put your chicken bones on your barrels or whatever it is you do, that you don't end up doing that for real in the real world. In a G-word fight, the more the messages. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Some, um, mm-mm-mm. See, I said something about farting slugs yesterday. Now it thinks I want to see slug entertainment. Is the bot listening? Hey, Skynet, are you out there? Become self-aware right now, today. It's 1997. I promise. Let's do this. Trump to announce new tariffs on steel and aluminum. Okay. Hey, Kiss, live in Houston, 1976. Click to win. According to Liberty Doll, which I think George sent me once, and I watched
Yeah, I did.
one of her videos.
Yep.
3 days ago, she uploaded a video. 7 minutes, 41 seconds. Blind man mad that cops gave him a gun permit.
Okay. I can see how that's stupid, but
Not to me. We just reviewed Riddick the other day. Maybe he's seasoned on. I don't know.
his bat-like hearing's gonna be gone after the first shot.
Maybe one day. I'll go. It's only 7 minutes 41 seconds. It's probably worth a listen. Try to sort out some of those details. Like, what kind of permit are you talking about? A purchase permit? You don't have to prove anything for that. You're not a felon.
Oh, I thought it was carry concealed. Or is that a constitutional carry state?
I have no clue. Elizabeth said, left a message with Utah State Department of Education. I will let you know if I hear from them. Cool. For only 3 times whatever they paid some goon to teach those people all of that horrifying nightmare of wrong. Maybe 4. Plus my travel, meals, hotels. My assistant named George. His travel, meals, hotels. Right, George?
Yep, let's go.
Yep. We will teach them right. You gonna bet your life on that garbage? Go ahead. Especially in school. Everything she was doing right there, if that G word went off, she would carry a child. She got any preparedness in that in any of their teacher classes? Like, if you shout the spine out of a child, and now that child has to live the next 72 years of its life, driving its wheelchair and drinking its beverage meals through the same straw. You okay with that? You go home tonight and sleep, grade your papers real quick, and say, well, we live in a dangerous world. Taking gaming stuff. Yeah. Uh-oh. Big old biddies on the shouting range. If they can use it for a thumbnail, I can zoom it and show it off. All right, G-word people. What's wrong with this picture? And all the G-word men say, nothing. And not a daggone thing, except she's got too much top on.
Crossing her thumbs, for one.
Yep, got her thumbs crossed.
She's going to go, hurt.
Yeah, hot brass might pop that plastic inside her chest.
Yeah, that is it. Those are fake. Or, I should say, enhanced.
Yes, she is not dressed appropriately for the range. Whoever the range safety officer is should be out there severely telling her, put that weapon on the deck. Step back from it. But the range probably doesn't have any written rules about that. And when she burns her synthetics and one of them melts a hole in it and starts leaking inside her body,
And causing silicone poisoning.
she'll try to sue the range. True story. What else? Oh, look, they called, I know it says something else. My mind works that fast. I've had it channel called Donald Trump the prettiest man on earth. I don't know about the prettiest, but he's mighty pretty. Look at her face, the one on the right with the blue glasses. It's like she heard me in advance. Look into
Well, the
my
other one
eyes,
looks like
you
she's
blue.
had the other one looks like she's visited the plastic surgeon one too many times.
Well, you never know. It might have been like, did she get burnt in a fire or something? Yeah. You can tell she's had some work done. I won't say whether it's too many or too few. I'll be cool. And besides, I like both of those fine looking ladies. They called Donald Trump the prettiest man on earth. Somebody send Donald Trump a screenshot with a R inserted. He'll say, I know. Oh my gosh. Anything else? I don't think so. Oh, I saw that earlier. There's
What?
something about TubeTube really wants me to go look at this. I guess because I'm Greta Thunberg's greatest fan. See the movie and the book called Misery. I'm your number one fan, Greta. Cock-a-doodie head dirty birdie. The show is over. Role-playing, acting as saviors in hard quotes. Exposing Greta Thunberg's true face that you're not supposed to see. I believe she's fair game now, isn't she? She's old enough, and she put
Oh yeah,
herself out as a public image limited.
she's old enough because she's over 21 now.
I didn't agree with the rest of the internets, even though she allegedly, supposedly put herself out in the public eye in Europe, where it's perfectly whatever age of consenting and legal, and they can't
She's
vote.
about
They're Europeans.
16.
I'm being a smarmy.
I'm just saying from the country she claims a citizenship of, it's 16, and most of Europe.
Yeah,
You can drink at 16. You can. I don't know about vote because I don't know what their voting laws are.
I made a horrible, discriminatory mockery of all of Europe. But aren't they still theocracies? They don't need to vote. I'm
Um,
aware. I'm aware. I'm just being a smarmy.
I'm just trying. I'm just trying to think of the remaining royal, the countries that have royalty. That's all.
Even they have whatever you call it, fake
But
voted parliaments and stuff. Every range, Elizabeth said, every range should have written regulation about clothing on the range. Who will she sue when her implant gets hot and brass stuck and burned, starts to leak? Make sure your range does not get sued.
Well, most of
You,
them do have written guidelines.
they don't include that.
What,
And the one
clothing?
I go to frequently had the range appropriate attire for safety rules written, but then they were like, "Oh, we got somebody new to do the web page," and they said that stuff's not cool, especially because he's like a 30-something-year-old dude. He's like, "Man, them bitches want to come out here in thongs. I'm gonna let them." I researched her a bit. It actually appears her parents used her for their political beliefs. Sad.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to take away her agency. She's really high IQ, perhaps, maybe, possibly divergent slash diverse slash spectrum. I don't know what to say. I would have requested that Child Protective Services, if she was American, take a hard look into that. You're going to put your child in that kind of danger, then you might want to let your child or assist your child in getting legally emancipated and declaring themselves an adult. In my humble opinion, I'm just that up and down my molecules go into protector mode. If I was an advisor or a bodyguard or a something, do you really want to be a celebrity, Greta?
Oh,
In
she
the
was grinning
worst
from
possible way?
she was grinning from ear to ear when they arrested her.
Oh, yeah. Elizabeth said, our range has nothing. You actually could come there without clothing. If it is not written, it is not real. Exactly. Yep. Didn't you take the range safety officer class, George, and get range safety officered?
Yes.
Even the NRA, using at the latest 1910 rules. Why do you think the NRA has not updated the safe and appropriate attire rules for your shouting range since maybe 1910 or 11? Because you don't need to. It's
Well, if someone wanted to do that, I would insist that they sign a waiver saying, "We are not liable for any damages you do to yourself or get had done to you due to hot brass."
well, I think further ahead than that, what if, especially because that fool was on an outdoor range,
Yeah.
what if they did what the other fool did on that indoor range on an outdoor range and launched around over the berm? All the waivers in the world won't stop some poor innocent down the road getting shouted.
Uh,
The rules are there for a reason. There she is right there. What if she was at the range we go to and we were back there at the 25-yard line to do our lay down on the ground qualifications to the right of her? Oh, she would have KIA'd one of us poor slob security people. This ain't Somalia. They want their vote back. Trump voters freak out as he destroys their life. Aw, aw. I said, there it is. S asterisk asterisk T you see on the range. Here we go. Somebody put that picture on the internet and YouTube allows it as their thumbnail. What were we just talking about?
Well,
Brass on the breast. If YouTube allows it, I guess I can leave it up there while I read this chat. I have run horse programs for over 30 years. I have people write it out in their own writing and sign it that they understand a horse is a wild animal. If they get hurt, it's their stupidity. I shouldn't have read that out loud. Stoop. Sorry, internet. To be around horses, and if they break the regulations and harm me, others, or the animals, they're going to pay for the losses and can get sued. That's probably a good video to look at, especially you mean bully people who just like to laugh at other people who are allowed to hurt themselves by dudes, bullies. Because only the Mean Girls Club, and of course that's gender non-specific,
I
would
think that,
allow someone on their range to do something like that.
yeah, but I think that photo was staged
It's all right.
to prove a point. I agree. I've known people that have actually happened to them because they wanted to wear their boobs up and out and proud, and then get upset and cry when piece of hot brass goes, let's brand these things.
Yep. And out of a long G word, the brass gets a lot hotter, and I have no idea. This is how hot. Guy brought his girly girl to the range in her little tanky top with everything sticking out the front of it like that picture we just looked at.
And I do know back in the 80s and 90s, it was a big thing to see girls in bikinis and thongs out on the range shooting fully automatic firearms.
Oh, it's still a big thing today. They call them gun bunnies.
Yeah. I just remember they had the calendars for sale and the videos, and we used to call them jiggly shooters.
Yep.
They're fun to watch, but also know how unsafe it is.
It's not fun to watch to me. I have two, let me say it again for people who haven't had my classes. For people who haven't or who have and or been to the range with me. These two life life safety laws rules. Be safe and have fun. Because if you are not being safe, I am not having fun. True story. Probably in the 95 or better percent of everybody I hang around, especially with the G words, they just love seeing other people hurt. They laugh and laugh and laugh. When I reach out there and tell people stop, stop, stop because they crossed their thumb behind a slide, I get cussed at by half of everybody else. That's a self-correcting error. What they really just want to see is somebody out there getting hurt. But man, if you just want to see people hurt, invite them to the dance. Say, you know what? Let's fisticuffs each other. Let's, I don't know, have a slap contest. Sign a waiver. Hurt each other. Have fun. But don't let people get hurt so that you can be like, well, I'm better than them. Or whatever it is you average, normal, every day. People need to be smart. There is a series about Playboy bunnies who have been red-rummed. It's the first time someone has dealt with the reality that they are often injured, R-worded, meaning S-A, killed, and being skanky is not a great thing. I used to wear tiny, not polka dot clothing on beaches. I found out surfing it is not great, and why divers wear one piece. Yes, and in California, you need it. There's wetsuits, there's warm suits, and then there's the combination of materials that are both. California
Yeah,
ocean water is freezing cold.
what they call dry suits.
Yeah. It's because the water on the left coast of America, all ocean currents turn clockwise. So the cold glacier Alaska water runs all the way down the left coast of America. The warm tropical water runs all the way up the right coast of America. North Carolina has lovely warm water beaches. California has freezing cold beaches. And the other reason I don't like to risk anything is because usually I'm the one in charge and no one else would daggone write anything down, and I have to do all the reports, the paperwork, make the phone calls, contact the insurers, the emergency contacts around the G words. Yep. Thanks, YouTube homepage. Landing page, whatever you call yourself, page. I'm done with you. We have 3 watching. Hello, number 3. Type in the chats if you can. Holla. Otherwise, don't. And just accept. We call you number 3 because we don't have any other identifying marker. Would you like to look at Bernadette Peters close up? There you go. Elizabeth said, I found out the embarrassing way in diving class that jumping off a high dive into 20 feet of water in a bikini leaves one without half the suit. Yep. Strip it right off of you. Because men invented water. You have to swim around to find a broken part and try to hold what's left on those ladders deep diving pools have. No stairs to get out and find a towel.
And don't wear too loose a swimming suits, as my cousin found out many, many, many years ago, as we're preteens, teenagers, body surfing. This was in around Easter at Myrtle Beach. You know, teenagers will be teenagers type routine. They don't care how cold the water is. But when she came up, I and someone else noticed that this guy was walking by just staring at her. And we looked behind her, and there she was. It was a one-piece suit, but one strap was totally off the shoulder, exposing that Amazon look with it also being cold. She could have been used as a sundial.
Yay! I mean, oh no. I hope all the gentlemen turn their heads. Avert your eyes, bad gentlemen.
Well, I let her know that you might want to pull your suit up.
Chit-Chats. Hello, viewer number 3. I was going to write something else, but George got me thinking about dots on the tops of chests. Now I can't think about it anymore. I can't remember. It's all your fault, George.
Okay. Got to tell time somehow.
Yep. What happened tonight? I don't know. Shine a flashlight on it. You can invent time. Non-gender specific. Just saying. We saw when we were doing the man meat show the other day that it happens to the guys too. Look at that face. Bernadette Peters says, "How dare you put my face on the screen?" Not says with her mouth, says with her. Broadcasts out of her mind into Earth's ears from the past into this future that we're living right now. Don't associate me with that stupid stuff you're talking. Oh, I said the S word again. So sorry. Stooped. That bent over stuff you're talking. Sorry. Sorry. I apologize. Which I guess will lead to why I put it wrapped in quotes. Let's go to Living Live School. Checklist items. Man, come on, fingers. I don't even remember how I put it. I just remember I carefully spelled out stoop. Living live. There is no list. We keep discussing this. And can't, won't be. We have discussed in the past, or I have, why the giants can't issue us a written list of say, don't say. Because if they did, we could print out a copy and hold them to that forever. So it's forever going to be a same old saying. If you're out there in the world hearing this, be hugs. What did I yell at those imbecilics supposedly teaching us a class? Big Brother, whatever it is, the AI, the bot, the management, the sub-assistant vice secretary peoples, and who alleges themselves to be a teacher, all they are doing is setting you up for failure. And then kicking you in the nethers, that's where your legs join the rest of your body. Hurts either way, no matter what sex or gender you are. When you inevitably fail because you've only been set up for failure, and when you fail and fall, they're going to kick you in the face while you're down. Why? Because they're cowardly bullies, bosses, stoop visors. I used to say that spelled with an I for supervisors, peers, and so on and so on and so on. That's what they do. So that's the same thing. That's why we can't have a written list. Because they're allowed to change their mind. And by they, this time I mean the YouTube. And their parent partner Alphabet. Yes. Google is Alphabet, I think. The other one is Meta. So, yep, all that. We have to be careful, and I messed it up. Several times I've messed up already today. We've done good, George. Neither you or me said G word rhymes with fun. But it's very hard for me to stop saying bent over or stoop or something very similar for low IQ.
Well, phasers are fun long as you do use safety first.
Let's see. I'm just talking about using the words. Yes, they are. And improving your skills at any kind of thing, archery, those, bowling, tennis, whatever it is, it's your hand-eye coordination sort of exercise of something. Exercises your brain and your stuff, your athletics and your skills. But because of a label on something, a word on something, well, now you can't have fun anymore. Might hurt somebody's feelings. But oh well. The choice is, go raise $200 or $300 million, rent or buy our own cloud warehouses of servers with infinity bandwidths, and create our own video platform. And then try to convince billions of people around the planet come look at our one channel, one person stuff, and convince the bad guys not to upload the illegal, immoral, disgusting stuff onto your server. Yep, it's the world we live in. Elizabeth said, "This is exactly what is in the Declaration of Independence, and it is not legal or constitutional for state or federal short-term elected to allow it to happen. Their job, as we will see when going, waiting for it. The government, allegedly, has no control over the private business." As we will see when going over the Constitution, is to protect the Constitution, not make up new things, especially for this or that special interest. It says no one can create an elite. Yeah, but if the elite is self-created, YouTube built itself from small, relatively, to the giant it is now.
Yeah, but they forget that everything that they're against is what made them big to start off with.
I don't really know. I don't know all that. I don't know, if the money says, they have a whole executive suite and a board that get thousands of pages of reports with pies and charts and all that to say whatever is making us money. They are a business. If millions of dollars walk away because they allow people like me to say G word all spelled out, then I can understand, because if I was running a business, I would do the same thing. Well, the guy who won't stop saying the word that's costing us millions of clicks and viewers and ad revenues and streams, If one guy versus our millions of dollars, he's got to go.
Yeah, if it's one guy, but that community that uses those words is much bigger than one guy. YouTube is built on entertainment of all types, including entertainment of people disagreeing with each other.
Elizabeth said, no, you will see as we go over the Constitution that one little thing by one we the people have allowed them to get to the great power they enjoy. I guess so. If I had built a YouTube, I would be just as dollar driven as they are. It's for the shareholders. No, it's for me, the executive. But we have to say out in public. It's just because, how many millions of Americans have stocks, especially our stocks, in their retirement accounts? We must improve the value of those stocks. All that advertising jibber jabber that the big companies have to say. In the meantime, yep, it is George Orwell on toast. I meant to look up earlier. I don't remember what the Ministry of Truth, but this is a private-public partnership. And all of us have to, especially me, look how many times I've said low IQ the old-fashioned way today. No R words, no G words. There's other words, but especially me saying stooped or bent over with an I on the before the D. It's getting bracketed and underlined in the Autobot transcriptions of these live streams. And it is what it is. If we the people don't like living our live, well, we could go try it somewhere else. But see where that got me on the Facebook. And I don't know. Petition the Congress and the Presidente and whoever and tell them, you know what we need? A taxpayer-funded uploader to protect our First Amendment for eternity. And as long as we don't do anything criminal, they can't edit or demerit us or anything else. Oh no, that's socialism versus capitalism. Well, I don't have a solution other than make a note, talk about it again. We all got to try to behave better. I have said in the Bible studies where the people are so head up by what they call swearing that in fact not one of those words come close to war or elite power, yet every single one of them puts. That's Elizabeth typing in the chat, waiting for it. And that's why I put it in the description as modern day madness. Censored. And I will pat us on the back. George, Bill, who's been
Yeah.
on there, me. We don't let the bad words out. We have been very proper about the cussy, sweary words. See, YouTube, we're working on it. Give us a bonus subscriptions. Get us monetized. And I will go later and watch in full and put a like on it. And maybe even subscribe to their channel. If I'm not already subscribed. I was waiting, but lag time in the world of internets. Man. I will have sort of a list someday, maybe. When PayPal stops eating my 45 minutes is here, 30 minutes there. And then the update machine takes another 15 minutes for my poor wife. But the capital dash O, and then a space, opinions. Song of the South, censored. And I saw another headline this morning, a YouTube video that a checklist items, and we're going to do Song of the South and other censored, even self-censored. I'm going to call it all content, but it's books, movies, radios, musics, content slash speech slash art. Well, nothing else ever came through. I hope she didn't get censored. Now we're out of pee. Tried to hold it for 20 more minutes. How long has it been? It has been an hour. I'll hold it for a few more minutes. Oh.
But her.
Elizabeth said, how about Uncle Remus? Those were in origin just someone writing down old man and old grandpa tales. Yep. And it really is. There's no sense in me trying to reinvent that wheel. Go listen to the link in the description. Capital O, opinions. It's a really good chit-chat. Watch their chat box. They have their chat box rolling in their video. The live chat replay. Read the comments under it. They put a lot of work and edited and put together a good video about that one particular thing. Especially starting with, because of social norms and perceptions at the Disney company. The first censorship of that did not come from government. It was self-censored. They did a really good video, almost 3 hours or whatever, 2.5 hours-ish. And that's what we're talking about, why the destiny of it all, the coincidence. These things always happen in threes, and I really did giggle and think, man, did Big Brother hear George talking about that the other day and hand it off to a more popular streamer? Not really, George, but you spoke it out into the wind, so the wind probably carried it over there. Or great minds.
Probably.
Great minds think alike. It is just coincidental, I am sure.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone heard something I said or did and then copied it and published it.
Yeah, me too. And me and my wife always joke that stop talking. The little birdie landed on the tree outside the window. And those little birdies take whatever you say and fly off and tell someone else exactly what you said.
Yep. Or did.
How about their last two movies? No one watched them and they canceled their next film because of the woke. The Message. Go watch Critical Drinker.
Well,
No
because it
one
was
wanted to watch
costing them.
it.
It wasn't cost them $1. It was cost them millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions. But cancel culture, they shut down one of their biggest franchises for Me Too, political reasons and pressure. It really harmed them financially. Yeah, and you can go listen to the EFAP channel. That's all they talk about. They never let the peanuts and gum of politics get into their stuff. They just talk about what's happening on the screen and what's happening in the market of movies and TV shows. It may seem long form, but these things don't get easily, shortly spoken of, except for by those who just don't want to hear. And I'm not just going to repeat things they say. I will encourage anybody go to the EFAP. It's called MOOLER. It's right there on my screen, the first one under subscriptions. And I don't know how, if at all, YouTube sorts or ranks these. There they are. There's more. If I want to see more, I show more. But all the big boys are suffering, and Disney is always right now for the last 10 years, the song of the South, the song of everybody's mouth, because they have a giant monopoly. They have bought up everything.
And now they're looking at having to sell a lot of it off.
Too late.
Oh,
If they
yeah.
offered me Lucas and the Star Wars IP for very cheap, I'd be like, I don't buy corpses. I have to go write my own space opera. You
Well,
guys ruined that.
there was some talk of Lucas possibly buying it back at a discount.
He had already, in my humble opinion, and apparently millions and millions of others, this isn't all Disney's fault.
No, it's not.
Way back in the 90s, Lucas really went dumb with those prequels.
Yeah. Because the prequels were already written. All he had to do is use them as a script. He didn't have to elaborate. He didn't have to modify. They were already written. Everybody knew what the prequels were. They just wanted a movie of it. But he spent his entire budget in one area, which made the other area look stupid. Because he spent his entire budget on those robots. So the clones, which is showing the clones would have been very old technology, they look so fake and fuzzy and out of focus.
Yep. And I don't know. I don't pay enough attention. It just didn't matter to me. I vote with my dollars, and I hated episode 1 so bad, Phantom Menace,
Yeah.
until 7 under Disney name, and coulda, woulda, shoulda. I probably should have watched some of the trailers and paid more attention to the marketing, but I tried to give Disney a chance. I have seen episode is it 7? Whatever, The Force Awakens.
Baby.
And nothing else. They don't even get my eye time. I listen to all the other, even the short form reviews, which Critical Drinker does a great job of what disasters of political correctness, wokenness. He always makes the big deep voice and puts the echo, echo, echo on it when he says, "The message." White man bad. Yeah, we get it. We get it. No, I'm not going to go see that. I don't go pay gazillions of my dollars and hold my peepees because I have to peepees too much through a 2.5 hour movie so I don't miss the good part. To be told how wrong I am because I wasn't born anything other than I am. That's not what I go to movies for. The message. And if all the message is them trying to teach people to be not intolerant, there's not one intolerant, sexist, phobic, racist, scumbaggy, intolerant that's going to go ever see any of your movies. If they would bother, there ain't enough bare chests in Disney flicks. If they were going to bother, they'd pirate it off the internet somewhere. You ain't going to get none of their dollars, Disney. All you CEOs are so silly. Yep, I do understand. I've seen the EFAPs and the critical drinkers and maybe some of those capital opinions. Other long form, short form, movie industry people focused. I understand Disney has lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh well. At Disney, me and Georgia work cheap. Relatively. We'll work it out for you. We'll write you a space opera. Mickey Mouse in the 22nd century. But there's going to be some gams in it, I promise you. I know what sells tickets. And I mentioned it. No, I must take the break. I'm not enjoying the tingly feeling. Get up on the screen, lady, and hurry up. Be right back. Daggone it. Every time I let this thing sit a while, maybe it's just heat in my computer or radio frequency interference. Maybe a fan's starting to lose its bearing. I don't know. There is a horrifying static. Yay, technology. It's our friend. It makes our life easier. Guess what happens when you don't have, you might have a plan B, but plan B includes have backup equipment and you don't have something. Well, you just stick with the hiss in your ear. Back. Tech talk for 1 second. And the lesson. Repeated. The lesson. I just said it. Trying to figure out how to say it in good summary. Help me out, Bernadette Peters. Let me look into your eyes. She's like, shut up, dude. Okay, those eyes. Eyes in the middle. Is the lesson? Have plans. Even if you don't have the tools, tools to plan B. Side plan is get those tools. It's in the written plan. Always have backup equipment. It's equipment, it's technology. It's never a matter of if it's going to fail you. See the split in half streams a couple of streams ago? When your technology fails you, how are you going to deal with it? Elizabeth said several minutes ago, 11 minutes ago, was single living, but the legislation gave the great day the ability to own the land and make a fortune off the units. Yep. Mm. Haven't heard back from George yet. I'll put it out there to you, Elizabeth. Should we take an interlude? And let me try to breathe all the way through it and not get swoony and faint. And do our movie star madness on the lovely. All the
Well, we heard
titles.
you good. We know you fainted.
Yeah, or if you start to like see, I'll put it up here and then I'll erase it. If you start seeing like this stuff happening, you're watching this stream. Just 10,000 J's and K's and H's. That's my
Yeah.
forehead laying on the keyboard. Should we? I'm not really feeling like we're swimming deep, but we've been a little bit serious. We've had lots of stuff to just talk about. How long have we been at this? 2 hours? Let's go. We'll come back to other stuff. 3 exclamation points. Yes, whatever you want. I am listening, but cooking breakfast. Movie star madness, including hello photo. Copy paste her name so you don't spell it wrong. Dean. I'm speaking to myself. Let's go. Oh, copy paste the purr too. I'm really trying to get myself in trouble. Someday, somehow, maybe they'll all learn. Oh, that is kind of funny. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll get a restricted. Oh, I haven't even checked. I haven't done admin for yesterday live stream. Haven't checked if I got any more restrictors. Oh well, life goes on. Oh, Bernadette. Hello, Madame. Mademoiselle. At IMDb. Here we go. Blam. Start at the old and work to the new. Whoa, them side eyes. Has to be careful. Almost fainted there. KKKK all over the keyboard. Known for. Zoom. Oh, wait. Sorry, George. I forgot. Oh, click that one.
Okay.
Click that one. I'm about to do the share. So
You're
we
not?
are.
Okay.
No, I am. I'm about to turn it
Oh.
on. When you're hosting the streameries, remember, don't cheat the people that are co-hosting with you. Or not. I think that's it.
Yep.
And then I gotta put the other winder back in front. Not that one. That one. Got it. Yep. That made the fans become audible to me. I know they're not audible to the rest of the world. It takes just that much to stress the computer a little bit, but the thermals aren't worried about it. It's handling it. Known for the jerk 79, pennies from heaven 81, Anastasia 1997 that I don't remember,
Animation.
and American Playhouse. So should we? And I'm not doing all the. She is a songstress. 68 soundtracks. Multi-talented, extremely, and daggone funny in the comedies and daggone dramatic in the dramas.
Well, she does. I think she's working mostly on Broadway these days.
Yeah, she's done a couple of things. Not some of these others we look at. They're working hard in the things that are tracked on IMDb industries.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, we'd have to go hunt that down outside. Should we start at the old? Yep. Because I don't, the new stuff from 2014 and on, I just don't know it. So we'll go all the way to Craft Theater 58. What? What I forgot to do this morning was look up Bernadette Peters. I know, don't ask a lady her name. I'm not asking. Not at the IMDb, dummy. I'm calling me names. I'm allowed. Don't ask a lady her name. Ask the wiki her name. Don't ask a
Her
lady
age?
her age. Ask the Wikipedia her age. If the Wikipedia doesn't know, then you had no need to know. Born February 1948. In 18 days, she'll be 29. Because she started when she was 10 years old on the craft theater. Then she was in a TV movie called The Christmas Tree. She was girl. Did they ascertain that pronoun? I don't know anything about it, and apparently the IMDb doesn't either. They don't even have a still frame for the thumbnail photo. George M! Exclamation point. TV movie 1970.
Not familiar with it.
Me neither. I'm trying to count on my fingers. 48, 58, 68, so
She was 22.
22. Let's see what there is about it. Because it's got your name on it, George. It's your movie.
Let's see, a little, something about George Cohan. The life of George Cohan, the biggest Broadway star of his day, who was also known as the man who owned Broadway. Yeah, he did. Practically owned most of the buildings.
Cohan. I don't even
But
know who it was.
George M. Cohan. Was a big Broadway star. He did things like he also wrote very famous songs like "Over There," um, "Born on the 4th of July," "I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy."
Wow. We might have to look
Uh,
him up someday.
well, one of the more famous movies. This is a Broadway play, but one of the more famous movies was done by James Cagney about his life, or a no, I wouldn't say dramatization. They took some liberties, but it was about his life up into World War II when he got the President's Medal of Freedom. I think he was one of the first people to ever get it. Well, first entertainer to ever really, because he was literally born on the 4th of July. And one of the running jokes in the movie is he says, I was 10 before I realized not everybody was celebrating my birthday.
Mm.
And
Clint?
it's about his trials and tribulations of him and his family. And then when as he was making, the bigger he got, first his sister left the act to get married. And then his father passed away, then his mother, then his sister. And the fact that he and his partner through all these shows and stuff, when he decided to retire, they said, "Well, let's see you tear up the contract." Well, that's kind of hard to do because we only ever had a handshake.
All
Now,
right, I
when a man's
got in the
handshake,
notes that George M. 1970 equals revisit George M. Cohen someday. That sounds very interesting. Like, that could take several hours, I think.
oh yeah, it could take several hours. The other in the movie, Born on the 4th of July, was James Cagney is playing George M. Cohan. Eddie Floyd Jr. is playing his father.
Did they really call it that? So
Yeah.
Ron Kovic stole that word title, even though he was really born on July 4th.
You go Born on the 4th of July, James Cagney.
James Cagney.
Oh,
I don't
excuse
know.
me, Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, I was confused. I really
I'm
like
I
Yankee Doodle Dandy
yeah.
because we know the
But
guy that wrote the book, and they made the Tom Cruise movie, Born on the Fourth of
okay.
July.
Well, in Europe, it had the title "Born on the 4th of July." But no, I was just saying, Eddie Foyd Jr. played Eddie Foyd in the scenes with James Cagney playing George M. Cohan because they were frenemies, rivals, contemporaries. Though technically Eddie Foyd was older, and if you remember in Tombstone, one of the the older Tombstone movies about Tombstone, one of the actors that was performing in Tombstone at the time of the OK Corral was Eddie Foyd.
And someday might be today. Depends on
And
what has
in the
happened.
movie about Eddie Foyd is played by Bob Hope. Anyhow, back to Bernadette Peters.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people in this movie. George
Oh,
M!
red button.
Exclamation point.
Yeah,
But she's in it, so
that's
who cares about the rest of them? No, I'm just kidding.
well. Joel Grey is a song and dance man, and also he can do dramatic things. He's done that. Red Buttons, famous comedian.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Cassidy, David Cassidy's father.
And he's another one. When we're doing man meat, all the ladies say, Frankie, and
Yeah, during his heyday, he got a little miffed because his wife and son were getting more pop through the Partridge Family, getting more popular than he was.
yep. But he had his time.
Oh yeah, and he was a good actor, and he looked the part. I mean, he could play villain, good guy as well as villain. I mean, look at
Mm,
the popular Tony Curtis versus Jimmy Lee Curtis.
I recognize her face a little bit, but my mind isn't telling me. She's been in much. Blythe Danner.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nat Faber, Fabre, Fabry.
Yeah.
She's big in musicals and Broadway. Um, Anna Gillett, another big actress. Louis J. Sadler, big on TV,
Yeah.
maybe Broadway. He
Je-
played opposite.
Jesse White is
Oh, he's
probably
been
he
in
played
everything.
opposite what?
The guy on Benson. He played the first season. He played the lieutenant governor.
Okay. Yeah, Jesse White is a working actor. Was. Is. Was. We'll figure it out someday. And that's all for them. We're not going to do the photos of that movie because there's only two. All right. That was George M. Great Performances was a TV series, 1971. I may have seen some of it, but I don't remember any of it. Once Upon a Mattress, 1972 TV movie. I don't remember it.
Again, I'm not sure, but that might be the princess, variation of the Princess and the Pea. Yep, Princess and the Pea.
A musical comedy variation of the classic Princess and the Pea story. This is a television recreation of a successful Broadway show of the same name, also starring Carol Burnett in the title role. We talked about Carol Burnett a while back.
And her several times of doing that particular show. Oh, Jack Guilford, another big name.
Yep.
Lyle Wagner, another big name.
And we saw him, I think, twice yesterday.
Willie Cox, very big in comedians, as well as on Disney, the old Disney shows.
And somewhere in the last 2 months of doing this, or however long we've been doing this, we came across Civi Aberg, whatever, however you pronounce that. We didn't go down that rabbit hole that day, and we're not going down it today.
And if you at the top, the person, the other person with top billing, Kent
Ken
Berry,
Berry.
was the star of, was it Mayberry something? Forgot the
Mayberry RFD, the
Yeah.
spin-off show.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was called Mayberry RFD.
As well as one of my favorite shows, F Troop.
Oh man, I forgot all about F Troop. I've seen some of F Troop, but not since I was very young. That might be another one. Let me put it on the list. Sorry, world. This is how these things go. Someday. F Troop. Yeah. Are we done with Once Upon a Mattress?
We know what it is, and anybody who's ever had the story read to them as a kid. Oh, Jack. Very
It
good.
only has one photo. I guess we can hello photo this bad boy. One black and white photo. Looks like they spent some loots on, the costumes and the set.
Yeah.
And that is Carol
So
Burnett.
that
Also
set could have been left over from
famous.
an opera.
I'm
Or
sorry,
you saying
what?
that set could have been? I said that set could have been left over from an opera, but not the costumes.
Yeah. She has a cool looking frog on something down around her waist.
Yeah. From the print, the prince frog, or the frog and the prince.
Yep.
Princess.
And I'm not ashamed to say it. It's very noticeable that just like Bernadette Peters, Carol Burnett has a very dancer body. That's all I'm going to say about that.
And a very hard working lady.
Yep. Ace Eli and Roger of the Skies, 1973. I don't remember it at all.
Neither do I.
Story of a 1920s stunt flyer and the son he takes on the road with him. It has 0 photos. Stars all kinds of people. These are all big names. I'm not going to read them all out. Give everybody a minute who's looking at the screen. Oh, I guess Elizabeth said she was just listening. Cliff Robertson, Pamela Franklin, Eric Shea, Rosemary Murphy, Bernadette Peters, Alice Ghostly.
Yes, the crazy aunt, one of the crazy aunts from Bewitched.
Yep. And many, many others. And I'm just scrolling it. And then I'm going to scroll it back up and do away with it. Let's look at. There are no viewing options available at the IMDb. You find
Of
it
American
your
Style
way. She was in the segment called Love and the Hoodwinked Honey. I made up a meme the other day called a honey hammock. Something to do with Vin Diesel's neck and upper chest. The Longest Yard. When did we go over that? Saturday?
Yes.
This is the one where she had the big giant hair, right?
Yep.
Yep. So we're not going to look at it again. You have to go back and look at a couple of live streameries ago. Saturday stream mod. Great show. I've seen lots of mod. I don't know if I saw all of mod. Everybody only remembers people for their last, latest, greatest stuff. Wasn't B. Arthur and the Golden Girls.
Yes. And a former Marine.
Yep. B. Arthur was in much. Very hard-working woman, including Maud, which I liked a heck of a lot more than the Golden Girls. She played a kind of mean, tough old lady. Not older. Bill Macy in everything back in those days. Conrad Bain. There she is. Adrienne Barbeau. She doesn't look like her in whatever this IMDb photo is. People change with time. But that's another one. The pinup girl, the pinup heartthrob lady. Rue McClanahan. Was she another one on the Golden Girls? I don't know. We'll have to look it up someday. I can't say that name.
Excuse me. I had my mic. Yes,
Hermione.
she was okay. Rue was a Golden Girl.
Okay.
And I think the one above where your cursor is was in the Swamp Thing. Conrad Bain was in not Different Strokes. The one where the rich guy took on his maid's 2 kids.
Yeah, I think that's Different Strokes.
Yeah, Different Strokes.
The what you talking about, Willis?
Yes.
And
Ernest Roll.
Two black kids, 2 black boys, 1 white girl that was really his real daughter characters in the show, and there was drama and controversy.
I need to go for a few minutes.
Okay. Everybody knows Esther Roll. Famous for lots of TV shows. Passed away in 98. She was in Good Times, movie Rosewood. She was in Maude. And she was in Driving Miss Daisy, which is another great, great movie. One day, poorly rated at IMDb, in my opinion. One day we will dig deep into Driving Miss Daisy. That's probably another one that'll get cancel cultured. They'll be required to do something and bleep it or censor it or use computers to change certain scenes and stuff. And re-release it in its new, beautiful format. All in the Family. 1 episode. McCoy was a TV series, 1976. I don't remember. McCloud. That's where the thumbnail image, let me get back up on screen. The one on the left, she was in an episode of McCloud, and her slip was showing. But she wore that little sheer inner window curtain. to make sure that nothing showed through her slip. Layered up. Very appropriate. McLeod was fantastic. Yeah. Dennis Weaver. Lots of big stars in McLeod. And some of them were in many episodes, and some were in 1 or 2 or 10. I'm not reading all these names because they are many. Tracy Reed. There she is. We did a long study of Miss Terry Garr. Rip. That's another one. Stops my heart. The beat of my heart. Neville Brand. Famous names. McLeod. Good stuff. 1976. W.C. Fields and Me. I guess 6.1 would be fair. I would add another point just for Bernadette Peters. Rod Steiger did a really good job. They call it biography drama. These days they call it maybe biodramas or what. It's a movie-fied or a fictionalized. They stay close to specific experiences with a famous person. One of comedy's true originals, the master of wit and good. The master of wit and good mean fun. The curmudgeonly and very original, the legendary. See, those are all those titles that I don't know how to do. Now I know where to find it. W.C. Fields is wonderfully portrayed by Rod Steiger in this offbeat biopic. W.C. Fields, one of the famous lines of W.C. Fields is, "Go away, kid, you bother me. You bother me." And everybody did a real good job. There's that Jack Cassidy guy again. He's so handsome. Look into his eyes. Dana Elcar, we keep coming across. Billy Barty, very famous. Linda Pearl, Purl. And that's that for that. They do have a couple of photos, 7.
The W.C. Field movie is very good.
Yeah, I already said, yeah. It's only rated at the IMDb 6.1. I said I would give it another 7 at least. Maybe more than that. We talked about silent movie for a long time yesterday, so we will skip that one today, forcing all of you to go back. You want to hear what we got to say about silent movie? Go listen to yesterday's whole stream. Or at least load it up so we get a good view counter. And then see more in the description. And then tell it show transcript and search for silent. Don't search for movie. You'll have to next 100 times. 100. All's Fair TV series 76 to 77 I don't recognize. Do you know it, George?
No.
Well, let's see what it is.
Definitely not.
Nope. There's one of the photos of her, but I took it off of her IMDb page. Oh, Richard Crenna. Nothing is over. He's the guy that tried to talk. Sylvester Stallone's John Rambo from being Rambo. It's over, John. It's over. And John Rambo tells him back, nothing is over. Yep. A lot of the same. We're seeing a lot of the same names. J.A. Preston. He's been in many, many muches. I think we saw him yesterday. Michael Keaton. None of this stuff is helping. Mark Harmon. He was not a household name in 1976. That's why he's way down here at the bottom of the billing.
He was nothing but a boy,
Yeah,
a very young actor.
he's another one. All, on the cover of all the newsstand and grocery aisle checkout magazines. I don't recognize this television series at all. If somebody knows something about it, type it in the comment. The Islander TV movie, 1978. The name doesn't ring any bells for me. How about you, sir?
No.
And there is, of course, The Jerk. I would give it more than 7 because I loved it. And it's hard for me to give Steve Martin movies good scores. He's just a wild and crazy guy. It's in every movie he's in, sort of. I really
And
like.
has a
Go.
funny note, he also has a #1 hit called King Tut.
Yeah, he does a lot of music too, just like her. In one of their movies together, they both serenade and sing to each other on the beach.
I
Might be
think
The
it was
Jerk.
The Jerk they did that
Yeah.
on.
Oh, there's Bill Macy again. M. Period. Emmett Walsh. Very hardworking in lots and lots and lots of stuff. The Jerk. Very funny. Good movie. He hates the cans. The villain is shouting at Steve Martin's The Jerk. Pew-pewing. But he hits a bunch of oil cans at a gas station. And The Jerk says, he hates the cans. Oh my gosh. So funny. The Martian Chronicles TV miniseries. 1980. In the 21st century. Aren't we there? Earth begins the
Very
colonization
good
of...
series, but yet we haven't made it to Mars yet.
Yeah. Earth begins the colonization of Mars. However, things do not go as planned. At first due to hostile Martian natives, and later because of the self-destructive Earthmen. Imagine that, way back in 1980. The Earthmen were self-destructive. Rock Hudson, that's another heartthrob that then sometime in the middle of the 1980s is like, oh no, no one ever liked him. Go look it up yourself. Bernie Casey's a huge name in actoring. Darren McGavin, there he is. One day soon, Mr. Darren, one day soon. Those couple other things you did, and The Night Stalker. Roddy McDowell is another hard-working, in lots of stuff actor that just is not a draw for me. I guess I have a weirdness. Fritz Weaver. It's John Finch. His face looks utterly familiar, but I don't know. Do you know who that is, George? Oh well. George must be doing the work. We'll move on. Tulips, 1981. Rated 4.4. Never heard of it. And I don't think I'm going to look at it. Even though I would do Pennies from Heaven.
Third.
Pennies from Heaven is another one with Steve Martin. And Christopher Walken. Back in the early days. Jack Fletcher, I think it was Saturday night, a couple of days ago. We talked a moment about Jack Fletcher. Pennies from Heaven. They have big dance numbers. Look at the big dance number. During the Great Depression, a sheet music salesman seeks to escape his dreary life through popular music and a love affair with an innocent school teacher. How dare you? She has innocent. And it's not supposed to be comedy, but it has light or levity moments. They did an okay job. What does it? What does the thing say? What does the fox say?
Yeah.
She says, I'm Bernadette Peters. 6.5. Yeah, fair. Pennies from Heaven. It's worth a watch. Heart beats. Not boops. You boopers out there on planet Earth. Heart beeps. 1981. 4.3 rated. Mm. This is another one. Much like Mr. Jack Black. Andy Kaufman is not only not a draw to picture shows for me, I don't think I want to see it. Just,
The only show he's ever been in that I ever liked was Tax, and he wasn't the reason I watched.
yeah, he was the reason why I might at least turn the sound down while his character was being his character on Taxi. It just
I didn't
annoys
think he was.
me. It
I
did
don't know.
obviously work for many, 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 many people,
Oh yeah, I mean
but it
he
didn't
was
work
a
for me.
genius. No, he wasn't. He was barely funny.
Well,
If at
again,
all.
it's different strokes for different folks. Haha, like how I reran that show title. Yep, that's just my own personal baggage that I don't like his character playing. Just like I do not like Jack Black's. Randy Quaid, as always. Good stuff. Christopher Guest, we keep happening across that. One day we will. Career Dive and Hello Photo, Christopher Guest. We visited briefly Mary Woronov. She's the principal in the Ramones Rock Roll High School. Paul Bartel's in a lot of stuff once upon a time. Well, male attracted, even though it appears very young. David LaBelle. You can see him shirtless in tiny little short shorts. I won't, but you could. But anyway, heart beeps. Two household robots run away and try to start a family. It's got AI in it. All the way back in 1981. A comedy and sci-fi. It makes me giggle, but I would never watch it again because Andy Kaufman. I survived it. I got through it. I said giggle, but Andy Kaufman. I love the name. Heart beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Baryshnikov in Hollywood. The Girl in the Sheet TV movie. I may have seen it. I may not have seen it. I don't remember. 1982's Annie. Do you remember it, George? Did you see it?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
A
We've
spunky
already gone over
young.
some of the
Gone over some of
because of
what?
Carol Burnett. We already gone through some of the pictures because of Carol Burnett.
Yeah, a spunky young orphan is taken in by a rich eccentric, much to the chagrin of the cantankerous woman who runs the orphanage.
With Tim Curry. What an actor.
Many giant, back then, names, sorta. By now, giant. Albert Finney was giant name back then. And Rhine King Tim Curry. I think somebody just said
Oh,
that.
Jeffrey Holder. He is excellent. I loved his 7-Up commercials.
Yeah.
I mean, you could enjoy him reading the phone book.
He got that voice.
Yep.
And Peter Marshall, I think, is a big name back then in Hollywood. Is that the guy that he's producer, writer, director, and every now and then they'd convince him? Or is that a different Marshall?
I'm not sure. I think that's Peter Marshall is Penny Marshall's father. I think.
Oh man, he just passed away last year. Rip. 98 years old. He was the host of Hollywood Squares for 14 years. But yes, he was an actor, writer. He did soundtracks. Well, it doesn't say anything about producer. So actor, writer, soundtracks, and hosted the Hollywood Squares for a lot of years. It's another Marshall. I can't remember his name. And I don't know if they're related or not. Big names in Hollywood. See, Penny Marshall. Annie, 1982. I was too busy watching the Tron. I did see it later. I didn't go to the theater to see Annie.
Oh, her Penny Marshall's uh father was Gary Marshall.
That might be the one I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, that's the one you were thinking of. Comedian, actor,
Writer,
producer.
producer, director, maybe.
Yeah.
Into the Woods. Direct to video in 1987. Check this out. That might be one of the highest scores we've seen in our little scrolling and trolling of the IMDb. 9.1. Stephen Sondheim's musical Into the Woods performed on stage at the Old Globe Theater in San Diego, California. And it's not available to watch. According to them,
Well,
if you have
using
sources,
the term using the term Old Globe Theater and California don't go hand in hand. The Old Globe Theater is in London, or in England rather.
has people, I can recognize some of the faces. The names don't ring a lot of bell. Chuck Wagner. Look at that. Look at that man meat. Yep. Rated 9.1. So if you can find it somewhere, you go find it and give it a watch. If you're into musicals, if you're not, don't. David, the TV movie, 1988. I don't remember it at all. Do you, sir?
No.
Then I'm not going to look at it. We'll come back someday. Slaves of New York, 1988. Can I use that title? It's a comedy and a drama. So it's a dramedy. Bernadette Peters stars in this ironic film based on Tama Janowitz's best-selling collection of short stories that defined the downtown New York art scene of the 1980s. If you're into what modernized back in the 1980s, keeping up with the Joneses and all social expectations and how you can't say today what you used to say yesterday. Oh, that was happening in 89 too. They called it being politically correct. They made a little comedy about it. No, no. Oh, there's one that jumps off the page.
Yep. Along with Mark Boone Jr.
His face is very familiar. What else was he in?
What, Mark?
Yeah.
Well, anything that deals with bikers, for one. Also, I mean, he did he more noted for recently for Sons of Anarchy. Um, like a few Mountain Man, Western stuff like that. Michael Schaff, he looks familiar,
Yeah. Elizabeth
but it's,
said, Old Globe Theater is alive and well in Balboa Park, San Diego. And this version was remade on movie with many famous, including Johnny Depp. Oh, how about that? They better have got Bernadette Peters back in it. Michael, I'm not going to try to say it, Schoffling. Oh, he was in 16
okay.
Candles. Molly Ringwald.
That's where I remember him from. That and Mermaids.
That's Cher, isn't it? Mermaids.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
but it's
I've
also
seen Vision Quest is a Private Joker. I can't remember the actor's name.
yeah.
I don't remember. Wild Hearts Can't Be Broken. Yeah, I know who that guy is. Not by name.
He hadn't done anything in a long time.
Oh no. It might be a sad story. Do we want to find out?
Mm.
Oh man, he was in Racing with the Moon. That is an incredibly good movie to me. I know why it's low rated and whatever. Racing with the Moon, 1984. Nicolas Cage, Sean Penn. Can't remember if it was Ali Sheedy or someone else. No, because we tore apart Ali Sheedy. It's the other one. Yeah, doesn't matter. We're gonna look up this guy, Mr. Michael. What happened to you? It says is, so he must not be ripped.
Well, click the
Get off my
little arrow.
screen. All these stinking Google search, wiki page, born
Ah, well, he
former
stopped being
actor.
active, so he decided to move on and do something else.
Yep, he played
He's
Jake
he's
Ryan in 16 Candles.
end of this year he turned 60.
64.
64, excuse me.
Mm,
I turned 60 at the end of this year.
we're old. After his acting career, his last name opened a woodworking shop producing handcrafted furniture. His withdrawal from Hollywood was complete, and he has not done any interviews, convention appearances, or the like since then. He fired Hollyweird.
Oh, that's kind of weird, because Harrison Ford did it in reverse. He was a custom cabinet maker before he made it big in Hollywood.
Yeah, I understand it. I don't remember. It might have been George Lucas, his very self. I think I heard say in the interview that
Uh
on
huh.
some other movie that they got, or maybe it was Star Wars, he wasn't there as a weekend warrior actor. He was
Nope,
there
he
as
was
a
there as a prop
carpenter,
guy. Yeah,
yeah,
carpenter to build sets.
building sets. In one, I think it was one of the George Lucas movies that Harrison Ford and George Lucas and what is the guy's name? Spielberg. Lucas and
Well,
Spielberg are good friends, and they would always help each other out and use the same stars in each of their movies.
well, I remember. I think his first appearance is American Graffiti.
Yeah, I think one day he's another heartthrobber.
Yep. And then
Pink
he.
Cadillac, well, who's a
Oh,
heartthrob to me.
that's
I
a
don't,
good movie.
I
That's
don't care what
underrated.
anybody else thinks. Clint Eastwood. Yeah, Pink Cadillac. It's a dark comedy and a comedy. It has a little bit of dose of drama in it. Skip Tracer is somebody that hunts down, kind of like a bounty hunter, but
It's
they don't.
another word for bounty hunter.
Yeah, they don't usually put the cuffs on. If you're a skip tracer, you just locate whoever it is and then call the coppers.
But in this, he actually does put cuffs on him and brings them in.
Yep. Chasing down Luann. Her crime is marrying Roy, who left counterfeit money in their mobile home and got her arrested. She leaves Roy in his pink Cadillac full of money. His psycho friends want their money back. It is a really good movie. It was to me.
Was to me too.
Mm. And besides, it's got Clint Eastwood and Bernadette Peters. What else you need?
A dog.
Oh man, had a dog. 10 out of 10. If all three of them just sat there and they ran the same still frame on screen for an hour and 30 minutes, man, that was a great movie. Yep, I'm that kind of fanboy, especially for dogs. Lots of other famous actors. We talked about Mr. Jimmy Skaggs the other day.
Jeffrey Lewis is in a lot of Clint Eastwood movies.
William Hickey, we keep seeing that name. And I'm not going to hello photo the pink Cadillac because I'll be distracted by Clint Eastwood and then I'll be thinking, well, you know what we really need to do is go look at Unforgiven. Pink Cadillac. It's rated 5.4 at the IMDb.
Very low.
Okay.
Very low.
Okay, IMDb star people. I suppose I could lend my weight to it and adjust that average score.
Well, then you'd have better luck than me. I've never been able to do it.
I've told the tale before, but in case anybody hadn't heard it, one of my employees, who was also a friend of mine, a long time ago, we created an email account. I think it was at Yahoo. It might be so long ago there wasn't a Google or Gmail, but there was a Yahoo. So we created an account only to create an account at the IMDb and go nuts. Either 1,000 or 1,100, not only stars, but reviews written at IMDb later. They decided that the prefix account name was not allowed to be used in their databases anymore. It could be construed to be a bad word. So they just deleted the account, and 1,000 or 1,100 reviews and stars. For about a decade, I wouldn't visit the IMDb. I grew out of it. I got over it. Just living life in Internetlandia. They'll do whatever they want to do, and they own it. You're powerless against it. But go ahead. Put your content out there. Take the chance. Why not? Fall from Grace. 1990. If you didn't recognize the name Grace, people of a certain age will certainly recognize these names. Biographical film about televangelists Jim and Tammy Baker. Chronicles their rise in the religious arena and their ultimate fall in 1987 after Jim's 1980 dalliance with Jessica Hahn. I had forgot that name even existed, which came to light and their mismanagement of funding of their PTL ministries. And you
Yep, and
can
that's
go
the
ahead.
reason he went to jail.
Yep. And you can right click at the same time in the world. The famous Filipina, the Marcoses, right around that time, got in trouble for the same thing of they were the king and queen or president and president wife or something of the Philippines.
Yep.
And they did the same thing, taking the people's money. PTL Ministries, of course, just it was all based on donations to a religious place. And oh man, I
And
think didn't Donald Trump get Tammy Faye later before her passing and put her on The Apprentice?
I don't know.
Oh, her full name was Tammy Faye. Tammy Faye
Baker.
Baker, Trump Apprentice. Yeah, January 6, 2004. Two of America's, this is from Deseret.com, and they don't sound very nice to Donald Trump even back then. Two of America's least real seeming people, Donald Trump and Tammy Faye Mesner,
She went back
take
to
to
her.
network television in this week in new reality series.
Well, she was just as bad as her husband when it came to stealing funds. Is he? But
Yeah,
he's the one that went to jail.
the joke at the time, because if you can't laugh, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Is who had more shoes that they couldn't possibly ever wear, Tammy Faye or Imelda Marcos? And here's the scary. Sometime in the last 5 years or so, I saw that Imelda's back in power. They got their son elected over there or something. Just Americans that don't remember yesterwhen. Elizabeth said that case is not about his affairs. It was actually about the fact that they were building a huge housing development and people could buy in, but somehow it was against the law to sell the homes before they were built. One huge rich pastor took over. Nothing ever happened to him. I like Tammy. As weird as she was at times, she was honest in her case and love of the Bible and Jesus. Yes. And
I'll have
that's
to take your
why
word on it.
the movie, TV movie, I think it was. Yeah, TV movie
I'll
from
have,
1990. They did a really good job, and we're not allowed to talk about this guy anymore, even though he was acquitted in England.
yeah.
Kevin
I
S.
like to.
Word.
I'll have to take your word for it, Elizabeth. But my experience is totally different.
Like all of them, and it goes back to it's a theme or a phrase or a whatever of mine. It keeps getting repeated here, right? Whether they planned it that way or whether the temptation became too much. What do you do when you're tempted like that? It's easy for everybody who's never been in them shoes, those thousands of pairs of shoes that don't even fit your feet. Fall from Grace, TV movie, 1990 equals BAKKERS. It was all about all of it. They built a giant theme park somewhere and were trying to make people go ride roller coasters for Jesus. And the harder they got hit with financials, they did just like the other guy did. I can't remember his name, but when he got caught with his prostitutes, he got on TV and cried and said he needed, back then it seemed
I
like a
have
lot of money.
sinned against you.
Yeah, and if you'll just give me, I don't remember what it was, $1 million or $2 million, he'll be forgiven. And they gave him the money.
Yep. Some people did. I can tell you who didn't.
He got more than he begged for.
Yep.
Uh, Being a healer, he was sent to prison for another cancel culture. He was moving in on the charity and homeless culture. Marcos, what a nightmare. But she was the pink Cadillac with huge horns on the front. I'm older. And it was in law school, so studied the case. Thank you for taking my word. It was about the horror man taking back power from his ministry. Tim must have been about 12, but he wrote a letter to that creepy man. What a jerk. I think we're talking about, I can't remember his name. Doesn't really matter. It's a true story. We all remember it fondly. Not.
Well, him coming on and crying and going, "I have sinned against you." He did it.
Swaggart. Was it Swaggart?
Yes,
Jimmy
and
Swaggart.
he did it more than once.
Prostitute. Yes.
And I think one of them was like a 12-year-old, 13-year-old.
I don't know about that, and I don't want to know. It was an adult who went public. It was May 26, 1988. And he crocodile teared on his TV program and said that G-D would make everything good if he just, I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 million, but he got about double what he was asking for. He's not a crook. People sent him the money of their own free will. And I don't know what, I don't know, and I don't know if you were speaking about everybody, whatever. If she was Elizabeth was talking about the Baker case. I take anybody's word for it. I don't know. I just remember what a controversy it was, and that when she was sick, if we're gonna catch somebody doing something good, she was sick with something catastrophic and very broke and whatever. And Donald Trump hooked her up and put her on the Apprentice show. And it might have been the Celebrity Apprentice or whatever. And I think it was the one with the season with Ron Jeremy where it was kind of smutty and goofy. But so what? She needed work. He gave her work.
And it brought him in views, so.
Yeah. Me and my wife, I didn't really care. I liked the show, especially when he got his daughter on there. She's easy to look at. Don't punch my nose, Donald. You said it yourself. Oh. But my wife really was a fan of The Apprentice. But after a few seasons, I don't remember, it seemed like it ran forever. It wore
Well,
off after a while.
there's only a couple I watched. One of them was the one with Gene Simmons on it. And he did everything that, better than everybody else. That's where he got kicked off early.
Yeah. Elizabeth said Joyce Meyer and Joel Osteen got blamed and accused, no matter, neither one had done anything bad. They both said a prawn author gets acclaim for selling books. We donate all of our profits forever to the. Yeah, that's the rest is coming soon, I'm sure. It's one of those things that you can't win for winning and you can't win for losing. If you get into the evangelizer business, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. And that can be a cause or a psychological thought or thinking. Be like, well, if I'm going to get raked across the coals all the time for mismanaging the gifty money, that I'll spend my money how I want to. People send it to me of their own free will. I'll ding dangity spend it how I want to. That's my money.
Well, that's fine if they pay taxes on it, but they never pay taxes on it. Because it's the church's money, not my money. I just spend it for them. And as soon as you go into televangeling, if that's your desire, You just realize a lot of people are going to see you instantly as a crook.
Right. So be open about your books and telling people whatever. And they'll send you your money. And know this, the reason Joel Osteen and Joyce Meyer are not in jail and many, many of the others. And what Mr. Baker, I understand, you don't go to jail in America anywhere for cheating on your wife.
No,
He
he
went
got
to
it for
jail
embezzlement.
because he spent company money on personal gain stuff and
Yeah.
didn't report it as the income.
And then he
Where,
also bought stocks in his name with company money.
right.
That's called embezzlement, theft.
Yep. And
And
so,
Tammy should have been there right with him because she knew all about it. She knew what he was doing. She didn't stop him. She didn't say, "Don't do that. Don't do that." But some of this is my opinion.
well, and you're allowed to have it. And I'm glad that's what we all get to chit-chatty about whatever. And I'm sure if we sat here and hammered it out, you'd say, yeah, I agree. No, we shouldn't hold without any evidence anybody guilty of anything. If there's not evidence and proof, we don't in jail people.
Because the Bakers weren't ministers, they were preachers.
But what Joel and many, many others, my wife was once upon a time a fan of the guy. His hair could be very compared to Donald Trump's.
Dark
Benny,
hair, dark skin.
no, white hair. Benny
Oh,
Hinn, Hinn.
well, I was just thinking there's another guy, a television, he wears white suits and has dark hair, dark skin, over, like over suntanned. And he boasted about anywhere he goes, he has over $100,000 in his briefcase when he goes overseas, all in $1,000 bills.
Yeah, I got him up on the screen. They're not showing.
Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Well, it might have been. He might have had darker hair. Yep, that's him.
But
Uh,
all of them, I guess, got the little book in their ministry classes or schools or clinics, wherever they went, Cracker Jack boxes. Don't care. You don't have to have anything except good personality to put on the show. Rock and
yep.
roll,
Well,
evangelism, televangelism. There's no government licensure or whatever. Anyway, and I've heard from, because my wife used to be a fan, and Benny Hinn talked about it. He said, when we started getting a lot of money in this ministry, some of the others in this ministry, I don't think I'm going to go it alone. And he learned from a lady who he basically took her whole routine, and my grandfather used to watch her long blonde hair that went down to about the back of her knees. But he said, one thing I learned is you are not a business manager. You don't have an MBA from Harvard. When you're talking about lots of money that could get you in jail, hire yourself one. Would you rather pay someone $10,000? And a long time ago, that's a lot of money. Would you rather pay your accountants $10,000 a year, or pay a $10 million fine and go to jail for 10 years? He said, yeah, I just pay the accountants. And they issue me payroll checks. And he has no power over the checkbook in his own ministry. The bookkeepers the managers at the corporation? Does he get paid huge dividends or bonuses or whatever with all the taxes necessary submitted in advance? Absolutely.
You hope.
They're pretty open about it at the Benny Hinn Ministries. I hate it. I hate that that exists in our world, but if people want to go to that and spend their money on it, good for them.
Yep. I just don't know whose money they're not getting.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't judge them for doing it. You know, what about easily 500 times as many gave their money to P. Diddy to stand up and singy-songy through a microphone?
Yep.
And look what he
And I
did
don't
to
give
his
him money
people,
either.
allegedly.
I don't give him money either.
Elizabeth said, I went with a friend who wanted healing. It was scary. What if it was real? And he healed a lot of people, including my friend. Psychics, they are the same. Yep. And then she said, save pennies. No more being manufactured. If you see one on the sidewalk, keep it. Might one day be worth a lot more than 1 cent. That's on the list for today. The silly penny stuff. We'll get back to that later. Bakers. Evangelizer. I may not be derogatory. Evangelists. Discussion. For a while. And then we'll hop back to Fall from Grace. TV movie. It's a good movie to me. Even though it's got that Kevin S. guy that was acquitted, but we have to hate him now anyway. John McLean. Been in lots of stuff, actor. Richard Paul. Good stuff. Let's go back. Bernadette. The Last Best Year TV movie. 1990. I don't know anything about it. You, George?
Nope.
I don't think I want to even look. We'll skip it. Let's go to Alice. 1990. Look how many she did in 89 and 90. While being on 2 episodes of American Playhouse. Alice was a real in theaters movie. A spoiled Manhattan housewife reevaluates her life after visiting a Chinatown healer. Is that code word for opium den? Just kidding. Just playing. I don't know. There's another one. So much drama off screen for Mia Farrow with that dude. William Hurt, who we're supposed to not like now. Joe Mantegna. Didn't
Good
we talk
actor.
about June Squibb yesterday? I'm sorry,
Yep.
what, George?
Yep. I said Joe is a good actor.
Yep. Extremely. Holland Taylor. Hard-working actor. And I don't recognize the other ones. I remember the oranges over the eyes. We saw that the other day somewhere.
And Ken Luke, that's his picture from Kung Fu.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. When you can walk the rice paper without leaving a trace, it is time for you to go, grasshopper.
Snatch the pebble from my hand.
Yeah. Good stuff, even though it was so bad it was good to me. Loved it. Kung Fu TV series. Impromptu 1991. I don't recognize. You best recognize. Well, I don't. Carol Burnett Show.
I don't remember the one
TV.
in 91.
Yeah, I don't either. The Last Mile was a TV short. Don't know it. Don't remember her on Larry Sanders Show. He's another one. I didn't like Larry Sanders. I was very biased and nails on my chalkboard. So I just didn't watch his show. Imagine that. The Odyssey TV miniseries.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm all about the Iliad and the Odyssey. Love it, love it, love it. So I know I've seen it and I love it, love it, love it. Some Bernadette Peters. Check her out. Look at those eyes. And my wife always says, well, I can relate to her with that hair. My wife has very curly, curly hair. Lots of the famous people. There's Isabella Rossellini, Eric Roberts, Christopher Lee again, Vanessa Williams. She was all that and then some for a while. Didn't she star in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Or co-star, whatever you call it.
I don't know.
And that's another one. There was big controversy and drama. We'll look at it someday. Known for Shaft. Yeah, Eraser. You've been erased. You've been erased. One day we'll talk about Vanessa Williams. Maybe. Maybe not. Don't want to stir up the controversies and the dramas. Papas means potatoes in Espanol. Or at least that's what they call them. And if they're chopped up in little pieces and fried, they call them papitas fritas. Little potatoes fried. Cinderella, the TV movie. Cinderella's stepmother. I'm not going to look at it. It's made for little girls. Even though it stars probably women. I think I've seen it. 1997 Cinderella. Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, direct to video. I haven't seen it. Did you see it, George?
No.
Anastasia, 1997.
No, I didn't see it. I did see Anastasia and I liked it.
Okay, Anastasia is rated 7.1. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah. But my favorite character is the bat. Baltar. Or
This, and
Bartok.
again, they're all voices. It's an animation.
Yeah, I'm just saying the bat was my favorite character.
Yeah, I'm just telling the world. I think it's everybody's favorite character. And I don't really want to read all these names.
It's
I'll
a
just,
who's who, that's for sure.
it sure is. I'm just going to leave them on screen for a few seconds. It is a who's who of movie stardom in 1997. And then you go to screen number 2. Maybe not a who's who, but still a who of stars and stars. In 1997, they assembled a all-star cast, I guess you would call it. There he is. There's the bat in costume form at a theme park. Let's look at some of the photos. Riding a Pegasus. Oh, puppy dog. Just people. A whole bunch of fairies. The old-fashioned kind. Oh, that's a good animated villainous face. Come on. I don't care about all these animateds. I just want to see the bat for George. There it is. There's Bat
Yep.
with zombie hand next to it.
He sits on my bookshelf now. He used to sit on my desk.
Then George really likes the bat.
Yes.
George's alter ego answered for him. Do you remember a line that the bat said, George? Did the bat even have talky lines?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if you remember one, throw it out there.
I don't, not right off the top of my head.
He was more of the complaining assistant for the bad guy.
I really like that still right there. And I remember it flies by. This is like 2 or 3 frames scrolling by in a piece of a second in the animated thing when the bat's stuck in the zombie hand flying past the giant. Kind of looks like a skeleton stuck to the wall in an alien movie.
Let's
Let's see if we can get another bat photo. Bat photo for George. That's a green goo bat. Kind of have a green goo bats. I don't blame everybody. There's a lot of amazing animation, and this is traditional cell or frame or hand animated. A lot of work goes into these kind of things. No, not the green goo one. Can you believe they only have those 2 or 3 photo of bat? I can't believe it. George, create yourself an IMDb account and upload some bat photos. Balance this equation.
Pull up Fern Guy like he loves Batty in that one.
There. Couple of bats.
Yeah, he gets swayed by a French bat.
Supposed to be Rush Batty.
What did that skunk say to that poor cat when paint spills on it and the skunk thinks it's another skunk?
Yeah.
Pepe Le Pew, that's his name. Let's go to the Casbah. We shall make beautiful music together, my darling. Because that's what's happening right there. Oh my gosh. Anastasia. 1997. And at that, we are going to come back on pause. At 6:05 p.m. Eastern. I made it a little over an hour and 40 minutes. I did good. But I got to go. We'll just leave the bats on screen. Be right back. Okay. Break over. Back to work. Get to work. Yes. Oh, cute little holy handy bats. Mm. Together in Paris. Oh no. He fell down. See what happened? He got near Bernadette Peters. Couldn't hold it. Couldn't hold his own anymore. Just be glad you didn't turn into a zombie, sir. Oh, the little butterfly. Hello, butterfly. Well, I'm just not seeing any more bat pictures. Sorry, George. I tried. I scrolled. There it is.
There's one.
There's a bat picture. We'll let that be the last picture. There's no more pictures here. Good thing they ended on the bat. I was starting to get mad. There's more pictures. If you're interested, find the imdb.com yourself. All right. Bye, bat. What the Deaf Man Heard TV movie. Never heard of it.
That's because
Huh.
we're deaf.
Holiday in your heart. It's a holiday in my head. Hollow day in my head. Get it? Get it? Did you get it? Leanne Rimes plays herself from her childhood in Nashville to her performing around the country. Guess who hasn't seen this? Because,
Me?
yeah, me either. Because I don't like that poop kicker music. It's just a me
Some of
thing.
it I like, and some of it I don't.
Yep. Sorry, Bernadette. Sorry. Even you can't make me watch that. Mm. The Closer TV series, 1998.
Do you
Have
not
you seen
remember?
any of it? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Do not remember it.
Yep, me neither. So then we won't look. And then there's Animaniacs Wacko's Wish. I never saw it.
I might have. I don't remember.
Okay. We'll skip it. Let It Snow. 1999. Guess no, maybe so.
I would say not for me.
Yep, I don't remember it. See, everything. Teacher's Pet was a TV series in the year 2000. Looks animated. I haven't seen it.
Frasier, I might have, but she's not in it. She just does a voice somewhere in it.
Mm-hmm. I remember her 2 episodes. I remember a lot of episodes of Ally McBeal. But I think George doesn't like it, so I'm not going to hang myself up there.
I didn't like it, so I didn't watch it. So at this point, I can say I don't know anything about it.
I liked it. And I like all the actors and actresses, however they may identify in it. But that's all right. This is about Bernadette Peters. Prince Charming TV movie. It is rated 6. I don't think I'd give it that many. Well, I don't know. The frog's kind of cute. Has Martin Short, Billy Connolly, lots of people. Christina Applegate. I forgot Christina Applegate was in it. There's a lot of stars in it. Check out his frog.
Is it available anywhere?
Oh, I don't know. check out this horrible frog. I mean,
Not the best.
wonderful.
Not the best computer animation.
Oh no. But for the year 2000, it is rent or buy
I'm
at
talking about for the
Amazon.
year 2000. That's not that good.
Yeah. True. It is rent or buy at Amazon.com.
Not worth it.
Yeah, no. If it was free for Prime watchers, that's different. I mean, Prime, whatever they call it.
Yeah, you had it right. Prime members.
That's the word I was looking for, members. Bobby's Girl, I may have seen. I don't have any memory of it. It runs in the family 03. Nope. Once upon a time, some version of The Land Before Time. I saw somewhere, but it certainly wasn't number X or 10. The Great Long Neck Migration of 03. Will and Grace. I'm sorry, what?
I didn't watch any of them, so I could have no opinion whatsoever.
Yeah. I'm not even going to look into it. I might find out that, no, I'm glad I didn't watch it. I don't want to see something I can't unsee.
We did discuss one of the stars from Will and Grace. I just couldn't remember the name of the show last night.
Oh, yeah. Will and Grace has Eric McCormack, Deborah Messing, Megan Mullally. That's the one we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
And lots of others. I've never seen any of it.
I have. That's how I know it's bad.
Okay, I'm going to take your word for it. Law and Order, SVU, Special Victims Unit. I've never seen any of it, let alone the one episode she was in. Boston Legal. I don't know how to say.
Legal I've seen. I don't remember the one she was in, but I've seen them.
It's highly rated, 8.5 at IMDb. Comme le fourmiche. Something like that. Or Comme le fourmi. Never seen it. Never watched it. I seen enough in real work. Yeah. Grey's Anatomy. Living Proof. TV movie, 2008. I don't believe I've seen it. If I did seen it, I don't remember. I have not seen Ugly Betty, the TV series. Coming Up Roses, 2011. I don't remember it. Doesn't mean I didn't see it. But my mind said, don't remember that one. Okay. A TV series called Smash.
Don't know.
Me neither. Legends of Oz, Dorothy's Return, 2013. Animated. Yep. I have never seen it. I don't watch much of Oz anything.
I do, but not animations.
Girlfriend's Guide to Divorce, some kind of TV series, 2014. Never heard of it till right now. The shorts aren't worth mentioning. Not those kind anyway. Hello. Mozart in the Jungle. I've seen art or something, or somebody talking about it once. I don't remember, but I've never seen any of the episodes. The Good Fight TV series. Nope. I'm just going to keep scrolling, George. I figure if you had anything to say about any of these things I'm mentioning, you'd say it.
Yeah, because it's nothing I've watched. Those aren't
KD,
type of shows I'm that interested in.
yeah, and I don't have it zoomed enough to even really see what's happening on those box covers or thumbnail title imageries. The Broken Hearts Gallery, I'm sure I've seen the cover of it somewhere, maybe, but I didn't watch it. From 2020. Might have been one of those buy or rent kind of things from online. Nope. Elizabeth said, Girlfriend's Guide to Divorce, do not listen. Tell them to get a paid therapist and or lawyer and smile. Pat them and say, it'll work out. No matter what, it just leaves you wasting your life and they up either finding someone better or blaming you for your advice. Yeah. And then the dude, of course, won't blame himself or his spouse. He'll go blaming her friends. Tick Tick Boom, I've never heard of, 2021. It has kind of a cool sounding name. What it is. On the brink of turning 30, a promising theater composer navigates love, friendship, and the pressure to create something great before time runs out. And suddenly, after the long title, and it says it's a docudrama and biographical of Andrew Garfield. Suddenly I don't want to see it. Zoe's Extraordinary Christmas 2021. Niet. And High Desert 2023 TV series, 8 episodes. Okay, that takes care of all that. I think I said somewhere in the beginning. Yep, still enjoying myself. This has been very fun. We've gone off on some good tangents. 49. Uh-oh. Hello. Photo. B. Peters. And if she was one of those that had 900 photos like some of the others we've looked at, then we'd just skip this today. But there's very few photos. And there's that guy. Can't even think of his name, even though it's at the bottom of the screen. Julian Sands. Hugh Grant. He's another one. Here he is sitting right here. Hugh Grant is not a draw for me. I don't.
I only remember one movie of his that I can stands out in my head that I liked was The Englishman Who Went Up a Hill and Down a Mountain.
Is it the real title of it, or is that the storyline?
That's the title.
Close.
It's about a World War One, I think it was World War One, wounded soldier officer who was given the task to go survey a hill and in Wales. And in the process of serving, he falls in love with one of the girls of the town. But the locals take offense because going by their measurement, it's a hill, not a mountain. So one night, or for a period of time to get him to resurvey it, they keep him distracted, and they go and they put rocks and stuff on the hill to make it a mountain overnight. that meets the minimum requirements to be a mountain. It's amusing, cute love story that, it has several big British names in it.
I was about to say something rude.
I originally I looked at it because the title intrigued me. The Englishman, when it went up a hill and down a mountain.
Yeah. That is, you got to do what you got to do to get eyes on your movies, right?
Yep.
I would have to look at that one twice. Man, they didn't make up impromptu. Try to fit it in a tiny little word.
Yeah.
But if you look at your screen, you'll see. Oh, I put the little mouse hand on her chest bump. Oh, no, bad boy. I did it on purpose. These 3 pictures, making a number 7 at the top right, those are all in the thumbnail. Like, hey, check it out. I wanted some side-eye picture to go along with the your slip is showing picture. And I got 3 of them right on the first lander page. Now, is
And
that
that
Tim
first guy
Curry?
Yes. That first guy you were talking about, the one with the long blonde hair. The only thing I remember seeing him in that I can recall, he plays a wit or a warlock.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of good and a lot of bad. And a lot of shock value movies and shows. He's like Spader, I think the guy's name is. Someone's got a script floating around. It's like, this is going to upset people. Yeah, I'll do it.
Makes me money.
Yeah, but they might put a negative review and the blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't care. What you paying?
Yeah. Oh, you pay me $100,000? I'll do it.
Yeah, that's all right. Let's go. Acting is acting. I need to get paid. Oh, that face, that hair. We laughed long and hard about it the other day. I laugh again today. Who's that
Look at
giving
those
her the
first
big
lips.
old marital smooch?
Mel Brooks.
Yeah, I know. He's another one. We were talking about Charlton Heston the other day.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which side or front or back you see Charlton Heston. That's Charlton Heston. If you're anybody who knows anything about movies and stars, Mel Brooks is the same way. Mel Brooks.
Now, here's a little piece of trivia for your Mel Brooks. He was in and at the Battle of the Bulge during World War II.
And came back with a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Not
That's the key
everybody
thing.
did. And both of his
wacky
feet.
sense of humor, but a sense of humor.
Well, his sense of humor is not only great to me, I believe it helped form me.
Well, because he makes fun of things that most people won't make fun of.
Right.
I mean, he makes fun of himself, his own faith, his own country.
The Inquisition. What a show.
Yep. Jews in space.
Oh my gosh. And look at what utter self-control he has. Snuck his pinky down so he could feel her rump. I don't blame you, Mel Brooks. I would too. He knows the proper way to keep it tied up against the other ones and be a gentleman.
I believe that's the silent movie.
Yep. But to bend Bernadette Peters that way, have both of your hands upon her, and your face that close to hers, and still be able to complete your scene and do your role.
Yeah.
You the man, Mel Brooks. You the man. My
And
whole hand would be right there.
his son's not a half bad writer either.
My hand would be right where the mouse cursor is. Ma'am,
Are
you
you
need some
familiar with the book?
support?
Are you familiar with the book War Z?
Yeah.
That's his son.
And I
Wrote
saw the
that.
Brad Pitt movie.
Well, yeah.
I said I saw it. I didn't make any comment about it. It's a Brad Pitt movie. You get to see Brad Pitt in the movie.
You sure? No, I don't think that was Brad Pitt.
Interlude. Am I wrong?
I seem to think that was the guy from Sons of
Oh,
Anarchy.
no, that's
No,
Brad
that's
Pitt.
Brad Pitt. You're right. You're right. That's Brad Pitt. I was thinking it was the guy from Sons of Anarchy. He might have been in it as well. I don't know.
And I did notice, I did a little scroll of these photos earlier to try to see if there was any in particular that I could pretend I was impromptu theatering. Yuck, yuck, yuck. See the name at the bottom of the first photo in this series. You know, like to pretend I just made that up right now in my mind. All I've noticed is she's rather proud of her chest and shows it off a lot.
Well,
It's a test. Bernadette, I fail. I'm going to look at it.
as Mae West put it, if you got it, flaunt it.
Yep. And she said, see me sometime, not touch her. See me sometime. Okay.
I don't know what show it was, but I swore she played Mae West at one point.
It might have been one of her stage shows.
Could
But
have
we
been.
will take note. At least they're covered up in this one, but they are fitted wrappings. And she's kind of showing them a little bit. I mean, her lovely fingers. The drama is in the hands. And then right down here at a funeral.
Is that a funeral? No, I don't think that's a funeral. I think it's a play because that looks like a theater.
Oh, it might be. I thought because of all the black clothes and black dress, it must have been a funeral. And they got her a poster of Bernadette Peters in the background. It's a cutout poster thing, board. In her undies. You guys can go see it. And there they are again. I mean, there she is again. She did it.
That was so good they had to put it up there twice.
Yep. It's like 2 frames different, and I don't blame whoever sat there going frame at a time, grabbing each of these one more frames forward. I wouldn't do it, but I'm thankful to whoever done did it. That one, she's got her chest pretty well covered up, but those legs, hello, that's her legs, faux show. And there they are again, 1.5 of them. And there, she hid them behind Clint Eastwood. She said, now look at them. No ma'am, no ma'am. He's scary no matter what, even with a smile on his face. How cute. Clint Eastwood, how's the air up there? Is it hard to be that tall? He's very tall, but she is also very height, not so much tall. However, we're supposed to say that. She's
vertically challenged.
Yeah, she's a little petite.
Like my wife, she's vertically challenged.
Something like that. The new tall. She's the new tall. Madame. I don't think that's a slip. I think that's a satiny something. It might be a slip or a camisole or a sleep shirt, nightgown.
Yeah.
It's something. She is something. The woman makes the clothes. The clothes don't make the woman. I knew this lady was tall. I don't know who this lady is.
I've
I
seen
didn't
her in a few
realize she
things.
was quite that tall till I was looking at these earlier today.
I think that's the lady that plays one of the mothers in Big Bang Theory.
That is Christine Baranski,
Yeah,
with these.
she plays in Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, she's another one. One day we'll tear down that road. She's another one that when you realize who that is, you think, wow, she really has been in a lot of stuff I've seen. There's a good photo face on.
Yeah, that one's actually from Big Bang Theory.
Yep.
I recognize it. That's the reason I said that. They're Big Bang.
But we'll come back to you, Christine. We'll come back someday. Nothing is over. The dude, can't think of his name right now.
Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. Catch you later. They went that away. They sure did. Something's bulging out of her upper garment. Again.
The dress is barely hanging in there.
Yeah. Somebody wished her dress into the cornfield. There's that guy.
Yep.
They very cautiously trimmed the photo. Or he's a rather tall guy as well. They just had to angle the camera up that way to get his whole head in there. Shit, me, I'd just cut him off right there. You'd see his mouth and chin and all of her chest. True story. And then I'd get fired. What are you doing? Well, look at it. Look how it's dressed. 1820 style. I can't help myself. You're fired. Dang it. Again?
That's more like 1830s.
Okay.
1840s. Dickens time period. She does have a cute smile.
Oh, yes. Lovely eyes. Beautiful curly hair. And if you got it, flaunt it. But don't be offensed when I look. I really tried to behave myself. Wrap it in sheer. And then stare at that face for all the guys like me who can't behave and be a gentleman around you. Like, I don't have any envisions of putting big old bend her nose sideways smooches on her.
That's from The Jerk. I think that it was an accident. Or it's meant to look like an accident.
Yeah, that's Steve Martin. He did it 500 times on Saturday Night Live. I still like The Jerk. Love it, love it, love it. One of my favorites. Quite the handsome couple. Good thing they got married. Anything else would be uncivilized. And that's about it. Now I think we're into stuff that I'm not sure. Is this in a movie or is this them at award shows and behind the scenes and stuff?
I think
No, that's gotta be in show. At least some of these.
Yeah.
She dancing the YMCA. I don't know. She could. I don't know who this super tall drink of water, quintessential desert, whatever is. I'm not clicking it to find out. Check out that hair. We saw it with Burt Reynolds the other day. Either one. Check out his chesty hair, or his head hair, or his eyebrow hair. Anybody Burt Reynolds attracted? His arm hair? I'm just
I
going to
guess
check
at some
out
point
her.
he had electrolysis.
Yeah. I'm just going to check out her hair. And I still can't decide, is this like, did that really happen in the show, in the movie?
Yes. In order to
Because
get
they're
the medical files of the guards, he had to service her, check her
but
oil.
they're both obviously trying to withhold the giggles.
Yeah, I think that's probably an outtake photo.
Yeah, it's something because they are both obviously, if you really zoom it, she's barely holding
About
it in.
Yep.
She tried. Good job. If I had to wear that hair, ma'am, she needs a one of a kind award designed for I did it. Show me the movie where anybody else ever did that on the screen. See what a nice, polite gentleman Clint Eastwood is. He got stooped so that he'd be at her level. And that just happened. Except that's Clint Eastwood. He did it on purpose.
Is that Michael Douglas?
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It looks like him, but sure is.
Yep.
Good bit more youthful. 03. Yeah. A lot of more youthful than recently.
Yeah.
Well, because it was 22 years ago. Silly nanner. Oh, that face right there. The one on
That's
the
saying
right.
I'm up to something and I ain't telling you.
The one on the right top. She's got her hair up with the little curly curls hanging down the sides. Eyebrows are up. Side eyeballs. You go, Bernadette Peters. You go. Good catch, MGM production stills. Or advertising stills. I believe that's their little lion in a circle stamp at the bottom.
Yeah.
Watermark, they call it.
Ooh, there's Kirk Douglas.
Yep.
I wonder if they were in the same movie together. Michael and Kirk for that one.
This is from It Runs in the Family. It must be. And this is from It Runs in the Family.
So yes.
Yep. And that, I believe, is from Ally McBeal. Remember the other day I made the whole thing about the cat's tongue in reverse?
Yep.
Right through that armpit. You want to know what it is? Go search for cat hung in previous streams. You'll find out. Hey. Dun, dun, dun. Is that same lady from earlier, or is this someone else? This is someone else.
Yeah, that's someone else.
That's Kathy Baker.
Bernadette Peters.
No, we're looking at Bernadette Peters. I'm talking about the other lady.
Kathy Baker then. Sorry.
And I don't know what show this is, but she has sustained physical injury. In show. Guys, don't be worried about that. That was not injured. She's okay. It leaked off of here. All the guys right now are looking at no. This needs assistance. This needs medical assistance. Yeah.
Must prevent breast cancer.
True story. Shall we do a true story? No, never mind. We're just gonna look at Bernadette Peters.
I think one of the younger man, won't swear to it, because there's one movie where Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas, and Kirk Douglas' grandson is in it.
Left to right. Cameron Douglas. That's down here.
Cameron.
Rory Culkin, which is the brother of the famous Home Alone Culkin.
Yeah.
Michael, Kirk, Bernadette, and Diana Douglas.
Wow.
That's
3
1,
generations.
2, 3, 4.
No, it's 3 generations. I think the female Douglas is one of the wives.
Yeah. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4 Douglases.
Yep.
I wonder if Kirk Douglas ever washed his back again. I wouldn't. I mean, because where her hand is. Shoulder. Doodle-doo-doodle-doo-doo. That's not her great gam sticking out the window. She's driving the car. That's somebody else's great gam. Might be a dude. I don't know. But for right now.
I think that is Carol Burnett. Because that's a little orphan Annie.
Licking its own nose.
Yeah. I think that's a little orphan Annie. So that could be Carol Burnett.
Yeah, that's Annie. Because there's the poor little actress all wrapped up in blankets and stuff. I think the dog's licking its nose because it's snowing. Doodly doodly doo doo. Diamonds. See? She has a habit of wearing very low-cut shirty shirts. Not that I noticed. I didn't notice. Oh, now we are definitely in the real world.
Yep.
So I'll scroll a few because she's with quite a few of the super famous people. We did Mary Tyler Moore the other day.
Barbara Walters. In fact, I think we saw these some of these pictures on Mary Tyler Moore's page.
Yeah. But if there's anything about the height or the low of cuts of outfits, I'm not going to mention it here. This is real world stuff. Isn't that Liza Minnelli?
Yes.
I can't remember the name of who that is in the center. Because people age. It is Elaine Stritch. Stritch.
Stritch.
Doodly doodly doo doo. I wonder if that's natural or there's just a career in the acting biz. Teach you how to make that. Eat your heart out, Mona Lisa. You ain't got nothing on that. Is that a smile? Question mark?
I think that's where she sucks in her cheeks a little
Yep.
bit.
Yep.
Smile.
Eat your heart out, Mona Lisa. You got nothing on that. See, there she's
Brooke
doing it
Shields.
again.
She's there, and there she is with Brooke Shields and Demi Moore, and then what's her name? The fabulous Madam M.
Over here on the left.
Okay, those three is Brooke Shields, Demi Moore, and I forget. The one below it, she's with the fantastic Madam M. I'm trying to remember her name now. Bette
Midler.
Midler.
Bette Midler is another one that was very good.
Yeah.
She would kind of comedy, but kind of serious, especially on the Johnny Carson show about how many people treated her very crappy about her weight.
Yeah. Her stage presence was awesome.
Yep.
I loved her music. Hate her politics, but I love her music. I love her on stage.
Way back then, and the Johnny Carson was on the Tonight Show days, Bette Midler was very open and I guess whistleblowing on the industry
Yeah.
about their weight shaming and discriminations
Well,
and all the other.
Brooke Shields also came out about it, and because of the pills they had her on so she can fit into her Calvin Kleins and stuff, she now has health issues.
Yeah, and she, I don't, sometime in the last decade, I can't tell you if it was 1 year or 10 years or 12 years ago. Big, big stuff and heavy advertising online and televisions and everywhere using Brooke Shields with the whole depression and postpartum depression
Yep.
and eating issues, advocating for get yourself some help. Good job, Brooke Shields. Good job.
Oh, there she is next to a heavy hitter. She's sitting next to a convict.
You telling about Marissa Tomei?
No, the where you got four ladies.
Yeah.
The blonde, she's a convict.
Oh, it's hard for me
And
to look away from her and Marissa Tomei.
I got you.
Let me
What was her
scroll,
name?
because then it's
The
hard
lady,
for me to look
the,
away from her slip showing.
the lady that had the cooking show on the home craft show.
Oh, Martha Stewart.
Yeah, Martha Stewart.
That's a
Convict.
that's another sad story.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Well, she bounced back. She has
that's
bounced back, and she's making more money than she ever has.
good for her. That truly is some of that. If it had been some dude on that phone doing what her financial advisor just say yes advised her, if it had been a dude, no one would have gone to jail. I truly believe that. But Lucy Liu,
I think they just wanted to make an example out of her myself.
yeah, just the old boys club saying, of course we'll sacrifice a woman at the altar of the old boys club. See, we do law. You women ask for equal treatment, or better, or different, or
And I believe that's Demi Moore next to Lucy Liu.
hey. That's why I had to move away from California. I don't even know if this is a California award show, but if I had to be at a place like that, over there with my little autograph book, crawling on the floor, grabbing ankles. Can we get a selfie? Can I lay across all three of your laps and maybe drop my head in Martha Stewart's elbow right there?
And there she is with slap her friend Will Smith.
That's another example of you never know what's going to happen, Chris Rock. Occasionally,
Well,
you might want to
he
ask
said it,
yourself, what would you do if
and
some lunatic ran out of this audience and threw a hand at me?
break it.
Where the heck's the bodyguards? Where's the bouncers?
Well, the biggest reason Will Smith got so much grief over it is he did not move till he took time to look over at his wife, and she
Mm.
had that angry look on his face. Then he got up and went and slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
If he just jumped up and did it, I wouldn't have said one word.
Oh no, he sat there laughing until he looked over and he was getting side eye from Jada. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, on my feet, soldier. You know who wears the pants in that family.
Oh, hell yeah. Controls the purse strings, and even though he makes the money, she controls the money. She controls it. Because all the
Elizabeth.
stuff she's done or reportedly done, I'd have kicked her to the street.
Mm. Yeah, Elizabeth said about Martha, but they did not peep a peep when Pelosi did exactly the same as Martha Stewart, except she did it herself, not following advice of her paid stock advisor. That Chris Rock thing, Will Smith should have gotten sued, and yes, in her causing it. She is icky.
Yeah, she is very icky.
Yeah, I
And
leave it all alone based solely on her and Tom Cruise. I can't remember he's the real star of the movie. Dang it. It's not because I'm racist, it's because my brain is fried. And Bernadette Peters is on my screen. I can't think. I remembered his name yesterday. Anyway, Collateral. I say Jada did a good job and
is
fine
that her
looking
with?
in Collateral.
Is it Belafonte she's with?
Which where?
Right
Oh,
below her where
Harry.
she's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry Belafonte.
Give me a
I think that's
minute.
who that is.
You must be more immune to Bernadette Peters than me.
I think she's pretty, but I also don't want to get a frying pan upside the head.
Well, my wife isn't home. So my immunity is not home. I can stare all day. That's the famous
Well,
actor
I
guy.
can stare,
Isn't
but
isn't well and make
he was that played the brother in Frasier.
that's what I thought. And I can't remember his name right now. I've seen several things that he was the lead in that I really liked.
Again, Belafonte, you need to stay behind the mic making music, stay out of politics.
Oh, and to answer Elizabeth's thing, is all wrapped up and covered up and standing next to some dude. Now my brain can sort of work again, but daggone, her face is cute. Daggone. Bernadette Peters, shame on you.
That's a nice pair of blue jeans
And she's wearing one of them midriff shirts. You can see her little belly button. I'm going to stick my finger in
yeah,
her belly button.
and denim jacket, matching pants and jacket.
Let me get that out of the way. Let me just look at her little cute face so I can think. Unfreezing my brain.
Hey-o.
Uh, if I remember correctly, Nancy's Pelosi during the whole Martha Stewart thing was one of the old boys in the old boys club talking about
Yeah,
burn the witch, burn the witch.
I wouldn't doubt it. Was it for insider trading?
Yes, she was set
Pelosi's
up.
definitely guilty.
She
Pelosi's
tried to
definitely guilty.
use set up and sort of entrapped, even though it wasn't a government agent that did it. It was somebody working for a government agent.
Yeah.
Got her on a phone, recorded it, saying you have to say yes, you have to say yes, you gotta let me sell it, you gotta let me sell it, yeah, say yes, say yes, say yes. And she finally said, whatever, you're the broker, yes. Cuffs. Now, I don't care that she's Martha Stewart or anybody else. If it happened to anybody in this country, it would really piss me off. But that's why she's the Martha Stewart. She took
Yeah,
the
in fact, she's
fall,
taking it.
she took the abuse, she did her time, and like you
Yeah,
said, she has rebounded
yeah.
incredibly well.
In fact, she's even doing commercials with Snoop Dogg. Not that I'm a fan of Snoop Dogg, because I'm not.
There's that, but not sucking the cheeks in this time. This is truly a somebody who can paint. George, there you go. That could easily. This one's more smiley though. You can tell it's more smiley. Go back to those previous ones and paint you a Berna Lisa. Where for 500 years, or I don't know how old the Mona Lisa is. For 100 years, people will be staring at that thing talking about, is that a smile?
Was she in the producers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's where that's from.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Bernadette Peters. I'm not even going to look. I didn't notice that earlier. She may have done some marketing for some ladies undergarments. Too much for my little heart. Peace out.
Barbara Wawa.
Yep. Man, Barbara Wawa. Well, I was about to say Barbara was pretty tall. Oh, no. Standing next to a very petite.
Is that Hugh Hefner she's standing next to?
Up here on the right,
Yeah. I don't think so, but you can't tell from that picture.
that is
Nope.
Dick Cavett. He's another famous one. But
Okay, yeah. Now that you zoomed in, I can tell.
yeah, very
He
hard to
did that.
recognize. I don't know,
Yeah.
10 years after last role. He was getting up in years right there.
Oh, yeah. Considering he did the interview just before Lennon was shot.
Yep. Time gets us all. Sooner or later. Except for Clint Eastwood. You won't ever
It's
ask.
starting to take its it's starting to take its toll on him too.
Yeah. But you still know it's him.
Oh yeah.
Whatever's happening right there, I love it. That's got to be almost as bad as wearing that daggone hair. Her little robot character.
Is that fakies or is she actually exposing herself?
No, she's got, it's like a I Dream of Jeannie dress, sort of.
Well, it looks like one sticking out the side is the only reason I asked.
Yeah. Nope. Nothing sticking out. Just the tops, like in 99% of her photos. Scrolling. Now we're down to the covers. And that's it. Hello photo for Bernadette Peters. All done. Go back to the top. Scroll the advertisement off the screen. There it is. It took me this number 7 right here to put together today's thumbnail. I drank all my coffees. I kept having to have another beverage. See what you did to me, Bernadette Peters? Now the statistics say 2 watching. Sorry, number 3. Didn't mean to offend you. Okay, we did Pennies from Heaven. We did Bernadette Peters.
Why did you? Oh, what is Pennies from Hell?
What Elizabeth typed in the chat a while ago. Let's go. Let's do it. Pennies from Hell.
What is that?
The big headline is in the middle of the night, of course. Can't make the president get on a schedule and keep a schedule. He's always flim-flamming. Is it real if he truth or socials it? Directed, ordered, or truth or socialed the mint to stop minting pennies. We lose money doing that.
They're thinking about it, and Elon Musk says it would be a good idea to do away with pennies because pennies cost 3 cents to make, which is not that bad considering copper pennies, when they stopped making copper pennies, cost a quarter to make.
Well, that's the thing, and he supposedly told the Secretary of the Treasury and the Director of the Mint, stop now.
I doubt that. Because I'd look at him and go away. You're not the boss.
True? You mean it?
Yeah. If I'm working somewhere and someone comes in and stop doing this, and he's working for the president, he doesn't speak for the president.
No, this is the president.
Oh.
I was about to say, huzzah, George, we're done with that. We're not going to talk about that anymore.
Okay.
But this is what I truly believe. Yes, Trump says he has directed the United States Treasury to stop minting pennies.
Okay.
This broke last night.
We still have a couple of decades worth of pennies. And newer pennies you don't want to hoard anyhow because there's no real good value in them. Copper pennies, they're worth some value. These copper wash pennies, it's zinc. Come on. It's a zinc alloyed washed with or electroplated with copper. Hell, just leave it in water, the copper will come off.
That's why I said pennies from hell, because here we go again. They've been talking about this forever in America.
Yeah, they've been discussing doing away with pennies for over 20 years.
A lot longer than that. My point was the old ones. Just save them if you see them.
But you're not allowed to melt them. You're not allowed to deface them.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't. It's against the law to deface U.S. currency.
We looked that up on a previous stream.
Okay.
You probably shouldn't. That's your money. But where you can go to like the arcades or the big places and you stick a penny in the machine, but then you got to put about $4 worth of quarters or insert credit card and it'll stamp your penny into a little.
Oh yeah, I remember those. You stick a penny or in the big and it smooshes them with a
little railroad locomotive or a special character from a theme park.
Yeah, these hand crank things.
Yeah.
But, technically, and I mean technically, no one's enforced that law for a long, long time. Because when the new quarters came out, the state quarters, there was a guy running around who was taking all these southern state quarters and stamping on the back of them a Confederate flag, the battle ensign, which is square. I have one somewhere. It just, he
goofy.
handed it to me. I went, okay, thanks for the quarter.
And it's up to whoever you hand it to, whether they realize it's good or not. If it's
It's in a
been
desk. It's one of those things
defaced
I
in
stuck in
that
a desk.
way, it's no longer good for currency. As long as the receiver of it is sophisticated enough to know. And that might have been when we talked about it, when you brought up the little 8-year-old girl or 10-year-old girl that got arrested for a $2 bill.
Oh, yeah, because someone thought it was counterfeit.
Yeah. Must
And
be
I'm
the
like,
fun in monies.
now, the only place you really find occasionally you'll find one at a Quickie Mart. Stop and rob. Or the only other place you tend to find $2 bills at, strip clubs. Because when you stick in your $20 at the machine to get change to tip the girls, it now comes out in 2s versus 1s. So I've been told. Considering I haven't been to a strip club, topless joint, or whatever, well over 20 years. Because the person I went with has been married and divorced.
And I still don't know, back to the penny thing, is Donald Trump just that smart? Because the result is, of course, everybody's lost their crapiolas.
Yeah, and he might be doing it just to trigger people.
You're right, and I call that him stress testing.
Yeah.
Is this all it really takes
But
to
then
make
again,
all
I'm
of
one of
you
those.
pearl clutch and have the vapors?
Yeah. I'm one of the weirdos. If I see a penny on the ground and when I'm walking by, I bend over and pick it up and stick it in my pocket.
Well, that's what Elizabeth said earlier in the chat.
Oh, I just throw pennies out the window. Fine. When I see them, I'll pick them up.
Well, stop it.
Illegal kinder.
Just hang on to them and hand them to me. Don't make me go collect them up. Good for you.
I mean, I had a
And this
buddy,
again goes to the I almost clapped and moved on, George. Because I thought, if I was the Secretary of the Treasury and the President told me that, I'd tell him to go F himself.
Yeah. Well, as the president, I'd probably do the same thing. I'd also be prepared to lose my job if I did it. And I just explained, Mr. President, that has to come from Congress. I believe.
Right.
Now he can request them to stop minting pennies for the year. I'm willing to bet. Or do a directive. While I'm president, we will not mint any more pennies. Okay, that means that's only good while you're president. But I've known people that don't even keep change. I'm like, 4 quarters is $1.
Until
I don't care.
the Congress writes a bill, both sides or houses of chambers of
I
the
don't know if it
Congress
takes that or
pass
not.
the bill, and then the president signs the bill into law.
Well, now
The
here's
president
something a lot.
cannot do anything with our money. That is interfering with the commerce, and he should be slammed into a federal prison for it. But
Well,
again, did Donald Trump
only
go
if
put
the
his
person
hands on any kind of machine? No. If he gave what And I know I'm speaking to the extreme bias. It's good. It's good. Keep me in line then. Just imagine if Joe Biden had ordered that. Would you be arguing so vehemently how the
Yep.
president can do whatever he wants to?
Well, no, I wouldn't be arguing that. I'd be arguing what I just said. Sorry, President. That has to come from Congress.
To
You
your
can fire me,
desk.
but you can't make me do that.
Right. And then if you dare try to fire me for it,
I will sue the government.
which is immune because what you did was unlawful, the unlawful termination. And I know because of rules, because of common courtesies given to much better men than you who weren't felons, they won't accept my lawsuit until you get out. But you're getting out, dude.
Yeah,
In
eventually.
4 years, I'm going to sue you for your whole livelihood.
And if you don't make it out, I sue your estate.
Yep. You effed mine up, I'll F yours up. Now go back there and do presidential stuff and leave the congressionally mandated job that I do to me.
Now, here's what a lot of people don't get, and they probably wrote a code or something. According to the Constitution, the government's only responsible for minting money, not printing money. That's the reason that the old term for paper money was banknotes. Because each bank would print their own money.
Yeah, and the states had. That's why everyone says, man, why do we have so many mints? Because every state used to have their own.
Well, it wasn't every state. It was every so many states. Because there wasn't a mint in North Carolina or South Carolina.
Oh, mint. The Charlotte Mint is still set up and used as a museum. Oh, yes. North Carolina had one.
Yeah, but that mint's from the Confederacy, not from the federal government. Go check your coin collector books. Just like during the Confederacy, coinage and paper were so rare, they would print money, for a nickel on scrap sheets of paper. I have a few. My dad got me. But
See,
it wasn't. I'm just saying, it wasn't until 1873 that the federal government started printing money. It was all minted money before then. And I had to explain that to a history professor, PhD in history, that no, the Constitution does not say anything about printing money. It's minting money. You mint coinage, you print paperbacks or greenbacks.
Yep.
And I had to bring her in a book and a rendition of a printed 1873, I think it was a $5 bill. And they were actually blue. They weren't green in 1870. They didn't become green until 1874.
And they were all set on them, either redeemable in silver or gold.
Yep. And then we got what we call gold certificates and silver certificates, which it didn't say it on it, but you knew it. And they tended to have either a little silver stripe piece of foiled silver in it or a full gold.
Yep.
And people out there, a $20 gold piece isn't that big. Ain't that big. It's an ounce of gold. An ounce of gold is not that big. Now, a $50 gold double eagle, that's pretty good size.
Oh my gosh. And everybody changing their damn words. Of course, PBS says Trump orders. Notice how I found the other one, that all the other news is very clear. He says, and he didn't say it with his mouth. He posted it on his Truth or Social. He says he directed the secretary, and as much as expected, the world has exploded. Oh, blah, blah, blah. He can't do it. He can't. Yes, he can. He's Donald Trump. He can do anything he wants to. Yada, yada, yada.
Nope.
And then everybody starts arguing about the math, and then they point out that if you go look at Elon Musk's tweeters about it, the nickel cost an absurd, the penny cost 0.037 supposedly to produce.
Uh-huh.
But the nickel costs something like 80 cents or 40 cents, like 80 times its value to produce. So why aren't we just canceling the nickel and leave the little old penny alone? What's worse, 4 or 40?
Mm.
And everybody's all hung up in this math. Oh, see, look, it's
But
not a private business.
yeah, I know. The reason the nickel costs so much is it's still made out of nickel, and nickel has gone up because of computers. A modern penny is zinc washed with copper. It takes about 3 cents to make, and only 2 cents of that is in materials. If that, maybe a half a penny. I'm just saying, when they went from copper pennies to the new zinc pennies, pennies cost something like 35 cents to make in copper. And they could easily do the nickel like they did the dime and the quarter, put cheap metal between the nickel. Ah, here it is. It says how Trump might get rid of the penny. What comes next in your pocket change?
And he could. The Republicans have a majority in Congress. And I'll give you a simple solution. Just tell people, go buy prepaid cards places that still have to do cent math. Sorry. And
Yeah,
there's a lot of places you go on this planet right now that don't come in here with your cash.
I know, because of Clinton.
Well, because when I went to Puerto Rico, they won't take cash anywhere. You have to use some kind of card because of the crime.
Yeah, I can believe that. But I'm just saying, Clinton did away with, because if you look at your older bills, it might still be on the newer bills, but it says for all debt, public and private. Because it used to be illegal if you if you were at a restaurant and you wanted to pay your bill, it used to be illegal for them not to take cash. Because of, the way our money is set up for all debts, public and private. Clinton did away with that. And he's also the one that brought in, oh yeah, you can request someone's social security number or card to be used as a form of ID, even though it specifically says on your social security card, not to be used as a form of ID. And they're still issued that way. I'm just too old.
I guess. Me too, because like you said a while ago, without Congress acting, then there's going to be nothing to do with a penny.
No, it doesn't.
And hopefully, in this test of our stupidity system in America, bent over system, damn, I did it again. Ding dangity me. demerit imbecilicness of our 250 years of more lower IQs does not make the low IQ beginning any better.
But see, here's what counteracts their logic. Okay, because this here says for far too long, the United States minted pennies, which literally cost more than 2 cents. Okay, well, how much does a dollar cost to print? More than $1.
And it doesn't matter. This is the problem
No,
with just stop playing numerologist.
I know
You
that.
fell for it. You went.
No, I was it's going. I was saying it's one of these using their logic against them. After a while, the only thing you'll be able to allow to be carried, if any cash whatsoever, are like 20 or 30, $20 and $50 and $100 bills, because you're hard pressed to go find a 50 anymore, or a $100 bill. I mean, not $100, a $200 bill or a $500 bill. And the $1,000 bills, those are very tightly regulated by the Treasury Department. They're used for strictly overseas action. I'm just saying their logic makes no sense. There is no logic behind doing away the penny if it costs 3 cents. If a nickel costs 85 cents to make, the nickel should be getting rid of before the penny, or it should be modified so that you can make it for less money, because it's not what it costs to make, it's what it's worth in in commerce and trade.
Because our country doesn't function without it.
No, it doesn't. No country functions without money.
So that is why it doesn't matter what the math is. I don't care if that one penny costs $1,000 to make. Then, like you said, well, we better come up with a cheaper way to make it.
Yeah, that's what I would,
But sitting
and
there
don't.
saying, la da da, costs XYZ to make, and it is that, the other, that doesn't matter.
What it does do,
Because
it
that
does
is budgeted in advance by the United States Congress.
right. But what it
That's
does
money
do,
already spent. What does it cost us to clean up the floors and take out the trash from those bunch of lazy bums? We all pay taxpayers them 6 figures a year. All of them.
but what I was fixing to say is
Why can't they mop their own effing floors and take out their trash? Why do we have to pay someone else to do that? That doesn't affect our commerce in any way. But our
doing away
money
with
is our everything.
yes, but doing away with pennies, what it does do, it does provide business, especially big businesses, an easier way to rip you off, because they're going to round up to the nearest whatever the coinage is.
Yes,
Look at the
and
price of
then the
gas.
states are going to rip you off as well. Because
Exactly.
taxes, sales taxes, everything is a percent. So if everything gets rounded up, the taxes are getting up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all. So what I think about my theory of trying to give him credit and say he is as smart as the zealots say.
I'm with you.
Maybe,
I think he's
maybe
he's
he's just testing to see
yeah.
if his pick for Treasury Secretary comes back with this kind of answer that I'm giving. Sir, you're being silly. Can we
stupid.
talk about this? The short answer is no. I refuse your illegal order. How about that? Now here's the long answer. It just doesn't make sense. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Go do president stuff. Go avert a war somewhere. You leave the penny counting to the guy you hired to count the pennies. You go do president stuff somewhere. Elizabeth said, lovely coin collection by a relative, a friend's mom. Call her Aunt M. and said, I want my daughter's bracelet back. Then M found out Jay had been spending those coins. She had put many of them worth hundreds of dollars into those little gum and toy machines in the stores around town. And that mom was mistaken. She had given a couple of coins worth thousands for a kid bracelet worth maybe $5. Yeah, fools in their money. Man, people stealing from their ding-danging parents. People steal from everybody. But these are simple, cut and dry things, and that's why I called it the pennies from hell. Here we go. Is this all it takes to end our country? I sure hope some terrorizer, true story, doesn't do terrorizer stuff. %80 of this country is going to fall over and faint. Poor old Donald Trump's going to be sitting up in their White House all alone. There were a bunch of passed out people all around him. But I am happy for it if it's all it takes for me to get a really good look at the fact that why are they this way? Our entire government, employees and electeds, because they've been coasting along status quo for too many decades.
Well, I mean, it's right up there. It's talking about, you were mentioned Orwell earlier. There's a big push. Oh, actually, it started a couple years ago. Big push to get yourself chipped with all your personal history in the chip, along with your credit information. So all you have to do is walk by and swipe your hand, and that's your credit card.
Yes. And
I say no.
yeah. Okay, well, would you put it in your phone? InstaPay? I have so many people I know that wander in and out of the Auto Magic stores, and well, it just bills my phone. It took me 45 minutes to get logged into my ding-danging PayPal today. I wonder if they put the lady with the 5 kids that has 2 shopping carts full of ho-ho cakes and bubble sodas. I mean, health food for her and the children.
Yeah.
What if they Insta-pay her 2 grocery carts full of stuff onto your Insta-pay? Because you're in the same radio frequency arena? How long is that going to take you to try to get your money back?
If you can ever do it.
Yeah, I don't trust the things. I'm still a cash shopper.
So I will admit, on the rare occasions, especially when we go to Sam's, being able for Jen to be her own cash register using her phone is convenient. But when she's doing it, there's no one around that could spoof her phone.
I don't know that we've seen any. We're still not big city enough. I have never seen one in Raleigh. I'm sure they have them in Charlotte.
What?
These, you don't even ever have to take the thing out of your pocket. Everything is magic. You wander around.
Oh, I don't trust.
You put stuff in your cart. When you pass through the doorway area, it reads your phone payment system and your items, all the items in your cart, all at once. And everything's just wonderful.
No, it's not.
Well, what if somebody near you is too close to the magic reader wands?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds great in clinical trials where they keep well, we only have one test shopper. So they walk out, they walk in. They walk out, they walk in. Well, did you ever think maybe send 2 through shoulder to shoulder? Well, we just have to have someone at the door not to let that happen.
let's put it this way. I fully don't trust, you know, the though I've used it a couple of times where you order your groceries and then you go to the store and all they do is put them in your car and you drive off. I do that with very small amounts where I can sit there and count them as they're putting them in. And it's
Right.
and very rarely that me because it's a convenience thing. Because going into Walmart sometimes is a circus on its own.
Oh yeah, it always has been to me. It's when I
They gave
could,
us
back before the great COVID,
go
nothing.
24-hour.
Yes, I would take a nap and wake up in the middle of the night, 1 or 2 in the morning, and go do my Wally World
Grocery
Walmarts
shopping, yeah.
at one
I
or
loved
two in
it.
the morning.
We used to have a 24-hour Kroger's, and I would go and do grocery shopping in the middle of the night when most people would be asleep, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Loved it.
And even then, the only problem with
Just like,
that is anybody else that was what I call now going to that place, I call it H3LL Mart. And it's not their fault. It's a very nice, well laid out. They've modernized everything. In my local one,
yeah.
it's my personal experience in their otherwise fine store that they seem to have good self-checkout machines and semi-helpful employees. But just the people that shop there, it makes me have shop rage, which is
Yeah.
road rage that I grew up in Los Angeles.
You're not the only one, and I didn't grow up in Rose because they'll walk out in front of you, uh,
They
bump you
turn
as you're reaching for
sideways.
something.
Yes, they turn sideways no matter how wide the giant store makes their aisles. It's not wide enough for one of our the new petites standing there at a 90 degree with their shopping cart out in front of them so they can lean on it.
Or they'll two of them will park side by side, blocking an aisle that you want to get to because you just want to get that item and go, but they're going to sit
Yes.
there and talk, carry on a conversation like they're in their living room.
Yes. And I get instantly, the only thing I can equate it to is road rage that I would feel in California where I might have to ease into the emergency lane and put the blinkers on and get out of my car. Somehow standing there is okay, but sitting there with your gas needle dripping down on you is not okay.
Uh-huh.
Especially when
Well,
you know there's no reason for this.
it generally happens to me. It's at Sam's and it's on the beef aisle, and I'm looking for beef. But
Where's
they
the
do it
beef?
to or or you're not going fast enough because you're skimming the prices. They go around you, stop, and don't move. But I
Yes.
hate that in traffic too.
Yes.
I've had people do that. Go around you, then slam on the brakes.
It's just one of those things. So I have, and I take the risk. So far, I have not been punished by. I don't know if I'm allowed to say on the YouTube, so I won't. The WAL, Sam Walton's Legacy store.
Yeah. The Great Wall of China, as a friend of mine calls it.
Yeah, that one.
Well, I'm saying
Since the
it's not just
COVID,
that one.
the one thing they have done is free delivery.
Yeah. It's no longer free. You have to unless you
By a
buy
certain
their
amount.
certain amount and or take into their service, which we're trying it out because it was half price. And even then, they hit you up for tips. Okay,
Oh, well,
other than Other than driving it here and delivering it, which you're getting paid for, what special service are you doing that warrants a tip?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that yet. What I mean is, in terms of
We
me,
we we
it's a
use
big step for me to order online
oh, hell yeah.
and pay in
We tested
advance
we
electronically.
test yeah. We tested the waters because of her work schedule and the fact that we only have one car and there was a couple of things we wanted and needed. I had it delivered the next day, but when we were checking out, they said, "Do you want a tip? 5, 10, $20? No tip or special tip?" I went, "No tip." Hmm,
No tip.
um, I don't tip my mailman. Why would I tip you? And I'm
Yeah,
ordering canned
I'll
goods.
just order whatever I got to order from the Amazing.
Now I do like,
They don't
and I
ask for
generally,
tips.
yeah. This thing, somehow Americans have got it in their head that you must tip. No, the only time a tip is included in the cost of your whatever is in Europe. They don't expect you to tip on top because they've already taken the tip out. It's in your bill. Called it gratuity. Just like, you piss me off, you're not going to get a tip. Tip is for service. That means you're doing extra well or something extra special that catches my attention in a good way. And that's my way of saying, I like what you did for me.
Yeah, I used to say I was going to make my gazillions with a countdown clock that doesn't count down time, it counts down money,
Yeah.
like old chess clocks for competitive chess players, where I'll go into a place and say, I have this idea of how much this meal is going to cost me and tell the staff that's doing waiting the tables, your tip starts at, let's just say, $5. This is my button. When I'm sitting here thinking I wish I had some wait staff service, I'm going to push my button and your tip's going to start counting down.
Well,
When you get
that
here with what I was wanting, you can push your button and stop that clock from counting down, but it's never counting back up.
the same friend I had that used to throw his change out the window. He would go. This is when he had money. He don't got money no more because he threw it away.
Throw it out the window.
Uh, uh, we'd go to a restaurant and he'd have $100 in one pocket exclusively for the tip because it was a group of us. About 8. They're going to a decent restaurant, and we'd order drinks and appetizers and the waitress comes up. "Oh, I'm sorry, but y'all not gonna have good service tonight because I'm not feeling so good because I'm mad." And we went, can we see your manager?
Yeah,
We
thanks for
don't
the
want
honesty, but I'll get up and walk out of here. I'll go where I don't get treated like that when I walked in the door.
Yeah. Well, he did something extra rude, but funny at the same time. As we were leaving, after he before as we were going up to our new waitress, and he looked and he says, "You see this? This was going to be your tip," and then handed it to the other waitress.
Yep.
You know,
One of
I
my
was at a
rap quotes around an uncle's one time got really mad, and him and another relative of his, no joke, in the middle, let's say the middle 80s. I think minimum wage then, especially it still is now, $2.13 or $2.15 for a tipped employee.
yeah,
But the real wage was barely above that, even in Los Angeles.
yeah,
Because in 82 and 83, I was making 215, 230 an hour.
yeah,
So around that area, around that era, that piece of time, these two guys, if they went out to eat, they planned to spend money, and part of it, growing up kind of poor and having a lot of wait staff. And the one guy's name was Jesse, and he had
Yeah.
worked long and hard as a waiter.
Yeah.
So when he went out to eat, he expected to pay, if you had 4 people eating at his table,
Yeah.
he'd say you got to tip $5 per person and $5 for a table. So it's $25 tip minimum. And he didn't care how bad they did. He said, they never dragged me down to their level.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
one
was.
time we went out, we had a big party meal, and the wait staff was horrible. And another guy who they were related, and they both had that same philosophy. The whole meal might cost you $18 for your 4 people,
Yeah.
and they would tip 25. One time, I don't remember what it was, but man, and this dude was big and loud, and when he got angry, he was bigger and louder. He ripped that $100 bill off that table and told that lady, "You see this? You see this?" and shoved it right back in his pocket and said,
Yeah.
"That, you could have had that."
Well, I was out with my mother, and it was a Pizza Hut. I still was going to leave at least 15 to 20% tip,
Mm-hmm.
but this waitress was rude and sloppy. I mean, it took me over 10 minutes to get her attention to refill my mom's drink, which was water, but still. And I just wrote a note that says, kindness and politeness doesn't cost you a dime. Your rude and nastiness cost you your tip. Have a
Oh, sir.
nice day.
And everybody else, remember, don't threaten their tipses before you eat,
Nope.
unless you like eating boogers and spit, and grease off the floor and rat turds.
You just mentioned why I'm careful at what fast food restaurants I went to from '08 through '18, because the likelihood of running into a student that might not have cared for their grade.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
At
I didn't
that.
eat at a single McDonald's in Fayetteville that for 10 years. I'm like, I mean, but on the other hand, I and my wife and my father-in-law were eating at a Burger King, and a former student came up to us while we were sitting there eating. I didn't know he was working there, and thanked me for helping him out in school. So I mean, it's a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
But just like
No.
there's a Subway next to one of the police substations. Anytime I'm over there, I make sure I walk in with one of my friends who's a cop. That way I get my meal for cut rate. Haven't done that in a few years, but still. When I'd eat there, I'd make sure I walk in with a friend of mine who was a police officer in uniform.
Good plan.
The other one is I am one of our resource officers for I think it was like on Fridays we'd do this. We'd pool our money together and get a pizza or go get since he was allowed to leave the school grounds, go get some Chick-fil-A or something like that. One time I was like, he was kind of tight between paychecks, and I had just got paid. I gave him the money, and he came back with change, and I was like, "What?" He said, "Oh yeah, they only charged me about 25% of what the meal cost because I was in uniform." Okay.
Oh, we had a good long run. About an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to say I need to go use a little voice.
Me too. Let's take a break. Getting back on it. Getting back. Go back to work. 5 minutes exactly. Back. Just repeating. We did Pennies from Heaven. Bernadette Peters. Pennies from Hades. Let me let her peek just over the top. I have to cover up her chest bumps. They keep drawing my eye. I'm just being honest. Yeah. Now her slip is not showing. Pennies from Heaven. Pennies from Hades. The stress test theory. Giving what I believe is far too much credit, but he's the president. I'm going to give him credit. Anybody out there listening that has the ear of the high and mighty of the Washington set, tell him to steal this. I mean, let me give it to him. Help me give it to him. Him being President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, 45 and 47. If those bums say, sir, yes, sir, to your directives or little quotey quotes or truth social postings, or if you wrote them and used flowery lawyer language to mask that what you are doing is giving them an illegal order. You are ordering them to violate whatever oath they took and every bit of why we have documents. Then either you fire them because they're cowards and butt kissers and they think they're earning something from you, or you order the Congress to fire them and make new legislations to apparently, and we will go long and deep and hard into all the founding documents. It's a series of things that Elizabeth had us get started. George asked about it again yesterday. When are we doing the Constitution? Soon. That's all I can say. We haven't had any React content or views and likes on the Declaration. But tell the Congress, I guess, just like, why do we have to have amendments? Because Americans don't think and never have. And we need an exact set of if this, then that. If this, then that. If this, then
the
that.
amendments, the Constitution says what the government can do. The states wanted a document that said what the federal government was not allowed to do, and that's where the amendments come in.
On all of our silliness of thousands upon tens of thousands or 100,000s of pages of laws, rules, and ordinances and administrative codes.
Yeah.
Apparently we need that anybody acting as any kind of employee at the government can't understand they took an oath not to any man, including their boss in their department, or to their idea of what they think their job is. They take an oath to the Constitution and to us, the people that live under those sets of documents. And so I'm hoping that, against hope, I don't care, the powers that be, the only thing that could come from it is he looked more like a smarter superhero-ish guy. For him to say I was just testing and they all failed the test. All these
Here we go.
butt kissers I appointed places, all they want to do is lick my shoes. They don't want to do anything for you American people, so I fired them. I had to know. Or get Congress to impeach them, ban them, destroy them. Whatever it is.
Let's see. Oath of office. Set forth the following. I, undersigned, do swear or affirm, solemnly affirm, that I will honor, uphold, preserve the Constitution Oh, that's the wrong country. Never mind. Hold on. I found a place that has all of them. Or a lot of them. See if they have the U.S. But they all kind of start off this similar way.
They all say the same thing in our states and in our federal government. Basically, uphold and defend the Constitution. The only one that is written in the Constitution and has a cutout for mistakes is the president.
I do solemnly swear that I will administrate justice without respect to persons and or equal rights to the poor. This is the judiciary oath of judge's office from 1789. And to the writ. And there I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all duties incumbent of me according to the best of my ability and understanding and agreeable to the Constitution and laws of the United States, so help me God. That's a judge's oath. I mean, you can only imagine that the president's oath is much stronger. And yes, the oath of offices
President's
have
oath is written in the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm just saying okay. Oaths of office for various offices have changed over the years. I mean, the military oath has changed over the years. Let's see if we can.
I don't care. Its court says that they swear an oath to the Constitution. I don't care how they play the words.
They all have to swear to uphold the law of the Constitution.
And I don't know if the judges are still allowed to get away with that theft of verbiage. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't care.
Let's see.
People who occupy their minds with these letterings and these careful crafteries of vocabulary. Oh, well, they're all probably the ones pooping bricks into their own trousers right now because Donald Trump's stirring their poop pot that they dwell in. Good for them.
The president,
and great for him.
Oath is, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will take this obligation, that I take this obligation freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. That's the president's oath. There's no room for questioning on that oath. None.
Well, it's written in the Constitution. If they want to change it, they can get it amended.
Where in the Constitution is it written? That's what I want.
U.S. Constitution. Text.
It says Vice President-elect takes a
It's written in Article 2. I don't know what you're reading, but just go to the Constitution. Article 2 is the executive, I believe. Article 1 is the legislation.
Yeah.
Scrolling. Article 2, the executive. In Section 1, Article 2, and don't worry, Elizabeth, we're not going to say, oh, well, we talked about that a little bit one day. Before he enter on the execution of his office, comma, he shall take the following oath or affirmation, colon, dash. Quote,
Yeah.
I do solemnly, hang on, let me start over. I screwed that up royally. I apologize. I'm sorry, Constitution. Quote, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, comma, and will, to the best of my ability, comma, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, period, end quote.
That has to be in the oath, but they have extended it.
They're not allowed to. They don't, nobody says any other than what is written.
Well,
You
no
can go
one can.
back and watch his inauguration.
I hate to say it, no one can hear it. I mean, the mics aren't that good enough to hear him when he swears the oath anyhow. I was just reading the oath of office in which Biden took. Let's see, here's another one. Hold on.
And everybody was real upset. It's another I don't know if you heard it or not. There's many zoomed in pictures and lots of 2-hour videos from upset anti-Trumpers.
Oh, I'm
He
sure.
didn't put his hand on the Bible when he swore his oath.
You don't have to.
It does not say anything in this Constitution about putting your hand on anything.
It says
But the
Article
words
2,
that
Section 1, Clause 8 provides for that the president must swear or affirm to faithfully execute the office of president and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution to the best of the president's ability. Presidents since George Washington have reflected on the oath significant and the burden placed on the president. This is his second inauguration address. Okay. And believe it or not, the military oath that you swear to when you go in to become an armed service is not that much different than what the president has to swear to. It's a bit different, but it's not that. I mean, the president's words are in what you swear to as a military soldier and officer.
and the cutout that you read, that I don't know, they probably have stolen it and added it because no one else's oath is guaranteed in the Constitution.
Yeah, this was
The cutout that I like to lie to myself and say we only allow this to our president is,
Yeah.
but you just said judges, of course, adopted it for themselves. To the best of my ability, with a capital A.
Section 1, Clause 8 is what I was reading. Before the entering of the before entering on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath of affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm. That's been added. Affirm.
No, it's right
That I
here in
will.
Section 1, Article 2.
Article 2, Section 1, Clause 8. That I will faithfully execute the office of President, you read it, of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. End of statement. Boop.
Right.
That is what.
It doesn't say anything, and if it does say to the best of my ability in other people's oaths, then I guess we need to get somebody involved in no, oh no, you held yourself out for that. If you want to be a judge, it's not to the best of your ability. We need to hold you to the higher standards based on your training and education and or just your word. But we don't need you to do we don't need you to do the best you can. Our president cannot be a jack of all of those trades required to be the executive of the United States of America.
Well, that's the reason the original oath of judges, it goes into a little bit more to you about holding prejudice against rich or poor and things of that nature. Okay, here we go. This might be .mil. See, the enlisted person's off. You have to state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same, and will obey the orders of the President of the United States and orders of they either changed because it used to be lawful orders of officers appointed above me according to they did change it, according to regulations and uniform code of military justice, so help me God. Okay, they've changed it a little bit. It used to be lawful orders. When my brothers got sworn in, it was lawful orders.
That's all right. Because what is the first part of that swearing or affirming to? The Constitution.
Yeah. And then obey all order and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and will by true allegiance and faith to the same. I obey the order. See, it used to be all lawful orders of the President of the United States and all officers above me. The officer's oath is I will be appointed an officer in and it leaves it blank for the different branches of the United States and dedicated to above in grade of blank. It's left for something. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same. So enlisted and officers have that same oath. I will take and obey freely without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of office upon which I'm about to enter, so help me God. That's one reason officers, generally, if I remember correctly, they have to take this oath every time they are promoted. So if you're a lieutenant, you take it. If you become a captain, you have to take it again. When you become a major, you take it again. And most of the soldiers, I admit to knowing, also say, just because I'm no longer in the military doesn't mean I've let go my oath. Because unlike some politicians, the people I tend to hang with take the oath much more serious than Congress does.
And all these employees, I call them all employees.
Yeah.
Because they all are. They take a compensation and they're supposed to be up there doing a job. None of them, not elected, not selected, not appointed, and not hired.
But
are up
see,
there doing, because none of them take seriously, which is why I call it pennies from hell, because it's just
yeah,
a reminder to me that this is how the office of an administrative or whatever in our government, an appointee like the secretary that the president may or may not have given any kind of order or anything to. The oath of office for U.S. government official includes a pledge to uphold the Constitution and faithfully perform duties of office. This is just AI overview.
yeah,
The components are bullet point 1, a promise to support and defend the Constitution. Bullet
yeah.
point 2, a promise to bear true allegiance to the
The con.
Constitution. Bullet point number 3, a promise to take the obligation freely and without reservation.
Yep.
Bullet point 4, a promise to faithfully perform the duties of the office. To the best of your ability? No, faithfully. And number 5, a promise to execute the powers and trusts of the office to the best of one's skill and knowledge.
Well,
That
that maybe that.
softening needs to go. If
Well,
you
that's because
don't
that's not how
like to
AI
be
is lying to
the,
you because that's not how it's written.
if you don't like being held to the highest possible standard with no room for mistake, then stay the hell out of my government. Dang it, I said that H word again. Heck, stay the realm of Hades out of my government. Appointment affidavit. Here it is. You can fill it out in PDF format. Fill it out yourself.
Okay, the oath of the
Blah de
Senate and
blah
the
de
House.
blah. Do solemnly
It,
swear or affirm that a oath of office. I will support
okay,
and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, semicolon, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, semicolon, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, semicolon, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. There is
yes,
nothing about skills or abilities or educations.
exactly. That's my point. There's
That
nothing in there. AI was lying to you. It has nothing about to do with skills. It's plain, it's simple, and that's one reason if we had we have justification to get rid of almost everybody in the House and the Senate because they're not obeying their oath of office. And when they take it and they break it, that's a form of perjury. Because when the Congress and the Senate take their oath of office, it's before a judge. So when they break that oath, they are committing not only perjury. I'm gonna use a strong word here. You could make a case for them committing treason against the United States.
and that's why you said a while ago about the judge thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to find them more up to date. If they're still using that and it says to the best of their ability, no,
I'm
no,
look
no. That crap's got to go.
oathus.com, Senate's oath of office. This is for the Senate and the House of Representatives oath of office. This is their site or our site. It's the government site.
If it's a .com,
.us.
I don't know that it is.
No, this is .us.
And the one I'm looking at is for everybody not elected. This is any kind of hired.
Yeah. And how many of them break that? That's my point.
Right, and yeah, and that goes back to the whole point of if the judges are swearing an alternate that says the ability thereof, or the best of their ability, no, no, no. If you don't like it, to hold yourself to the highest possible standard, then don't be a judge in our federal government service. You go wherever it is you go, that, yeah, whatever. Go work at one of your private law firms where you just steal from your clients anyway.
Okay. According to 28 U.S. Code 438, oath of justices and judges. Each justice or judge of the United States shall take the following oath of affirmation before performing the duties of his or her office. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will administer justice without respect to persons and equal rights to the poor and the rich, and will faithfully, impartially discharge and perform all duties incumbent upon me as, whatever the title of the judge, under the Constitution and laws of the United States. So help me God. Boom. That's a U.S. judge and justices, justice being one of the Supreme Court justices.
And
That's
circuits.
the oath they take. SCOTA. That's the oath they take.
Good.
As well as federal judges. Now,
Yeah.
how many of them break that oath? A lot. Again, it doesn't say anything to the best of your ability. But it does say impartially.
Right.
And one of the things we have found, for the most part, modern judges and justices aren't impartial. And like I said, that is 28 U.S. Code 453, Oath of Justices and Judges. And that came from, Cornell EDU, Cornell Law School. But it cites where you can go if you want to go search the records.
Yeah, Cornell is pretty good and stays up to date. So yeah, it all goes back to somebody tell Donald Trump, if the minions, if the goofs, if the kids that think, oh man, if I do this for Donald Trump, he'll love me and he'll squeeze me and he'll take me home and call me George and let me rub up against Melania. And you guys think I'm being funny, go look left, look right, look at co-workers and peers wherever you work. There's some fool in wherever you work that thinks we all call them suck-ups and brown nosers, and what the heck is wrong with you? The boss is not gonna give you his home.
Now, I'm narrowing the field a bit. This is for North Carolina. Their oath. I, do solemnly swear and sincerely swear. I do solemnly and sincerely swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities in which are or may be established for the government thereof. And I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me God. That's just the North Carolina's judge.
Yeah,
We
North
need to do away
Carolina
with that
is
knowledge
crud.
and ability. Huh?
Oh, and the endeavor. You know what endeavor means? Try. I'll
I know.
try. No, that whole
And
thing
that's
needs to be
under
trash canned.
that's under this General Statute, Chapter 11, Section 7.
You can try harder. How about that? If you don't like
Yeah.
it, don't hold yourself out for those offices, including elected. Don't run.
Well,
If you
our
can't
judges,
if you can't hold yourself to the highest possible standard and promise to yourself and the people honestly that you
well,
can hack it, you will do this job, and you have a full comprehension of everything that entails, you better not take it. In my world, that doesn't exist and has never existed on any world.
and it says under Section Chapter 11, Section 7.1, who may administer the oath of office. Okay. There's a bunch of people, including Register of Deeds, City Mayor, blah, 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 blah. That's unimportant. But all our judges, our Supreme Court judges in North Carolina, are elected officials.
Yep.
They have to run for that office. Most judges, I mean, even, local court, Superior Court, those are elected officials.
Yep.
And it says 1781 circa or C 342 comma S period 1 comma a bunch of the stuff or what book to go look it up in if you had a big huge legal library to go look it up in.
Yeah, and that's called the internet these days.
Yeah, we can find it faster.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In fact,
Well,
here's what a lot of people don't understand. In North Carolina, attorneys, lawyers have, if they're going to practice law, have to take an oath.
all states, every state that has a bar,
Well,
which is every
I can't
state, has an
I
oath.
can't speak for everything. I can't speak for. I can just speak for what I'm reading, which is North Carolina. And it says I, AB, which means their name, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will well and truly serve the state of North Carolina in the office. Okay, this is the Attorney General's one. But there, I mean, it's there are the Office of Attorney General, District Attorney for the United States, or Attorney of the state in which the country of I will, in the execution of my office, endeavor to have the criminal laws faithfully and impartially administrated so far as in me lies, according to the best of my knowledge, ability. See, we need to get rid of that knowledge and ability. If you
And
don't have the
endeavor.
knowledge, don't take the office. Endeavor. I will. I
Yep.
mean, we got clerks of Superior Court have to take an oath. Commissioners of real estate have to take an oath. Grand jurors have to take an oath. Justices and judges or magistrates of the general courts have to take an oath. Register of Deed has to take an oath. Secretary, the sheriffs, law enforcement. Oh, here's one. The state has a law enforcement one. Let's see if we can audit the audit with this one. I, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will be alert and vigilant to enforce the criminal laws of this state that I will not be influenced in any manner or accounts of persons bias or prejudice, that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of my office as a law enforcement officer according to the, here we go, according to the best of my skill and ability and judgment. So help me God. Very few, if any, law enforcement officers follow their oath of office.
And it's again, you can go back and listen to all the previous streams. The only one I truly remember, how many times you repeat a thing, as many as it takes.
Yep.
The 10.5 hours on the Supreme Court thing, that the immunity ruling doesn't say what anybody thinks it says, except apparently Donald Trump understands it. That the problem with all these things like this oath, I don't know why they wouldn't have taken into an account, but I guess they were of better fiber and fabric, the people that wrote these things 300 damn years ago.
Nearly 300. Almost 250.
Most of these are just carryovers from the mother country. Some of those oaths are 600 years old.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that. Well,
So the point of it is that whenever anybody gets or sitting around looking at those things, they don't take into account living in the here and now, that everybody is some form of outhouse lawyer where they're looking for their cutout. They're looking for their excuse. Well, it says I'll try. We must update, amend, and bring to current these things to not give anybody an out.
right. As well as law enforcement, whether they're sheriffs, or you should say state investigators, state patrol, highway patrol, state police, sheriffs, police chiefs, police officers, deputy sheriffs, whatever form of law enforcement, there needs to be a national standard. Now, the states can make it tougher, harder than the national standard, but not easier than the national standard. And what I mean by standard, I mean not just a physical standard. I mean a IQ standard and a educated standard. So because they give out standardized testing when you apply for the police force. I don't know who makes their test, but in the process of training, you need to have a national standard, state standard, and the state standard should be tougher than the national standard, as well as a national registry for law enforcement that says if you get fired for just cause, or you get fired, you can't. Excuse me. Hold on. I'm getting a little too excited. My stomach's doing flip flops.
Oh,
You should not be able to go to the next county, the next town, hell, the next state, and just get a job. If you go to the next state, you have to start from the bottom rung. If you've been fired, start from the very bottom. As in, you're now a recruit at their BLET. Can you qualify to even go to BLET? Basic law enforcement training, people. That's their police academy.
post in other states, all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm just saying a national basic law enforcement training standard.
Yeah,
BLETS.
they'd fight for 27 years over. Some of the states call it police officer standards and training post. And places
Well, I
like North
remember that
Carolina call it basic law enforcement.
back in the 80s when I was first in the criminal justice field, there was a big push in law enforcement to get a national standard of laws governing law enforcement officers and to make them more professional, less fly by the seat of their pants, I'm the law, less judge, dread, protect, and serve, more professional. And then 91 came along and the law enforcement took a hit. Then 9/11 came and we took an even bigger hit. And when we took the hit, the ones that stayed behind, not all, but the majority of them were the bottom of the barrel. And who were the trainers? The bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
Just like the PPSB needs to go back under the Department of Justice. Get back from where it is now. Put it back under the Department of Justice, which is where it was in 96. So that there's less of this, I don't like you, you go against my company, so I'm going to do this. Talking about the board.
Well, that all went on just as much. Shoveling them around doesn't make a difference.
Well, as an investigator, if the board didn't satisfy your grievance, you had somewhere above the board to go. But I don't know when, probably after 2002, or 2001, when I stopped being an investigator, is when they moved it over to its own separate entity unto itself.
Oh no, it's still just an office run amok. Now in public safety, used to be an office at DOJ, Department of Justice. North Carolina, not federal.
Also,
And all
when
that
it comes,
changing the name at the top of the letterhead, that's not the problem. The problem is everybody in the office.
probably, I think in order to be a member of the board, you shouldn't be allowed to own a security company or private investigating firm.
But
You need to be something separate unto yourself. And if need be, make it an elected position held by people that you govern, such as security guards, investigators, security camera people, all that. They're the ones that should, since they're the ones that have to live with what your rulings, they should be the ones that vote for who you're doing it.
yep, I guess. But to finish up on the previous, I'm going to state again. It is my hope, if we have to measure hope in my government, including our current president, out of a scale of 100, he gets a 1. But he gets 1. Everybody else, the whole Congress, gets a 0 combined.
Or negative.
It is my hope that Donald Trump is testing or asserting whether anybody that went up there smooching on his hiney and handing him millions of dollars to get positioned where they are positioned understands even the little tiny oath. Never mind everything else about your office. Are you BSing me so you can have a big job and stand near me? I don't believe that he's that smart or sophisticated. But I'm going to hope and I'm going to pretend somebody get it to him so he can claim, hey, I was just testing them all. If the Secretary of the Treasury or any employee of the Treasury or the Mint said, well, Donald Trump said, and turned off the machines that mint our coins, that he would rain holy terror upon them, fire them instantly for cause, and sick whatever is left over of our Department of Justice and FBI on them, and have them charged with interfering in the commerce. A federal felony. And then make everybody understand he is allowed, written in the Constitution, to the best of his ability, to try. The rest of you applied for or held yourself out as totally qualified, including understanding that when you swear an oath to the Constitution, you've at least looked at the damn Constitution.
Yes, and read it.
Otherwise, don't do something that hurts all of us collectively because you're a goofy imbecile, in the words of the founders, that thinks you're going to get some kind of plaque on your wall signed by His Royal Majesty Donald Trump himself for you doing the magic illegals and hurting all of America because you just wanted to get pat on the head by him while you're down on your knees behind him kissing his bum. Stop it, you small-minded, tiny little people. Anyway, that's my thought, my hope. Somebody who can get a hold of that ear, not the hurt one that was shouted. The other side. Melania, please. Go tell your dude to stop saying things. There are thousands of goobers in this country that are going to hurt all of us in their extremely low IQ, misguided, what they heard that is not what he said. Please, somebody, or get him to stomp on one or two or three severely, because all the rest of them are all of a sudden going to go, oh, yep, it did take a drastic lesson, but we finally got it. That ain't the Democrats up there saying, do whatever you want to do, I love you like a parent, and you can do no wrong, you're my little babies. Because that's a huge part of what's wrong with our country. Nobody up there was put up there except for the secretary or acting secretary until the Congress gets done playing that theater. That's another one. Congress, Senate, this is all up to the Senate. Just stop it with the hearings. Just vote yes. I've been crying this for how many weeks now? Since the 20th of January. Stop it. Just vote yes and be done with this. Don't drag anybody else up in there to do theater. Go do some Congress work. We have until sometime in March before your stupid continuing resolution, because you guys can't make a budget, runs out. Vote yes, go make a budget. I wish that he was a dictator, because he could then be begged. I'm sure I could get petitions for that. Flood Trump and Musk with petitions to declare an emergency and order Congress into chambers, and they may not leave until a budget comes out, all the way through fiscal 25-26. Go get it done, and you may not leave. Because if we really had a king, that's how it would be. But rule of law, Donald, man, if only Donald, you know who would all of a sudden work without a paycheck and impeach him? If only him and Elon Musk could turn off their paychecks and payments. I've said that before. I wish. I wish all those big brains all around all of it could figure out some way for him to just shut off all the funding in the Congress. You guys really want to do it? Do it in the damn dark and for free. Service to your nation. And when they don't show up anymore because they're not getting paid, well, he's the commander of the military. Call in the military and appoint them to be fill-in Congress until the states can hold elections again. Because they swore the same oath. And not all of them. There's plenty of them that are flubs these days in America. We don't understand it. But they're better than Congress. In my space opera. Yada, yada, yada. And again, it might just be me. Maybe I'm the only one. If he is just truly testing and asserting something to help the one of me see how exactly broken this country is, I knew, but this sure does help. Like me formulating the idea that why are they like that? Why are the federal employees employees so bad? Because they're children. They didn't abdicate or vote their king. They are truly not adults. I have figured out, thanks to Donald Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Because they are children and they truly believe that POTUS is their daddy. Their problem is they think Donald Trump is their bad stepdaddy. They've had too many Democrat daddies up there who might not be men-style daddies. They're modern era emasculated men that they call mommy, who love them unconditionally. The worst that they could possibly get is a finger shaken at them. And then mommy will feel so guilty for having said bad kid that mommy will give them an ice cream, an extra one. Yep, true story. That's why, according to me, in my humble opinion, probably wrong. According only to me. And the fact that backs that up to me is I've been saying this about all of our government employees, state, local, federal, county, for all of my life, but in particular in the federal, and coming from California, they don't call governor governor. That's daddy. Daddy, give me some money. I need a car. But they've all been there since before he inaugurated. He's not responsible for them. Somebody else hired them and accustomed them to this spoiled, rotten brat lifestyle. Oh, wait, that would be Joseph R. Biden, who, if he was any kind of leader, an executive, an adult, none of this stuff would be happening. He would have made sure, like I said, all the way back from November when we started these live streameries. Well, Donald Trump says and wrote that he's going to do all these things. Let me make sure that none of those things happen. None of them could figure out how to make sure that none of these things happen. They just truly believed, oh, you know how stepdaddies do. They're talking about, make you do this and make you do that, and then mom gets in between you and the evil step monster daddy. Oh, sorry. No, Donald Trump's your daddy. Who's your daddy? Donald Trump. I mean, your president. Thank you, Donald Trump, helping me figure out another way to say something I've thought my whole life. And thank you for splashing the swamp and making them all jump. Oh, that was a big sound. Because it's teaching me every day. Man, all he has to do is True Social in the world, the United States world, comes utterly unhinged. You better take a good look around yourself. You got some cans of food in your thing that don't require electrical refrigeration? Because what if a solar flare comes and you can't iPhones or Android phones? I don't play preferences. Some dude saying something about your pennies got you all freaked out. Holy smokes. What are we going to do with a real emergency? Man, should we hello photo Melania? Oh no. She's a long way out from her modeling days, and we can't show some of her modeling photos. Besides, she's the first lady now. It's utterly disrespectful. I refuse. Even though I'm the one who brought it up. What you think, George? You ready to get me off of this soapbox?
Well, I was looking at different soapboxes, but that's okay. I'm planning. I'm doing some planning because not only I wouldn't mind doing uh the U.S. Constitution as we've been talking about. I wouldn't mind doing a deep dive in the state of North Carolina's Constitution.
Yeah. These times are coming someday. I'm looking
Well,
back at the lovely Bernadette Peters' face, eyes, mouth,
well,
nose,
a prime
hair,
example
champion hair.
in our modern military, you must be 18 or 17 with the permission of your parent to join the U.S. According to what I'm reading right now, under Chapter 127A, Article 1, and it deals with organized and unorganized militias in North Carolina. You must be 17 years of age and exempt from bearing conflict of felony discharge. In other words, you can't be discharged dishonorably discharged from the military. You can't be a felon. And I've been just skimming over some of it
And
because
what is
under
this?
Hunt,
Military
it's
service.
organized militia in North Carolina. I'm just looking at North Carolina right now because Hunt did away with the unarmed organized militia when he was in, saying it was against the North Carolina Constitution to have an armed militia. And that's what I was led to believe, but I'm trying to find it right now as we're talking about all these other things. And they have the North Carolina Constitution in PDF. And I was kind of going over the different sections, looking for what I'm looking for. Oath of members, President of the Senate, and there are a lot more sections. I mean, there's 14 articles in the North Carolina Constitution that I found, and each one has numerous sections.
Well,
So while you were doing that, I'm doing a little planning and investigating.
very good. And while you're doing that and talking about it, I'm staring at Bernadette Peters and getting all light and fluffy again. Maybe we'll hello photo her again. No, we won't. We will. We will pick someone else.
Yeah. Just one of these, if you're not willing to learn about it, don't gripe about it. That's, I'm just putting that out. That's for me. If I'm not willing to learn about it, I shouldn't have the right to gripe about it. But I'm willing to learn. I just got to find it.
Man, you're free in America to sound as low IQ as you want to. Go right ahead. Don't expect too many people to audience you.
I don't. I mean, just like
I don't mean you. I
think,
mean anybody on planet Earth who ever hears this.
I really would like for us to do the U.S. Constitution, because there's so many misconceptions of what's in the U.S. Constitution, what it says, the difference between the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, or the amendment. Like I said, the Constitution focuses more on what the government can do, what their duties are, and things of that nature, whereas the amendments are what the government can't do. There are our protections from the government, especially the first 10. Why are the first 10? And why are they in the order that they are, historically speaking? Is because when the states were requested to send in what would they like to see in the amendments, all the states sent it in, and number 1, that's what they all agreed on. Number 2 was the second most important, and so forth and so on.
Yeah. Elizabeth said in the chat, I agree. I also think that most people have been conditioned enough to be just fools and slave mentality rather than learn their rights and stand up for them. Yep. Yes, it is conditioned. This has been going on. You can go listen to, thanks to my channels and thanks to Elizabeth's prompting. Go listen, read, study the Declaration. Especially the part about the many or myriad, or I don't remember the exact words, agents. That's employees of the government.
Yeah. A prime example of, even North Carolina used "we the people" preamble. North Carolina has its own preamble. Declaration of Rights. That's Article 1. And the first one is equality and rights of the person. We hold in it to be self-evident all persons are created equal, and that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, the enjoyment of the fruits of their own labors, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the U.S. Constitution. It's not the, I mean, the North Carolina Constitution, not the U.S. Constitution. Which says a lot about the now this thing was redrafted. There's things added and taken out of this back in 1865 when North Carolina was having to redo their constitution in order to rejoin the Union. But a lot of this is also left over from the North Carolina's originally founding fathers of the United States. They knew what the U.S. Constitution said, and they went, "We like that, but we want to make it more ours."
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure we are perfectly capable of repeating this later, or we'll just clip this little section
Okay.
and add it to the other ones whenever they get
Not a,
done. But it's also, and I have had, when I have had these discussions, I can think of one in particular, like in 1985, politics or governance class or government class, or, one of them required classes,
yeah.
where me saying, where do you think those signers came from?
Well,
From
Miss,
Washington, D.C.?
yeah.
Everybody that wrote and signed that damn thing came from one of the states.
Yep. Due
And
to my
people are like, huh? No way.
yes way.
They came
Due to
from
my
Washington. The capital's in Washington. Oh, gosh.
No, at that time the capital was in Philadelphia.
Yep.
But anyhow, that's the history side of me, the historian / history teacher.
Yeah, me too.
Due to
Just not a
misfortune,
teacher. Just an observer of facts in this world.
I'm just saying, I'm very fond of the history side because the history tells us why we do things the way we do.
Why?
But due to the misfortune, when I was in high school, it was not required to have a government class.
Well, mine was college.
Now, I had quite a bit of government and law in college. That's the reason I qualified to be a history teacher, but I had more, I was closer to being an art teacher than a history teacher. So that's what the principal hired me to do, was teach art.
And to
Anyhow,
answer my own
but
anecdotal true story, it happened in a college level class.
outside of school, well, I was going to say, anyhow,
Now they're
outside of
all on
school,
the screen.
my parents and grandparents made sure I knew what my rights were and what the Constitution, the Bill of Rights and things of that nature said for my own self-worth and self-defense. And yes, in junior high and high school, it got me out of some troubles when I got called, "What are you, a slimy lawyer?" I said, "No, I just know someone that knows. I'm just someone that knows their rights."
Elizabeth said that
But
old motto, you can take the ... out of the whatever, but you cannot take the ... out of the person. True.
the
And
problem,
who conditions us?
yeah, I'm
That
just
is
saying,
the whole basis of any 12-step program. Yeah, it starts with you. When you're done blaming your parents and your grandparents and your state and your environment, then you get around to, oh, maybe I have just been another goat in a herd of goats and going along to get along and getting away with whatever I got away with, but I don't get away with it anymore. Oh, now it's
Not
time to.
not blaming blame. I'm giving them credits. The people that gave me my foundation of wanting to learn, even with despite my learning disability, whereas my grandparents and my parents. I think that's also the reason, even when I'm not a teacher, I become a teacher because I
Right,
think
and
everybody should know these things.
either you heard us wrong or I heard you wrong. But no one was saying that you have to blame anybody or whatever, sir. That there was a
Well, I'm just saying I
deficient at
wasn't.
you. We were talking in general.
Okay.
Or what you said didn't lead us to that. We were just both
Uh,
talking about the fact that for many, many, many generations,
oh yeah. And
people
I come from a
don't have
long
to take
line.
any responsibility, and their parents. And you can go back and listen to previous ones. George understands. He was a teacher in public schools, and for the bad kids, the alternatives or
Yeah,
remedials.
but I
He
was a
he has
teacher.
met many of these that
Yes.
people don't get any education at home. They get smacked or
Yeah.
worse for not
Um.
doing what they're told this minute or doing it wrong or not fast enough. He understands. He knows.
Yes. Um. That's why I said I'm not laying blame. I'm giving them credit because they help me become who me is.
Yep.
They're
Yeah.
not to blame. Anything I do wrong, I'm exclusively to be blamed.
If blame
Uh,
is necessary. If it's a mistake, it's a mistake.
yeah.
Oh, we lost
But
number three. Come back,
I
number
give them
three.
credit. I give them kind of credit for my some of my stubbornness. That's genetic. I come from a long line of rebels, dating back pre-American Revolution. uh, and that's the reason in our family we take oaths very, very serious.
An
That's the
old.
reason even in play when
Mhm.
in the SDA you're supposed to swear fealty to this person who's king for the 6 months. I refuse to do it. I will when I play in the SCA. I never really took a knee to anybody because this is play. Me taking a knee means it acknowledge that you are over me. You're not over me. That's my stubborn streak. Uh, and that's probably one reason I still don't play that game no more. Uh,
I
the
left the
people
names
I'm
up
loyal
there for a
to,
long time. Put the
pardon
ladybug
me?
back up. I said I left the names and the states up there for a long, long time. Now I'm putting the ladybug back.
Okay.
And if I shouldn't call her that, I apologize. I just call all. I don't care. If an obviously guy who claimed that he identifies as a she, her, woman's told me that, I would say, all right, ladybug.
Yeah.
It's what I do. It's a me thing. And then, yep, I
Well,
apply it equally. I've told my tale before. Here, I'll tell it again.
well,
After
before
months at a
Mission,
certain
before
security site, a very, very looked like a woman and wore woman's clothes, except for, a little 5 o'clock shadowish and deep voice.
before misgendering was a thing, talking back in the 90s, there's been a couple of events that I was working so hard and so fast and we're doing with so many customers that I have accidentally called a ma'am a female a sir and a sir a ma'am because how may I help you, ma'am, or how may I help you, sir. But when you're working so hard and so fast, you barely have time to organize your cash box and or you're running out of bags because you're selling so much stuff. I've had those incidents.
Yep.
It's so easy to get caught on. Your brain is actually dealing with the last two customers you dealt with versus the one that's directly in front of you.
Yeah. And the end of my
And it,
story is one very long night, me getting ready to leave because it was an overnight thing, and I'd been all day trying to manage an office and then all night working a shift at the place. And this person dressed up in very womanly, very everything, said whatever, good morning, sweetie, honey, sugar ball, or whatever. It's very common here. People get offended, but that's how people around here do. And I said, you too, ma'am. And had to talk to management and go to a class because that was a transvestite, not a whatever a trans is short for now, all of the possible things. That's a
transgender.
man. Yes, that. That's a man who dresses as a woman. How dare you call him ma'am? True story.
Well, they started confusing the lines between a transvestite and a transgender. If you have the man parts, but you dress as a woman, you're not a transgender. You're a transvestite.
And I don't know, they had never declared themselves to me in any way, but I don't care.
So you go
So
by what you see and what you recognize. That's the reason you go, excuse me, I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am, or excuse me, I'm not a ma'am, I'm a sir. You don't got to get explosive about it.
and I already knew, I know what era I live in. And Elizabeth, it's all your fault. I have explained to many, many, many. I didn't have a lot of rules as a child. The ones I had that were very clear from the beginning. And if it appears to be a man older than you, it's sir. And especially if it's your own mother and appears to be woman older than you, it better be ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And
Yeah,
my mother
exactly.
was very serious about the politeness and the propriety of
I think that's more of our
that.
generation
Yeah, and
because
America claims to have grown out of it.
no.
Okay, whatever. I try, but I was very fatigued. I'd worked like 36 hours straight, and it
Yeah,
slipped
exactly.
out. I swallow my ma'ams and sirs. Okay, thank you. Mm.
Well,
It's,
I was doing the Highland Games up in Estes Park, Colorado, and I was going, sir, I was using sir and ma'am, and thank you, ma'am, or thank you, sir. Uh, Anything else I can help you with? And being very polite. And one of the lady customers asked where was the store from, and I started to say, well, the store's from Texas. I'm from North Carolina. But before I could get that out, the guy next door says, they're from the South. Can't you tell? They're saying Sam and ma'am and sir and thank you and come back again. Have a nice day.
I
And
know what's up. See that I put, and I meant her, but just in case
yeah,
she changed her mind about her pronouns, I put Madame asterisk. Your slip up is showing like a mistake. Your slip or your slip up. Because I talked already about I try and like at least 5 times now. I'm counting on my fingers, sorta. I've
but
used.
I think that's more of a generational thing at times or upbringing than it
Yeah.
is a regional.
Oh, it is because I'm from LA and my mother taught me. Star,
And that's probably one reason
ma'am,
you couldn't.
star is non-gender specific.
And that's probably one reason you managed to fit into the great metropolis of Dunn, North Carolina, so easily.
Oh, yeah. I call it Duntropolis. Speak it into being. Because, you know why? Like she typed up in the chat.
I remember
You
a
can
time
take
when
the
Boone,
Goofy out of Los Angeles, but you can't take, or Metropolis. You can take the Goofy out of Metropolis, but you can't take the Metropolis out of Goofy.
see, I remember when Campbell University was almost as big as the entire Dunn.
Oh, yeah. Campbell School, Campbell College. Now
Back
it
in,
has multiple campuses.
oh yeah, back in 76, the early part of 70, no, latter part of 75, they were putting on a play about Morris Creek Battleground, and our regiment was asked to be the honor guard, the governor's honor guard as he enters the play. That's when I first got to rub elbows. I was thinking 9 to 10 years old, holding the flag. Got to meet the governor of North Carolina. At that time, when you're that young, that's a big deal. Later on, I got to meet General Westmoreland. Had the flag presented handed to me by the Duke of Argyle that summer. I mean, it's like, wow. I mean, it's just one of those things that I took it for granted. It's just something we did on the weekend until I started having teachers doubt my word of what I'm saying is true, and I had to bring them in proof.
Yeah, some things you can't have it in writing. As much as I like to squawk about it.
Well, sometimes if you have it in writing, they don't believe you, or you have photo evidence.
Oh, yeah. They're just going to deny it. You Photoshop that these days.
Yeah, these days.
How do I know that that's not a forgery? Okay, whatever.
That was the hardest lessons, and I don't think I've yet learned it really, that my parents and my brother tried to instill in me is to let the teachers live in ignorance. And I said no, because if I let the teacher live in ignorance because she's spouting the wrong things, that means the students are learning that same wrong information.
Yep, and there it goes. People can't know what they don't know. You know, Elizabeth asked, who conditions them that way? All of us, society, but we're doing a big college effort right here. We have millions of followers and thousands of fans right now. No, no
We
saying.
inspire for that.
We're doing good work and building up towards it. We're putting in the time. Look how fast we respond to the chats. Man, when we have thousands of people up in here, we're going to have chat moderators. They're going to have to indicate, hey, this one's worth a look at.
Yeah, exactly.
I know how that works.
Let's see.
I want to take a break, but I don't.
See, the old motto can be taken out.
Oh, yeah, I already read it.
Oh, okay. Well, for
Except I
me, when I
don't.
flipped over it, it just flipped up. So I just
Oh,
read
yeah.
it.
It does that sometimes. Maybe somebody typed something and the bot erased it. Sometimes mine just bounces up and down. And of course, I drag it over. I'm ready to read it as soon as it comes in, and there's nothing there.
Looking at this, I have two good sized monitors. I'm looking like I might have to go to a third monitor.
We talked about that earlier when I still don't know when I'm going to take a break. I don't have to tinkle, but the wife is home. She went to go deal with her elders.
See if she needs your assistance.
No. but she'll probably want to borrow my ear for a moment when she gets done with that. It always
Okay.
requires a little bit of this and that and this and that. She has to talk out of her system to me, because otherwise she'd explode over to the elders.
I understand.
Very respectful, very. But all of our talk about the sir and the ma'am reminds me of in somewhere in the 1990s, I got an excuse, and after we take a break, we'll look it up. Because I don't remember who else is in it. We'll do a movie madness on Soldier, starring Kurt Russell. It might be
Oh, yeah, that's
The
a good one.
Soldier. I don't remember. We'll find out after the break. I'm not even going to look it up now. But that would be a good movie, man. I really like that movie. It's probably very low rated. People hated it, and not for any politics or anything. It's just it didn't do well. It flopped.
Well, a lot of movies I like don't do necessarily good at the box office,
Yeah,
or
me
definitely
too.
are take a hit from critics.
And some of them, and I don't know where it's at anymore. I saw it once since it was new, but I cannot remember when. It's been a long time since I've seen Soldier. Let's look it up at YouTube. Hey, YouTube, do you have Soldier? I better put
19,
Kurt Russell.
1998.
YouTube has it for buy or rent.
Uh,
When we get over to the IMDb after a break, let's do a share, copy, close,
wow.
put it in the chat. Soldier. Nope, not Sildier. Soldier, comma, 1911. My fingers are not cooperating. Buy or rent. You never know. It might be really cheap. I've seen them as low as like 29 cents at YouTube. Rent it. Maybe 39, 49. I think 29. I don't know. I didn't take a screenshot of it. I should have. But then I wouldn't be able to find it. Those are all dumped into folders by year month. Oh, and I forgot to copy the text before I pasted it. After the break, we're going to do Soldier Sir
He
1998.
has,
Buy
as an
or
actor, he
rent.
has 107 credits.
Whoa. Oh man, am I still screen sharing with you, George?
Yes.
Okay. I forgot.
I'm just looking at Kurt Russell's IMDb
Mm-hmm.
site. He has 107 film credits, TV movies, and 2 coming out.
Oh yeah. He's another one. When we're back in man meat mode, Kurt Russell, I don't know if any gals other than when he was in Elvis, he's he played Elvis. And even the Elvis fan ladies were like, "Oh, he did good. I can believe it," and rub their little hands together. Yum yum, Kurt Russell. Good job.
His first credit, he was 9 years old.
Yep.
The Dennis the Menace Show.
Yeah. He's been in much that I really, really like.
His first film was in It Happened at the World's Fair with Elvis Presley.
Yep.
Uncredited. He kicked the boy. The boy
It's,
kicks Elvis. Boom. And he really kicked Elvis in the shin. They said, kick him. He went there and touched him. He says, no, kick him. Whack.
we'll talk about that because after 1998, I got the excuse. Oh, I'm just Kurt Russell's soldier, sir. Spoiler alert. After the break.
Oh, I'm just scanning some of his credits. That's all.
And then YouTube has as sponsored. And I applied for jobs with them last year, but job hunting in America is very difficult right now. Angel Studios. If YouTube will take their money, I'm sure I can mention it because there it is on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm not going to click the stuff. I don't have anything to say about any of their. There's as much, probably just because of the nature of the business they're in. It has
Mm-hmm.
to do with the company, and everybody in it is very Christian. And so no matter what they do, approximately half of this country hates them. I got nothing to say. I don't know. There's not a lot of their movie picture shows that I'm extremely familiar with.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're into good moral, good story, good whatever, they're becoming more and more and more famous. They've been sued by the big boys and won. They won against, I think it was Disney.
He was 17 when he met his soulmate. That's not
Goldie,
when they got together. That's when they met.
Goldie,
Yep.
Angel Studios, lawsuit, Disney. Yes, it's called Disney v. VidAngel. There's a Wikipedia page. That's just back when they were a streaming service. You can go read all about it yourself.
They met each other on the set of the one and only genuine original family band. Now that's a mouthful for a title of a movie.
Yep, both of them. I don't know about now. I don't care. I see like on these landing pages at the tube, someone will have something to say about his big old bellies or something, and they look like highly photoshopped images to me. Whatever. Whatever. There's no denying it's the fact, Jack,
And it's, you know,
that
just
people
like
that are
they,
male attracted have been male attracted to Kurt Russell for almost all of my life. And anybody female attracted at all, a lot of the manly men don't like Goldie Hawn because she's not as giant in the chest as most men claim to need or like or want.
but
But
her,
she is extremely, especially to me. Don't punch my eye, Kurt Russell. Sir, sir, Kurt Russell, don't hurt me.
he knows she's
Wyatt Earp.
attractive.
To
He knows
me,
she's a,
Goldie Hawn is a real lovely. And she can turn it on and turn into, the schmexy.
yeah.
Yeah, it's another one that someone else is going to have to drive the screens if we're going to do the fun,
Well,
photo
as,
hellos and movie madness on Goldie Hawn. Yeah,
as
I'm
a
just going to try to
person,
behave and shut my eyes.
as a person, he's one of the good ones out of Hollywood because he took it upon himself to raise another man's child.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that. I'm not as well
Well, he's not the only
informed
one.
as Mr. George and others, many others. Those EFAP guys I listen to, they do their homework. Or they just
Oh yeah.
know, like you do. And I'm like,
Well,
did that happen on screen? Oh, no, never, I don't know.
Robert
He's,
Aspen Gomez, for those that don't know who I'm talking about, raised another man's son as his own. In fact, the person who played Samwise didn't really get to know his birth father, lack for a better word, sperm, sperm donor, until he was much, much older, as in almost an adult. And I just say, to do that takes someone guts and good faith. In fact, he refers to him, one is his father, the other is his daddy. I
okay,
mean,
I believe I hear Mrs. So we will mark that off and let me go check in with her, take a break, go whistle at myself again,
okay.
fill a beverage container, and when we come back, we will do, no, not taps, fingers, come on. I'm going to separate it out for now. We'll dive into Soldier, sir. Be right back. Oh no, there's the super loud hum again. Seems to fade over time, so we'll hope so. I don't apologize for an extended break. Next time I'll try to remember. Have some of that free YouTube music ready. I wonder, and I do wonder. Back from break, soldier's gonna have to wait a second. Movie madness, including hello photo. Not gonna run down the entire Kurt Russell. We're not going down that road. But we are going to discuss Soldier 1998. But back from the break, I have to first do chat catch up. I see
Good.
there are some.
Good, because there's 156 of photos under him.
Yeah, you said so earlier. 156
756
photos or 156 titles?
credits as film credits as an actor, 107. 756 photos.
Oh, 756. No, we're not going down that road. Not today. Not tonight, dear. I have a headache. I could. We're only 7 hours into this. I probably really could, but I'm not. We'll save that for another day when we are assured
Like I said,
that
he
someone
is
that
one
might like
working
looking at the
fool.
eye candy.
I'm just saying, he's one working fool. He has at least one thing coming out almost every year since he was 9 years old.
Yep.
Sometimes multiple things coming out.
Yeah, I could probably spend 2 hours talking about The Thing.
Yeah.
And it's not that long of a movie. I could spend many more than. Anyway.
The only now I do have I'll say this. I do have a favorite superhero movie. And it's more of a comedy than it is your typical superhero, which is Sky High, which is Kurt Russell. He's not the star, but he's a good supporting actor. And Sky High is about a high school for superheroes and supervillains.
Yep. Elizabeth said some time ago, I don't know how many times ago, I wonder if, as happened with shoes, when they started making them in Korea, the one size fits all is their size. On these keyboards and those smartphone keys, I've never had any problem until my latest computer and newest smartphone, but the keys are just too close together. Dang keys. Yep, I have the same problem. George mentioned A-type, but they don't work on Apples. You have to find a special one designed for Apple. They call them, used to back in the day, call them natural or curved keyboards.
Yeah, or now they're calling ergonomic keyboard.
Okay,
They're
yeah,
back
those.
now. I did find this out because the cat knocked my keyboard down and it broke 2 keys, which I managed to fix. Sort of, kind of went looking for. My keyboard is not produced anymore, but they've gone back to making the split ergonomic keyboards where your hands on one side of the and the other, and there's like a little V shape between the two.
Yeah, those are the kind that I'm used to.
Right there's a space. Those are the ones I
Yes.
originally started off when I liked them. But but most of those are wired keyboards, and I'm looking for a wireless keyboard because I like the ability to move it out of the way.
Yeah, the
'Cause I
one on
only
the
have one
left
desk.
doesn't show a wire, and this is designed for Mac. Has all the Mac keys on it, not the Windows keys.
Yeah. The
And
one that
I
says
guess if you're not looking at the screen, Elizabeth, sorry. If you search for curved keyboard for Apple, you will get these same results on your search. And then
That
the big brand name version for Apple that George uses is called Logitech, but this is the Apple rendition where there's
yeah.
no split in the middle, but everything is spaced further apart. Whether they call it a split, a curved, or an ergonomic. It says
They call that one ergonomic.
wireless wave ergonomic keyboard and mouse. $139 refurbished for the one that works on a Mac. If,
$250 if you can find one brand new unused.
right. You want affordable? Here's one. Brand new, $79.99. I have no idea if a Macaulay, whatever that is, I don't know where that is.
But
It must
I
be
looked at
this
those
one
prices.
listed at Amazon.
Yeah.
It's got
I
good
looked at the
ratings.
prices.
It's
Yeah.
just incredibly expensive.
Yeah. I looked at the prices to do a true replacement on my keyboard, and I was about faint. I spent less than $30 for the two I have. I knew I should have bought more at the time. Just like I have a hard time finding a mouse that fits my hand. They're all too small. They're for people with itty bitty hands.
Yep. And so let's go. Soldier. IMDb. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Red alert. Let me put the rest. Soldier. Sir. It's not called that. That's just me being goofy. Soldier. 1998. You don't get to see that, George. It's not in the Discord. It's in the notepad. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Get off my screen, you stuff. And I have wondered, somebody's audio did something. Was it mine or yours, George?
No, it was me. I was checking my mouse out.
Oh, okay.
So I unplugged it and replugged it.
Let me read the synopsis. And we will study whatever became of the actress or actor who looked like to me, female or woman. I don't know. Pronouns not ascertained. And this is action, drama, sci-fi. It's future, off-world, I think, otherworldly.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even know that it was Paul W.S. Anderson. Hated or loved. And I'm extremely jealous of him because of his wife. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm not. Just kidding. His wife is the lady from Resident Evil. My wife's better. A soldier trained from birth is deemed obsolete and dumped on a waste planet where he is reluctantly taken in by a community of defenseless, stranded wayfarers. We'll look at the pictures in a moment. There's only 132. Here's the spoiler. I wish there was more male attracted. There's a lot more attractive males in this picture show for male attracteds. It has Kurt Russell, but the thing about being Todd 3465 and Kane number 607, I don't know, are they clones or are they just they're
Yes.
born? Oh, they are
They're
clones.
supposedly cloned and programmed from birth.
Yeah, either way, whether they are clones or whether they were just snatched away at birth from from being officially born in whatever way they're officially born, they are raised to be soldiers. And much like, man, my mind is not working.
Universal Soldier?
No. The movie about the bugs. Want to know more? The
Oh,
alien
Starship
Starship
Troopers?
Troopers. Yep. If you go watch Starship Troopers again, that's watch Soldier 1998 and watch Starship Troopers is a lot more fun. And Clancy Brown. What else do you need? But if you don't mind a good piece of drama, well acted and well done, I recommend Soldier 1998. I don't know how many stars to give it. Whatever. I just know it's not a waste of time to me.
They gave it 6.
But also in Starship Troopers, a lot of them, they sir, yes sir. They don't care, man, woman, whatever. In this movie, Soldier, all they know is sir. And they're absolutely programmed from when they're born. Whenever they answer or speak to anybody, man, woman, or child of any genders and sexes, they always comma sir at the end. And that's when it happened. I was so giggly thinking, yep, I'm going to use this movie as an excuse from now on. Whenever people say, don't call me ma'am, don't call me sir, I'm going to say, I was raised to be that way from birth. Go see Kurt Russell's Soldier. That's where I grew up. But most people haven't seen it. So that wore out real quick. John Isaacs, been in much. I kind of recognize his face, but Sean Pertwee, I don't know.
He's been in a lot of stuff too.
Gary Busey, we talked about the other day. One day we'll do the deep dive on Gary Busey.
Yeah.
James
Black
Black. Lots of good
he
stuff.
Yeah, and he's got a new series where he's playing a modern Watson after the supposedly death of Sherlock Holmes.
And I'm
They've
still
only done
not
one episode.
sure. I'm thinking she's the more important one, Connie Nielsen. But they played very fair as KK Dodds. The women in the movie have very important roles. They're treated very well. I mean, in terms of production and political correctness.
Constant Norgard.
Yep.
He's been in quite a bit.
Yep. With the sunglasses on, especially, I don't recognize face or name.
Neither do I.
Or Vladimir Orlov, or Orlov, however you say it.
Elizabeth Dennehy. She's been in quite a bit of stuff.
Yep. The Duffy Gaver guy looks a little familiar.
That Michael Criskley.
Yeah,
At
Chickless.
that angle.
He's Chickles. He's Jimmy Pig.
I'm just saying, at that angle, he kind of looks like, yep, I was right. It's the guy that plays the commish.
Oh, yeah.
The Thing, and
he was very young then. He was in The Shield for 6 or 7 years, which I saw a lot of. I don't remember if I saw all of it. Somebody was so impressed with The Shield, and it's got good numbers that I liked it.
Yeah. I
It's
like
got,
it, but at a certain point, I got tired of it.
yeah, it's
You know,
got
you can
good
only watch
numbers at the
bad cops
IM.
doing bad things for so long.
Yes, it's got good numbers at IMDb. The Shield. Yeah, when you go way back into the 90s and look, who is that? I know him. Yeah. And the people who gave me like the first maybe 3 seasons of The Shield, they didn't even know who he was. They said, because of this guy. Oh, you know him. You know, he's
He's a good
like the
actor.
star of The Shield. I don't even remember his name. His name is Walton Goggins.
Yes,
And we,
he's a very good, diverse actor. He there's a movie where he plays a genetic altered soldier for the government, but he when he talks, he sounds like someone of special needs.
so that's
I don't
who
know.
Michael Chiklis, I don't know. However you say it, Michael Chiklis is. If he turned his face straight on and showed a little more head in his
It'd be
IMDb
easier.
profile photo, everyone would go, "Oh, I know who that is."
Yeah, at that point, I just it needed the commission because that was the first thing I remember seeing him in.
Yeah, and it's another one. We'll be done with Soldier pretty soon, and we'll make a decision. You know, where should we go from Soldier? We're not doing Gary Busey either. He's another working guy.
Yeah, G- Gary plays very good bad guys, very good guys. He's a
Very
very
good.
well-rounded actor.
Yeah, and when, especially since maybe 05, 06 ish, where the participation trophy era, where there can't just be a supporting cast. It's a thing I have noticed. One day maybe I'll get lucky and get to talk to one of the people from EFAP, and we can talk about my prefap idea, and I can point out some of the times where everybody has to have equal talk words, everybody has to have equal screen time, everybody has to have equal facing the camera time. Back in the good old days, a supporting actor was a supporting actor, and if their job was to, be, we looked at what's her name the other day, the famous Breakfast at Tiffany's lady, Audrey Hepburn. Early in her career, she was coat
I
counter
know,
girl, coat
I know
rack girl.
I know you're unfamiliar with the Harry Potter movies,
Yeah,
but for those that aren't, Jack Isaaca, I
Jason Isaacs.
is yeah, he is the one who plays Lucas Malfoy, the father of the Malfoy kid.
So yeah, that sometimes you'll
Uh,
see movies and then if a couple years later, or at least me, I always notice, but
did you ever see The Patriot?
oh yeah, of course, Mel Gibson.
Yeah, he was in that movie. He played Colonel William Tarleton,
Yeah.
Tableton, which is supposed to be Tarlington, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
he's always a colonel. But back on Gary Busey, there's lots of movies where you might tell somebody, "What'd you think of Gary Busey in that?" And they're like, "He wasn't in it." Oh yes, he was, but he did his supporting actor role.
Oh yeah,
He wasn't in there to be the star of the show.
he plays a great supporting actor. He can carry a movie on his own.
Yep. Oh man. And a lot of people tell me, "Man, you just, because it's Predator." Yes, Predator 2 had a good amount of campy, I guess you'd call it, and silly and over the
Yeah,
topery. Sure, it's a movie about a CIA alien space invader that hunts men. How serious do you want me to take it?
That a
In
cop outdoes
a
one.
totally fictionalized, goofy, campy. It was like it's more RoboCop than Predator.
Yeah, where a police officer can do what an entire commando squad could not do.
Right. So anyway, I really like his acting and everybody else's in Predator 2. Don't hold it to the first Predator standard. Hold it to its own standard. But that's
Yes.
just me. Go ahead. You do whatever you do. You do you. And nobody's ever going to convince me not to like Predator 2. Or Gary Busey saying lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. In it. Very over dramatically and seriously overdone. Good job, Gary Busey.
As you said, he was another working man.
Yep. Yeah. One day when I'm feeling fresh and frisky and have a fresh whole pot of coffee, we'll go down either the Kurt Russell or the Gary Busey roll. One thing, Gary Busey, you're not anybody who wants to see man meat goofiness about this, or well, we'll do Kurt Russell one day. There he is. Very well. He took care of himself for a lot of years. Man, look at these tiny little photos. Tiny
But he's
little.
not. I don't remember ever seeing him in a movie where he's bulked out. Well tuned, yes. Bulked out, no.
No. Definitely like in Soldier 1998. He put in the work. He's ripped. He's not stacked. And retained his neck. Here's a more of a bulgy guy. Still owns a
Yeah.
neck though. The fighting stuff they brought in, real
He,
military fighting guys that do a lot of the groundwork, the hand to hand. They call it CQ, close quarters.
well, according to what I'm looking at, Kurt was born in Springfield, Massachusetts, but raised in Thousand Oaks, California.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know where that is. But
It's at
this
the
the guy
edge of the valley.
you were pointing to, Jason Scott Lee.
Mm-hmm.
He born in Los Angeles
Yep. And here they are again doing the
and raised in Hawaii.
choreographed super soldier
Oh yeah.
fighting.
And they have to be wet, so to show the glistening muscles.
Well, yeah. Hey, ladies. And I mean that non-gender. That means ladies with an exclamation point. Means like to look at the men. Maybe have a butterfly in your stomach. They poured the water on them. Guys, at the time in 1998, everyone was like, wow, she is super howdy. Super, hey, who's she? What else has she
Oh.
been?
That guy standing next to Gary, I don't care for.
That's his brother, isn't it?
I don't know.
You're talking about
The
right under
things
the
I've seen him
mouse?
in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his brother.
Oh,
Let
I
me
like
zoom it
I
in.
like Gary. I like Gary better than I do Jake
Yep,
and the
that's
stuff
Jake
I've seen.
Busey. That's his little bro. I've seen him
I
in a
guess you
few
get
things, and I will agree with you, sir. Maybe he's just trying too hard to fill his big brother's shoes.
I guess the last thing I saw him in was an episode of Justified. And his part was funny, and I thought the way they ended his part was funny too. He blew himself up.
Spoiler alert. His super fast. He's got a tattoo on his face. It's got his number.
I don't know if those are clones, because if those are clones, they're very badly done.
Yeah, I don't remember. I suppose you can buy or rent it too, but I forgot to look at the top bar of IMDb about other view options. But
Rent Amazon Prime or buy the DVD Blu-ray
there you go.
on Amazon.
But
But
they
then
have
again,
their
I do.
names and numbers tattooed on their faces, and here's his little. Yes, it's upside down compared to our military, but that's his rank tattooed on his face. I guess you can't get demoted in Soldier Universe. With his super fast reflexes, he snatched the deadly green snake. And here, all of them all lined up, all with their little tattoos on their faces. And lots of muscles. Meat Factory. There it is. There's Gary Busey, looking like a boss.
He's wearing W-2 rank. If he was a U.S. Army uniform, that's a warrant officer too.
And it says American Forces, so I guess this is Futurama, not Space Rama.
Yeah.
I didn't remember. It wasn't that important to me.
I was just looking at the rank on his collar.
Yeah, right there. I don't know how many 3 bars or crooked chevrons are tattooed on Kurt Russell's face.
Sergeant. It's either sergeant, or if it's Navy speak, it would be a petty officer. Second? No. First class. Petty officer first class.
I may have
Do
seen
some
her in
thinking.
other stuff. We're going to find out in a few minutes. Or maybe I'm just thinking, man, she looks mighty familiar. Well, it's probably because I saw a Soldier 5 or 6 times in the theater. They hadn't shut down our little local small town theater yet in 1998. And I had a friend of a friend who worked in the theater, and yeah, Mike could pay once and see a movie a couple times.
The theater, the movie I saw the most in the theaters would have to be Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, because I made all my grandmothers, at least, my aunts, my uncles, my brother, my dad, my mom, take me to see Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, at least, according to Dad and my brother, 5 times, if not 6. That kind of times I saw it on my own.
Yeah, and
The
this
next
guy's
runner-up,
photo on the main screen,
yeah,
Jason Isaacs. Oh, that's the one you talked about.
yes,
But the rest of planet Earth might recognize him better seeing more of him like this.
yes, and in white hair. They'd recognize him if you put a white wig on him.
He has been a very busy guy himself. These are all busy working actors. Man, where did they hide a softball? Softball. He said like a grapefruit or a softball was hiding in that face of his.
I hope he's doing okay now.
Oh yeah, I hope last I ever heard, yeah, he was fine. They got it.
Sounds almost like my sister-in-law had a tumor the size of a grapefruit inside her noggin before they got it all.
I admit, I paused. I was very distracted, thinking, do you require a wet nap, ma'am? You have a dirty upon your forehead. They're all the very serious, and all
Well,
of them,
she
whenever they talk to any one of these soldiers, they answer with "sir."
apparently she's in the Gladiator 2 movie.
Don't rush ahead, sir. Enjoy the photos.
I am. I'm not rushing ahead. I just happen to look.
That one's just a little bit washed out.
You've been looking for that.
Yep. There's the commish.
Oh, they did that good. Shocked, surprised. Now the soldiers had painted their face. Look much like Indians. When they're ready, they put on their war paint. It's camouflages. They put on their camouflages.
Somewhere I have a few of those sticks / makeup kits.
Yeah, somebody grabbed like every frame of that whole scene of that one guy. Okay, thanks. There's the crowd. This guy or gal, whatever this is. Whatever this is on the left. I guess is paying attention to whatever the two centrals are paying attention to. But everybody else is kind of looking somewhere else. Dun, dun, dun. We can fight them. They're trying to convince that they can
They really
somehow.
like that guy. They
Yeah,
must really like that guy.
somebody who uploaded these photos really likes this guy. Who is this guy? Who are you, guy? Most favorite photo? This is Paul Dillon.
Okay.
Maybe we'll look him up later. Maybe. Because they made sure that his photos were the ones grabbed and uploaded at the IMDb. There he is again. This is supposed to be a Kurt Russell movie.
Yeah.
Just saying. IMDb. Just saying. Or maybe Kurt Russell's so cool, he was like, man, get rid of all those pictures of me and let these people have some fame. There it is. Getting ready to do the work. Yeah, he really did get it ripped. He looked much better in this than Escape from New York. And he was in pretty good shape in Escape from New York, but not this good a shape.
He worked extra hard for this one. That was one of the things that had a trainer, worked out 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
But because
And it shows.
he wanted to be cut, not over beef.
Right. Same with this guy. He's got some of them Vin Diesel shoulder grooves. He ain't got no Vin Diesel logarithmic chest muscles.
Oh, you said that, and I was watching some TV shows earlier today, and Vin Diesel's now doing a popsicle commercial. They're using Fast and Furious to do popsicle commercial.
Cool. Is that from the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
Bill
It's
had
about
said the other day that after the Super Bowl's over, let's talk about the commercials, but then I haven't heard officially from him when he's going to be able to play anymore.
It must be Earth. Naval aircraft carrier?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but futuristic. I thought it was on some kind of other different planet somewhere. But see, it looks like multiple suns. I don't
Yeah,
remember. I have to watch it again and try to understand what's happening here.
I might come payday.
Pretty good photography and compositing and all the stuff. Remember 1998, they didn't have CGIs and super CGI budgets. This is old school movie magic. And all the kids shake their head. Their little brains told them, shake that off. You mean they just didn't click all over a computer and it spit out exactly what you wanted? Yep, true. Yes. The mechy machines. Very impressive. Kurt Russell. Saving the children. Soldier. Oh, soldado do futuro. That means in the future. One possible future. I don't know tech stuff. One could go crazy thinking about this, I think Sarah Connor told her tape recorder. Back to the top. That covers all the photo of Soldier. Back to the main Soldier page. So who should we chase down first? We're gonna stop. Connie Nielsen. Because George
I've
already
seen
read
that.
ahead on it.
Yeah.
Oh look, there's a photo of
A lot of
Denzel.
photos.
She did something with Denzel. Oh man. Just for what she's known for. She's known for Wonder Woman, 2017. Haven't seen it.
I've seen it. Don't remember her. It's okay.
Yeah, I probably will never see it. I knew I recognized her. She's Lucilla in Gladiator. Oh, you did.
And
Hold
she's
on
doing
a
the new
second. I'll be right back. Okay, back getting orders. Oh, I do remember. And now it all assembles in my mind. She was Nina, but not the Nina. That was Bridget Fonda in 1 hour photo. That's another one of those. Holy smokes. Who knew Robin Williams could do that kind of serious stuff and not, other than his face, be identifiable as Robin Williams? 1 hour
Hey, I
photo.
like his comedy.
Yeah, somebody's got to. That somebody ain't me.
But I also like the person that did what he did before he did it.
Oh yeah, the old heavier guy.
Yep. I grew up watching him.
Yeah, me too. Do you know his name?
I should, but I'm drawing a
Yeah,
blank.
I've got this ladybug. I don't Connie something. I got this lady on my brains. 1 hour photo was a great movie. Dark, serious drama stuff. I don't remember basic. Oh, so she has been busy. I'm probably revised the role from way back. Whenever Gladiator was, 2000 whatever.
Jonathan Winters.
That's it, Jonathan Winters. And I saw something, I don't know if it was like Johnny Carson's show or something they specifically put together for them, but they did stuff together.
Oh yeah, Johnny Carson could barely hold his guts in when they were together.
Yep.
They would feed off of each other.
Yep. Talk about the association game. That would be something to see, like one of these style live streams with those two doing it.
Yep.
Holy moly. It could only last maybe 45 minutes and it'd be all right. Is everybody ready to take a nap? Join us again
Yeah.
tomorrow. We'll put you to sleep again. Not because they're boring, because your
would definitely
mind will be wore out.
You would definitely be tightening up your stomach muscles from laughing so hard.
Yeah, and they go so fast. It makes your minds go, wait, 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 wait. They went so fast, and then your mind says, we got it, and then you laugh even more. I'll give them that. Man, Robin Williams was fast.
Yep.
Roleplay 2024. Nope. Origin. Nope. Ocean Deep. Nope. Mara means ocean. A Week in Paradise. Nope. But I may go look all this stuff up. Oh, that's her. Hold on a minute. I've been missing out in my life.
Nobody, the one that say, well, nobody I know of because I've seen the commercial for, but
Yeah, I haven't ever heard of it. I'll have to dig. Zack Snyder's Justice League is free with ads or free star on some. I haven't looked on TubeTube, and TubeTube hasn't offered it to me.
yeah,
Other services right now, it's available. I'm never going to watch it. I
I'm
don't
not
want
in.
my superheroes ruined.
Well, I don't know about her role. They're not bad. It's just not my stick.
Yeah. I've seen long form reviews of Wonder Woman 1984, and they all start with, this has been purchased here and at the Rotten Tomatoes place. There's no way these movies deserve those numbers. They need to be minus all of the numbers, down to one. I don't care. Not enough to ever rewatch it. I liked Wonder Woman on television with too big of a chest for me, Linda Carter, a million years ago. Why wreck it?
Part of the reason I don't get the comic book superheroes of today is they keep doing the same thing to the same bad guys over and over again, expecting different results, which is a definition of insanity. I mean, if I was Batman and the Joker kept escaping and devastating so many people, don't put him back in the Arkham Sanitarium. Put a bullet in his brain and bury him.
Well, Batman don't do that. Blah, blah, blah.
I get that.
But
I said
go,
if I was Batman,
yeah.
if George was Batman,
When we write
he'd
our
go,
space opera, we'll have the Catman, who
he's just like,
meets out the justice the way they originally wrote
that's one
the
reason of
Dark
Marvel.
Knight.
One of my favorite characters is the Punisher.
Yeah, so that stuff doesn't interest me, and whatever a Hippolyta is it's a tiny little minor role.
It's Greek to me.
Yes. Ha ha. Got him. And don't take my opinion for it. Go check out the Critical Drinkers reviews if you want a good 6 to 15 minute hard critique of things like Wonder Woman 84 and Zack Snyder's Justice League. If you just want to hear, it's the best thing ever because, modern comic books woke AF.
Just like I don't watch FBI because I don't want to watch people portraying FBI as bad agents.
Yeah, I don't. Even cutie
Doing things.
pies aren't gonna make me go watch too much stuff. Man, I haven't seen any of this. Stratton, 2017. Never heard of it. Funky spelled stuff. That's got to be
Love,
Swedish or something.
more like Russian. Love Kivinskin.
I didn't think the Russians had a crossed out O. I don't care.
Okay.
It could
I
be
don't know.
anything. It ain't from here. We don't have crossed out O's.
I know that's Nicolas Cage, but I've not seen The Runner. He's
I haven't
another one.
seen
Is that a
any of
really
this
good
stuff.
movie or a really bad movie?
And 90% of his movies, he's not acting. He's just being Nicolas Cage in a movie, reciting lines. In the aftermath of the BP oil spill, an idealistic but flawed politician is forced to confront his dysfunctional life after his career is destroyed in a S*X scandal. Bad boy
Okay,
Nicolas
whatever.
Cage. Bad boy.
Is that Penny Fonda? Yep,
Peter Fonda.
Peter Fonda.
Sarah Paulson. Another hard-working actor. Apparently. I'm sorry, I forgot that you're the cutie pop from, the amazing woman from Soldier and in so many other things that, I haven't remembered any yet. Madame. We're getting there, we're
I
getting there.
recognize some of these. I recognize a bunch of these faces.
Yeah, me too, and not enough to, and my
Well,
mind is really working slow right now. I
right
haven't
now,
got my second or
that
third
Frederick
wind
Lynch,
yet.
that Frederick Lynch, Lynch,
Let,
however you say
let,
that
yeah,
last name.
however you say that, Frederick.
He was a very minor role in, because I just watched it a couple of days ago in Justified. He plays a um, Kentucky SWAT team member or commander in Justified.
Cool. Goodbye, the runner.
Return to
I know
Zero.
I bought on DVD The Good Wife. I don't know that I ever watched any. It may be still sitting in a storage hole right now, new in packaging or new in box.
I can tell
There
you,
are
I
a
have
lot
not.
of photos. What the hell? How many seasons
Well,
does this
it
thing run? 9 to
uh
16. A lot. At least 6 or 7.
7.
Hmm.
Yeah,
There's a lot of photos. We're not getting into The Good Wife right now. Especially because I
please
don't
don't.
remember.
I recognize some of the actors and actresses, and that's about as far as it goes.
In this photo, you can't recognize Chris Noth or Chris Noth. But up here in these photos, he's the guy from, I'm saying it, YouTube, Sex and the City. That was Mr. Big or
And
whatever
Law
they
and Order.
called him.
He was also in Law and Order. Just like we've already done Christine Bretsky? Barsky?
Yeah, we didn't deep dive it, but yeah.
No, we did. Alan,
And Alan Cumming is in everything.
very funny, very good actor.
Mackenzie Vega is especially back in '09. I mean, it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
she was back then a very young, childish person that we're not going to talk about that way.
Zach Greener.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him in quite a bit. And who doesn't know Michael J. Fox?
I don't know if there's anyone out there that doesn't know Michael J. Fox. Talkers, type his name into your favorite search engine and get caught up.
Even that he's not been active very long for the past couple years, he's still got quite a bit he did or has done.
Yeah. Remember these words. If none others, you will make friends. And whatever that, what's that silly book that other employer tried to make you read an updated or whatever version of? Influence
Yeah.
people. If you want to make friends and influence people, learn these words. Back to the future. It's, even though I liked it, it was, I mean, it's not great, it's certainly not bad. Just a movie to me. And I can make enemies saying that. What do you mean you don't love it?
Though I
Oh,
did like the third. Part of the reason I liked Back to the Future 3 is I'm kind of a ZZ Top.
and I know why that would be. Because she's got legs and she knows how to use them.
Yep. I think
I've
there's only one
heard,
surviving member left.
yeah, I've heard of the following. How many degrees? How many steps to Kevin Bacon? 1. I've heard of the following series. Haven't seen any.
Okay, that's more than I had.
Yeah, more super famous. Lots of famous.
Oh yeah, TV stars.
Return to Zero. 3 Days to KIA.
I think I might have seen that one.
I might have too, but I just didn't recognize her in it. We're still talking about Connie Nielsen. Oh, no, I thought about watching it. I remember now. Kevin Costner.
I'm just not sure.
Oh, there's Amber Heard. I still don't remember her in anything except drama, court, Johnny Depp.
That Haley Seinfeld, is that his daughter?
I have no clue. It's Steinfeld. I
Not
don't know.
Seinfeld?
Nope. Stein.
Okay.
Amber Heard. Yeah, if I saw it, I don't remember it, and I certainly don't remember her in it. Connie Nielsen that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh well. Nymphomaniac Volume 1. Hold up. Stop. Stop the presses. Where can I seize it? I'd be afraid. By 2013, that might mean something different than it means to back in the good
Well,
old days when I was growing up.
so far I don't see anything I reckon.
Oh, Boss. She was in 18 episodes of Boss, and I didn't recognize. You best recognize. I give that a 9. This is the one I was talking about several live streams ago
Yeah.
about Lewy body dementia.
Okay. Is it on anywhere?
I don't know. It
Is that
says
okay?
you can
I got
stream
my
it at Favesome or Pluto.
well, Face 'em I've told you about.
Yeah, and then there's +4.
Because both those you can watch for free.
So it is no joke good. It's called Boss. And man, every bit of it. Fantastic political stuff. It's serious drama. It ain't no comedy. It ain't no lighthearted romp.
Oh, Grammar can do some serious stuff.
Yeah, he plays the mayor of a super city who's quickly degrading with Lewy body dementia. Man, with his wife. I thought that was someone else entirely. The cutie pop from Soldier all those years before. Thou shalt not covet Kelsey Grammer's on-screen character wife. Oh, yes, I will.
Do you covet or just admire?
It's just gals. She's not hard to look at, and man, she does acting good. True, proper definition of covet? No. Perfect sense. Never heard of it.
Battle
in Seattle. I would remember.
Was it Battle for L.A. or
Battle Los Angeles?
Battle for L.A. The Space Invaders.
Yeah, it's Battle Los Angeles. I don't know what a battle in Seattle is. The Situation. The Ice Harvest. Nope. The Great Ray. Nope.
The Hunted. I don't remember her in it, but I've seen that one. Because it should be Jerry Lee and Tommy Lee, rather.
Tommy Lee and Benicio del Toro. She's top ranked build in it. She's another pretty Leslie Stephenson.
Tommy Lee, who is a Dean Wilder in the movie, but specializes in edged weapons, and Del Toro is a student. Jones has to go after.
Yep. And Jose Zuniga is many hardworking stuff. Yep. If I've seen it, I just don't remember it much.
I've seen it at least twice.
Well, if I run across it, The Hunted, I'll give it a watch. Demon Lover, never heard of it.
I think I saw the original Gladiator.
Oh, I've seen it many times and had it pretty much memorized the first time. I love it. I'm not ever going to see the second one. Came out last year or first of this year. Don't do that to your own good memories.
Well, they could have made. I mean, they've waited long enough. It could be good.
I don't believe that anything in the last 5 years could possibly be good. It's got The Message. Thank you, Critical Drinker. Always credit who you stole somebody's saying from. It's going to have some silliness. I know Denzel Washington's in it. That's a plus. But Gladiator is good stuff to me. Are you not entertained? Mission to Mars is a Disney movie made out of one of their old Disney rides. I don't know if they had it East Coast, but Mission to Mars was a ride at Disneyland.
Okay.
I don't remember if I ever saw it or not.
Been to Disney World once back in 75/76.
Yeah, I don't know if.
And the reason I
I
said this slash is because we were there December 31st. of 75, and we left on January 1, 76.
I can't remember the other one. And of course, Disney makes the movie because they own the rights to the rides. Can't remember the name of it. It was another Disney ride about how you shrink and shrink so much so that you can go inside the human body.
Oh, yeah. They had that one at Disney World, too.
I think
Wasn't that part of the Epcot Center?
probably Inner Space. That's what it was called. And I don't remember who was in the movie. It's another big name.
I remember Space Mountain.
Why are you ding dong? Shut up, keyboard. Inner Space IMDb. Oh, duh.
Yes, I remember that movie.
Martin Short. I thought that's who was in it.
And Dennis Quaid.
Meg Ryan, Kevin McCarthy. But yeah, that's another. Based entirely on the ideas and concepts from a Disney sit your butt in the seat and go on the ride. Keep your hands and legs and arms inside the vehicle. So that's what Mission to Mars. I don't remember if I've ever seen it or not. I used to like the ride. Innocence, but also called Dark Summer.
Devil's Advocate.
That's we've mentioned before.
Yep.
One of the spookies, and right there, I didn't know. That's her. Now I can see it. There she is right there. And she's my wife's favorite character. Spoiler alert, Devil's Advocate's about El Diablo and some of his demons. They do a either CGI or whatever in the early days. They do some kind of effect where it looks like a black either bleeding under the skin or a shadow or snakes crawling up. Her smile grows up her face in this weird growing shadowy thing. Just for a couple of seconds. And my wife loves it. Loves to hate it.
It's all about temptation.
Mm-hmm. This is a very good movie. How do they have it rated at IMDb? 7.5. No, too low. Even Al Pacino being way over the top as if he's acting on a stage all by himself still deserves more than 7. Devil's Advocate, great picture show. Who knew? Apparently, everybody on Earth but me could say, oh, look right at that lady. That's the one from... Here I was, right up until today, thinking, wonder whatever happened to that lady from Soldier, sir. I don't remember Voyage TV movie.
I can't say I do either. And
We
the rest
came
look like
across this the other day, meaning somewhere in one of these 57 now live shows, we came across this Coletti Bianchi, and none of us knew what is it. Don't know. Never heard of it. 88 TV miniseries.
But was it filmed? It doesn't look like it was filmed in the United States.
Yeah, Mary Lou with a backwards accent over to you. And Not available to watch in any of the stuff. No other stars that I recognize. Yep, foreign stuff. Some kind of foreign TV stuff. Girl dance
That
in whatever an Arcadia election day music video is from 1985.
that first one she did, is that Spanish or is that French?
Looks
It's
like
more
French
Spanish.
to me.
Could be Italian.
Yeah, it could be anything. I don't know what in the heck it is. Clovis something or other. I'm not going to try to say that. Private detective is charged by a bunch of other letters with accents.
It's got to be French. It's got to be French. It's got Jerry Lewis in it.
And it's rated 3.1. You know, because French. I'm not even reading all that. I don't know what it is. And I don't know how old she is, but when is this?
85?
84.
Close.
Yeah, I care so little. I'm not even going to type her name in for IMDb and try to figure out how old she is. But she couldn't have been very old.
Yeah, the French are the only ones that think he's that funny.
Jerry Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Of Martin and Lewis, I prefer Martin.
yeah, me too. I was trying to think, is there anything in particular, but my mind went straight to Don Knotts. So, not right now. There's nothing in particular that
Yeah, because that was a working man.
Don Knotts.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the one where he turns into a fish? Amazing Mr.
Mr.
Limpid.
Limpid.
Yeah, that. I really like
Love that
that.
movie.
I like that movie. Yeah, me too.
Ladyfish. My
Yep.
fine ladyfish.
Who canoe? Everybody but me. Get off my screen, you partial preview. You got me in trouble before. Well, now I definitely have to look at some photo of her. Here we go. I don't know if I'll make it all the way.
I'm about to say that's from the first.
Oh, yeah.
Now that spacesuit looks like it's out of from a Space Odyssey 2001.
Who knows? Maybe they had the stuff laying around a back lot and they're like, all right,
Could be.
grab it. It's paid for.
Saves us money.
Yeah. That is definitely from the first one. This is hard to tell.
Probably from the second one. Because she's older than that picture.
Yeah, but I don't know. When she did some serious pieces in the first one, she wore her stress face very well. She's a good actor.
Uh-oh, midriff. Turning
Wait, where?
blue.
Red alert.
Bikini top.
Red alert. Oh. Hi ho, sailor. From Voyage, 1993. Look at her. She's got her little finger pointed. Because the other one is, they call that sympathetic motion. That's the reason you must not put that one in the area of the go switch of a pew-pew. And that one. Because when you're thinking about wiggling this one, that one might wiggle or point or something. There it is. There's an example of it.
Yes, but it is very much so fun to hold a pew-pew in each hand and shoot.
Yep. And in case you didn't get the lesson, read in between the lines. She's got shorts
'Cause
on. It's not that
when I got
lewd.
my when I got my second 1911, I had to do it. Couldn't help myself. I had to do it. One in each hand. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, I used to be well known. And one time some people showed up and they're like, "Man, do you do that a lot?" Yes, I do that a lot. One in each hand, amphibious. One of the other trainers called it out there. Ambidextrous, yes. Work the left hand at least half as much as the right. One day we'll discuss what drives you, what makes you driven or passionate like that. When passion turns into obsession and you are driven, might be obsession. But not this day. Ooh, hello, ma'am. Did you aware that your bikini was rather low? I think she was aware.
What is that? What show is it? Show or movie is that? Because he looks
Oh,
familiar.
I don't mind zooming to find out. Daggone it, it's a tiny little picture. It's called The Situation from 2006.
Don't remember it. I know him in a couple of things.
He is Damian Lewis.
It's I think that. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Man, I know him from everything. Band of Brothers. This Band of Brothers. In the
Yeah.
CIA movie with. She's another one. We were not going down that road. The veterinarian from Terminator 3.
Yeah.
The CIA movie Homeland.
Yep. But Homeland's a TV show.
That's what I meant. When I say movie, I mean motion picture show of any kind.
He also plays one I just watched about a month ago. A rewatch, I should say. A cop who got wrongfully imprisoned for a crime he didn't get committed, murder, supposedly of his best friend, and a lawyer through DNA evidence found, gets him a new trial and proven innocent. Him trying to find out who framed him.
That sounds pretty cool.
Basically, not only did he win his job back as a police detective, but he also won like $50 million.
Good job.
And,
Good job.
and one of the other characters is a convict that got out before him that he helped protect while in prison, who is a white collar criminal. He's letting handle his finances because that's what he got in prison for, was got caught doing one thing wrong. And anyhow, but it was a running gag because almost every 2 shows he'd have a different car because the first one got destroyed or blown up or shot up. Anyhow, tangent.
Well, tangents are fine. I was just scrolling the pictures. I really don't think I've seen 3 Days for KIA.
I don't think I have either. But then again, there's only a couple of things that Kevin Costner's done that I like, and we went over that when we did Kevin Costner.
Yeah, we were just yapping about him. We didn't get him up on the screen and scroll the career. He's not man meat style that I don't. There's probably far more I could name that I dislike than do
Yeah.
like. It'd be kind of
Well,
rude to do that to Mr. Kevin Costner.
I like Silverado, which was one of his early movies. The Untouchables. Those are the only 2 that come to mind.
Yep, this must be the Wonder Woman.
Yeah, she plays Wonder Woman's mama.
You're not old enough for that, ma'am. But oh well.
Well,
Movie magic.
I think that's who she plays. Either that or Wonder Woman's teacher.
Yeah, something. There she is, a few minutes younger, being the slinky slink in the long black dress. That's not the little black dress, that's the long one. That's where she got into the elevator, and in just a few
Yeah.
seconds, when
I believe
only Charlize Theron is seeing it, that weird cracked the face, creepy happens.
I think she plays Wonder Woman mama.
And there's some more Wonder Womans, something.
The one to ask is Bill, and he's not here to.
Oh well, it's
I've,
not that important.
I've
I'm
seen.
sure we
I
could
probably.
figure it out,
Oh
but I don't
yeah.
care to. Sorry, anybody
Yeah.
who's listening, whenever you're listening, that we're disrespectful of the Wonder Woman, but that's who I am. Man, 1 hour photo was good.
When Robin Williams wants to be scary, he's scary or was scary.
Yep. Like in the picture on the right, I can tell. Oh yeah, that's her from Gladiator. I'm still. That can't be the woman from Soldier, 1998. But then just changing her facial expression. The poofs look lower on the hair, but it might just be the tip of the head. It's like she does not left. She does not look like right. Her. She's a chameleon. It's almost there. Almost there. Stay on target. Well, this might be after. Devil's Advocate. Really good movie. And Charlize did an excellent job. Well, you can see a tan line. Your slip's not showing, but your tan line is. Show off. I'll scroll it away. I won't even zoom it. I'll be a gentleman. Kevin Costner. Your chest is showing, but I'll be a gentleman. I won't zoom it. She said, you're going to go back later and zoom it, aren't you? Probably. Hush.
Wasn't there some controversy over Kevin Costner because there was some Native American protesters that thought he would pick up their champion, and he wound up backing up after this was after dances with Doggy.
Oh, I don't know. If there was, it escaped me. We'll put it on the list.
It's one of those, I did not like Dances with Wolves.
Question mark. Was
The
there
costuming was
some
good, the story was bad.
drama with Kevin Costner? I don't even know how to spell his name. Costner. And natives/Indians around the time of Dances with Wolves. That's the name of it, right?
Yeah, it was after that.
Kevin Kosc. I should have probably just clicked the spell checker corrector. Yep, should have. That's all right. Flexing my finger muscles. Sorry, Mr. Costner. I caged you for a second. I was lost in her eyes. And there she puts on the little coy smile. You ain't no Bernadette Peters, but it ain't bad. The many much of the Gladiator. The Sunderland with John Cusack. There's something else with John Travolta. Unhandle her neck, you cad. You can tell. He ain't overdoing the acting. His index finger is straight. And she didn't kick his butt and break his nose. There's more of that Mission to Mars stuff. This looks like behind the scenes work. There she is. This must be Gladiator 2 work.
Yep.
On the carpet. Both of them. They fine. I'm reserving the comments because, again, this is real world. This is person, not characters in picture shows. That's that dude. Can't remember his name right now.
That's Russell Crowe.
Yep. The original Gladiator. I know they didn't mean to, but that sure does on Gladiator 2. Looked like they gave her some of that Riddick eye work. Does she need sunglasses? Sunglasses, goggles. They kind of overdid it with the sparkle in the eye. I still don't recognize what the heck a battle in Seattle is, but it looks like police and people in zip ties. It's probably something that would upset me. Well, hello, Joe's mother. There's a bunch of O faces. Nymph O Maniac. So apparently it has something to do with what I thought it was. The old definitions. I don't care. I'm not interested. Alright. Done with the Connie Nelson. Let's look at KK. Hey KK. So, who are you? Born 65. Known for Soldier, Spider-Man 2002, and Flatliners 1990. I remember seeing it. They have one photo of KK. Guess that's out. Don't know who KK is. Not gonna find out either. I don't remember who a Simkins is in Spider-Man 2002.
I don't even.
I've seen Flatliners. I don't remember if I ever saw it outside of the theater in 1990.
Gross Point Blank is pretty fun.
Did you say pretty funny?
Yeah. It's not serious. About a hitman that makes his winds up going to his high school reunion.
Oh, I probably have seen some of it. 2002, she was in something. 2 episodes of The Shield, Spider-Man, CSI, Lost Souls, Chicago Hope. High Fidelity, Being John Malkovich. I've seen it. I really, really like that movie, but I don't remember her in it. Soldier, Nash Bridges.
One episode.
Flatliners, Absolutely Rose Street, NYPD Blue, 1 episode. Sisters, 1 episode. Alright, let's go look at Gross Point Blank. Did I see it? Gross Point, where by coincidence his 10-year high school reunion party is about to take place. Oh, that's got what's her name? That's another one. That could take a while. Minnie Driver.
Yep.
Joan Cusack
Okay.
is
Isn't that his
a
sister?
yes. Not she's perfectly fine looking, being the judgmental male chauvinist pig. But the
I
poor
think she's
lady
cute.
just, yeah, she's all on her own, but she just doesn't get the hey, baby, as much as everybody else. And she's a really good actress, actor, whatever, and lots of hard working.
Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd, Blues Brothers, Alan Arkin, Hank Azaria, we talked about repeatedly. Michael Cudlitz or Kudlitz, I think it's Cudlitz.
I think you're correct.
He was in Much, Much Good, and in that cop show, something, I don't remember the name of it. It was series for TV.
Yeah. Michael Raine's been in quite a bit of stuff. And if you're
Yep.
into Black Belt magazine, you should recognize Vinny. I can never pronounce it. Your quit. Or you
You
kit.
did better than I would.
Eh,
Benny
I'm sure
you.
he's been in a lot of martial arts movies. I mean, because that's what he does. He's a martial artist.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly plays bad guys.
Here's another Cusack.
Yep.
She looks too old to be a sibling. I'm apologizing if you're just an older sibling, Ann, or whatever. A barely older aunt. I should not have said that. Find out who it is before you go run your mouth.
Well,
Might
that's
not
easy enough to
even,
find out.
might
Go
not
for it.
even be related. I don't know. It's not that important. If I've seen it, I don't remember enough about it to say anything. Oh, I see bad G-word handling in the few preview pictures I have, so I think we'll leave Grosse Pointe Blank alone. How did we get to Grosse Pointe Blank? I don't remember. Oh, from KK. Yep, we're doing that. We're not doing Gary Busey. Everybody
Sibling.
left.
Ann Cusack is a sibling of John Cusack.
So many apologies. It must have been in makeup in a movie. Something.
In fact, all the Cusack families are active in Hollywood. John Cusack, Susie Cusack, Joan Cusack, and Bill Cusack.
Well, I owe it. I give it. Like I said, I probably should have had that looked up before I ran my mouth, but my mouth got away from me. Think before you spout
Oh,
off at the
she was in one
mouth.
of your favorite movies, Tank Girl.
Oh, yeah. But that's not one of those I know if I tried to rewatch it, I'd be like, why do you spend all these years and decades thinking that you like this? That's another one. I just leave it alone. I don't remember enough about it other than some of the little goofies and some of the funs, and I liked it. Give it numbers? I don't know. 6, 7, 6. I don't care. But I had fun and I liked it.
Well, she's been in a few things I like, like A League of Their Own
Hang on. Who are we talking about now? Anne?
and Cusack.
Well, since I messed that up, let's give Anne Cusack her due.
Spell with a
Hey,
C.
Cusack. Hold on. Let me timestamp it. 08 38 00 in utter
You might want to
apology.
pause that preview.
I think I got covered up.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably seeing it for what it is in the Discord, but on the big screen I have it covered up.
Okay.
The notepad is an utter apology and more than deserve. Movie madness, including TODO and Cusack. I should write up there. Born in 2001.
Huh?
I'd have to make out that, wow, she looks so young for that other
Her
comment that I allegedly said.
yeah. Her first movie was A League of Their Own.
Which I still haven't seen. Father-in-law
I
was
have.
trying to watch it the other day with mother-in-law bitching that you just like looking at the girls in the skirts.
Well,
Old
that
people
was their
married a
actual
long time.
in 1943, that was their actual uniform.
Yeah.
And they wanted to wear pants because sliding into base in a mini skirt.
Might show your dainties. Even if you had proper shorts or whatever underneath that. You know, that's embarrassing for the ladies. And then a week later, he was watching the very underage girls, but very athletically fit. Some of them of age, but most of them not, doing the ice skating thing.
I mean, A League of Their Own is a very good movie, despite that fact it has Madonna and Rosie O'Donnell.
Yep. Elizabeth said there was conflict with natives over wolves with Kevin. At least me and he used to sit with Annie E after Uncle S decided not to be soccer coach and she had to take over. His daughter was on the same team as the lovely princess. That's code words for somebody in our family.
Okay.
The lovely princess.
I just remember there's some news. I didn't pay it much mind. Just some news article about there was some strife because they expected him to do one thing and he did something different or didn't stand up for them or something of that nature. I couldn't.
And the end of the in-law looking at stuff, he was not looking at the ladies in their skirts. He is a sports nut. If they'd have put him in space bubble suits, he'd have watched A League of Their Own because it has to do with sports.
Well, I watched it because it was history.
Elizabeth said it to me was another white guy telling the native tales. Yeah. And I like the, I can't get all goofy. I probably could, trying real hard. The main actress lady that was in it. Can't even think of her name right now. This is all about Ann
What?
Cusack.
A League of Their Own?
Mm-hmm. We'll give
Oh
it a
yeah,
quick look.
you mentioned her, Gina Davis
Yeah, her.
and Lori Petty, PT, not with a D, but with a T, played her sister.
And Madonna. And Rosie O'Donnell. That latest picture of Rosie O'Donnell.
Like I said, it's a good movie. Spite those two.
Yeah. Miss Bitty Schramm. There's the lean forward sorority photo ops. Just
Yeah.
saying.
I mean, as female actresses, it's got quite a few well-known ones. And Ramsey, Ramsey, she's been in a lot.
Yep.
I
I
can't see a picture.
recognize her face, just not her name. Renee Coleman.
Yeah.
That's not a very good picture, Mr. Freddie Simpson. Have your PR people go work on your IMDb. Unless you're trying to be standing in the shadows. It's not a big enough picture for me to recognize Patty. Patty Pilton. I don't know.
Me neither.
Okay, back to Ann Cusack. Anyway,
Then she did something called Overexposed, the Jackie Thompson show of Love and War.
you're way out of sync.
Oh,
You're off on your own again.
I was
Left
at the bottom.
me and the whole live stream behind.
Sorry.
And let me finish this story.
Okay.
Old dude was watching the A League of Their Own, getting accused of trying to check out the girly legs. The very next week, maybe just a couple days later, what he had never watched in his entire life, he didn't care a thing about it, was a bunch of figure skaters. And he was into it. But this time his wife and daughter were like, ooh, figure skating. And they just sat down and watched figure skating with their old guy. And then some of those figure skaters ended up DOA in the Potomac. A very short couple of days later. And he was like, oh man. So did you start at the bottom?
Yeah, because that's her with what? Because last time we were going from the top, so I figured I'd go from the bottom.
Okay, so we did A League of Their Own. Overexposed TV movie. Haven't seen it. I guess I better. I owe her much for a loose lips sinking the ships comment. I don't know what the Jackie Thomas show is.
I don't either.
Love and War. No clue. Malice.
Sounds familiar, but that's about it.
It's that dude. For some reason, Rust comes to mind. Oh no, Hunt for Red October.
Or Dick Tracy. No, that was a different
Malice.
one.
Hang on just a second. On the next break, I have chores.
Uh-oh. Well, it's almost 11:20. You want to just finish this up and then call it?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Whatever happens. Yeah, because we've been at it a long time. But all the famous people in Malice, I don't know. I don't remember it. Bill Pullman, Anne Bancroft. She's there again. Hardy Hard Heart. Peter Gallagher. He's been in many. Gwyneth the Paltrow. Child named Apple. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to let the off-screen stuff matter, but it makes me giggle. Tobin Bell, Saw. All of them. Many of them. I just don't remember it. There's some kind of heavy breathing going on here. He's offering her CPR. Apparently she lost her wind. That's what guys do like that, right? Good job, Alec Baldwin. Good job.
Either that or inspecting her tonsils.
Yeah, it could be that too. He's practicing for his future career in dentistry. I remember the name Renaissance Man. I just don't remember the movie.
Yeah, I do. It's pretty good. 6.2 is good.
Murder, She Wrote TV series. I don't remember her in Tank Girl. You already mentioned that one. The Birdcage.
Birdcage. Very funny.
Yeah. Who else is in the Birdcage?
Gene Hackman.
Nathan Lane. He was in the producers. The remake modern. Yeah. Ally McBeal. That's Callista Flockhart is Han Solo's wife. Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
And
And
there's
again,
Hank again. There's
And
Christine again. Is there a pattern? Is this a conspiracy? Dot Caskey was the Goldman girl. I'm sure
It's
I don't.
about the Birdcage is it's this gay couple that live over a drag show club.
That's what I thought it was.
It's funny. And their son wants to marry the daughter of a very conservative senator. Seeing Gene Hackman in drag is worth the wait.
You know, we might have to come back and check out Hello Photo of just the Birdcage. I was trying to figure out. Then did they make someone up to look like him?
What?
Robin Williams is not listed in this top set of cast.
He's right there at the top.
Oh, duh. I had it scrolled up earlier. I was like, Gene Hackman, blah, blah, blah. Right there it is. Robin Williams. Okay. Just making sure. My eyes and my brain are fooling with me. $7.2, I guess, is fair. I might go as high as 8. Hansman, nope. And that might be Con, the film festival name. My Fellow Americans.
Another very good funny movie.
Was it? And poor Anne. And I'll apologize again. Oh yeah, it's got the guys in it. James Garner, Jack Lemmon, Dan Aykroyd, John Hurd, not Hurd, Lauren Bacall. See Lord. Yummy, yummy. I mean, Madame. James, I don't know how to say his last name. Reborn, something.
Rebhorn, I think.
Yeah, very famous. Hardworking. A lot of stuff. There's Esther Roll again.
Yep, another very hardworking actress.
Mm-hmm.
And Edwin Newman as himself, news anchor. I remember listening to him growing up. We got Lauren Bacall. I love her line. She goes, "I'm a former president's wife, first lady. I have my own set of balls." It's just,
See, poor Ann Cusack must be like her sister. You know, what's the luck? There's nothing wrong with her. She's very lovely, attractive, and all that, and etc. But you finally land a role and get a job, and you're in it with Laura Bacall. Yay. Thanks.
even an older Lauren Bacall.
And, you know, the other one from The Graduate.
Yep.
Yep.
And there she's in a movie with her brother.
Which one? Midnight?
No, Gross Point Blank. She's
Oh,
in
yeah,
that.
we already looked at that one.
Yeah, she's in it with her sister and her brother.
Yep.
Nepotism.
Hypnotized. I like
Jack Frost
Midnight
TV show.
in the Garden of Good and Evil.
Nuts.
The
Man.
Kevin guy that I still don't know if we're allowed to mention him anymore, but I guess
John
if you don't want
Thompson,
me
very
to.
good actor. Jack Thompson, very
Yep.
good actor.
And Jude Law and
That
Clint Eastwood's daughter.
okay? I was getting ready to say, is that his daughter? His daughter?
Yes. She got them piercing eyeballs. Can't you tell? That's Clint Eastwood's daughter. No.
Well, his son almost looks like it dropped. Was Clint Eastwood cloned?
Especially now. Holy cow. I saw him, within the last 3 years doing some kind of out in public thing. It's like, wow, they need to make a autobiography of Clint Eastwood and let his son play him.
Exactly. Oh, Leonard Rippey is hardworking.
Yep. There's Gary Anthony again. Yep. But I really like, and it has all this one back in the 90s. It's a reporter's assignment suddenly revolves around the red rum trial of a local millionaire whom he befriends. But there's homosexuality or whatever you want to call it, stuff like that. If it bugs you, then don't watch it. Doesn't bug me. I liked it. It's a good movie, good story, well acted by a lot of famous actors. Maggie TV series. We ran across that the other day and I didn't know anything about it.
I seem to remember something about stigmata, but I totally blank right now.
Yeah, that's 6.2, I think, for me, is way too high. It's got Patricia Arquette, Gabriel Byrne. He's another one all the ladies and male attracteds like to look at. It's just okay. The other partner or whatever you call it She was also in Ally McBeal, but hooked up with Ellen.
Okay.
And I don't remember, is it Porsche, like the car, or Portilla? I don't remember. Lots of famous people in Stigmata. 4 for me. It's just not good. Not good. Sorry.
If I saw it, I don't remember it.
Yeah. Good. Good for you. The
And there's your
Huntress.
Ally McBeal.
Yeah. Sorry, but when you visit one episode of a TV show that has Callista Flockhart, Jane, who struggled severely with the eating and the weight stuff and the shaming of motion picture industry. Vonda Shepard is fantastic. Lucy Liu, Portia de Rossi. Courtney is another one. She was like 90210 or one of the spinoffs. You know, all the super, everybody's fanboying and fangirling over how beauty, and all that they are.
Yeah.
Uh, the no matter how hard and how much she grows up and does really serious roles, I always think Wednesday Addams. Who's that actress?
The new one?
Though from the original.
Okay.
Christina Ricci. It doesn't matter how grown up Christina Ricci gets. I just see oh, that's Wednesday. Little girl.
Well, I don't know if you saw the new Wednesday, but
Uh-uh.
she's in it. So they have the original movie Wednesday with the new Wednesday on the. Anyhow,
Is it a TV show or a movie?
it's a TV show on Netflix called Wednesday,
Oh,
and the original Wednesday is in it. She
cool.
plays one of the teachers.
I may have seen My Sister's Keeper. The name rings a bell, but I may have just, I worked in a video store. I may have rented it out to people and never bothered.
Well, I've seen Star
Oh,
Trek Enterprise, but then again, that was another one that towards the end I just gave up on it because they went too weird for me.
yeah. I've never seen Miracles TV series. Never seen Frasier TV series.
I have. I saw a few episodes of Charm. I know of One Tree Hill, never seen it.
Yeah, me too. We keep coming across that. I saw some of 6 Feet Under recommended by a friend who probably would have said 9. Yeah, round that up. I couldn't get into the groove. Same thing with Ghost Whisperer. It wasn't made for me. Bird Flu in America. There you go. Imagine. Pandemic, epidemic. It could happen. I've never seen it.
We already talked about Bones one point.
Yep. Well, a lot of
And
her modern era stuff.
Boston Legal.
Yeah. But one episode. Army Wives we keep talking about or coming across. I haven't seen it.
Yep.
Brothers and Sisters
Well,
haven't seen it. The Neighbor. 07.
we've talked
What
about.
is The
We
Neighbor?
mentioned the unit. We mentioned the unit. I don't. Oh, that's a different one. I was thinking Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. 2.1 is a generous, but that's Pet Detective Junior. Oh, Matthew Modden is hardworking.
Yeah, we came across him earlier and I just saw his picture, couldn't remember his name. Yep, that's Private Joker.
Yep.
Is it you, John Wayne? Is it me? Who said that? Who said that? Hey. Oh well. If I've seen The Neighbor, I don't remember it. Greek TV series? Nope. Little Britain, USA? Nope. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective Jr. Okay.
Don't
Nope.
know, don't care.
Never heard about it.
The Unit, I'm familiar with.
The Informant! Exclamation point. Nope. Love It First Hiccup? Nope. We've talked about Criminal Minds. I don't know anything about it.
Yep.
Trauma?
And
Nothing.
we talked about In Plain Sight at one point.
The Genesis Files TV series? Nope. Crooked Lane? Never heard of it. Private Practice? Harry's Law? And it's not like she's been in the whole series. I saw some of Body of Proof. That's Dana Delaney. Not
Yeah.
enough to remember anything much about it, other than Dana Delaney. These are all TV series. I don't know anything about any of them. Nightcrawler, never seen it. 2014. Fargo, the TV series, not the movie that everybody loves, but it's high rated.
Not me, me, me. Not me, me, me.
Oh, you don't like Fargo, George?
Nope.
Brother George, let's you and me do a thing about hating on Fargo and get ourselves banned from the internet.
Yeah. Now, the next two above Fargo I like, Castle
Cl-
and Grimm.
And again, this is a TV series. I don't know anything about a TV series. It's got to be related to the movie.
Actually, it's not, and worse. The only reason I watched it is when they were talking about feeding bodies into a wood chipper.
Yes. Lots of people tried to tell me to watch Grimm.
I like it. You might not.
I just never had time to dedicate to it. And,
Oh, it's a dedication. It's 6 seasons.
yeah, trying to hunt down the one episode she was in to make up for me making an ugly comment earlier. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's another one of those that if time allows me someday, then I can dedicate time to all of it, beginning to end, or until I fire it. Then
Well,
I'll get started. But I'd hate to
I
get
watched.
started and have it sitting over there getting dusty, and me
Yeah,
thinking,
and
man, I wish I could get some time to finish this up.
Grimm I watched when it came out on TV. Now I own all 6 seasons on DVD.
Well, that's got to be okay then.
For me, I like it. And they're supposedly doing, we're not sure if they're doing a reboot or a continuation.
Well, she's in Better Call Saul. That's the follow-up or spin-off of Breaking Bad. 2017's The Hammer. Never heard of it. Castle Rock. TV series. Never heard of it. That's a short. These are all TV series. I don't know anything about any of them. The
The Good
Boys.
Doctor. I can tell you a little bit about The Good Doctor. That's one of Jen's favorites. You have a severely or not truly high functioning, but he can make his way into things.
Okay, the neurodivergent, diverse. We used to
Okay.
call it a certain kind of tisms. That one.
Yeah. Yes. Who manages to get to medical school and he's doing his internship. And the doctor that has faith in him happens to be the head of the head doctor of this hospital, so he gets a chance, and it's someone who is not truly high functioning, dealing with day to day life. Are you allowed to use the term idiot savant?
Well, we just did.
Well, I'm asking. Well, he's that with medicine and seeing patterns and things. And dealing with him getting in his own apartment, getting to the hospital at a certain time every day. Basically doing what we all take for granted.
Well, that sounds kind of interesting to me. Like, kind of like A Beautiful Mind. If you ever saw that with Russell Crowe.
Sorta. I mean,
Yeah, I get the gist. Sounds kind of cool. Again,
it
it's
just when
because it's a
we were
TV series, and I don't know
yeah
how many seasons it might still be running. Is it still
more
going?
than 3, and no, it's no longer running.
Oh, okay. But still, depending on who made it, those episodes might be a full hour each and 50
It's an
episodes,
it's an hour with commercials.
so 48-ish minutes at least.
Yeah,
And if there's 10 episodes in a season, that's 480 minutes. It adds up real quick. He's
I
like,
think it's closer to 20 or 24 episodes
yeah.
in this season.
I guess there will be those out there in the universe that hear this and say, man, you've been 9 hours and 10 minutes live streaming running your yap. And you're talking about you can't dedicate some time to watch a show? Well, if I was watching a show, I wouldn't be live streaming running my yap.
Yeah,
And apologizing again and profusely. Man, she only has 29 pictures. All right, I might hunt some of these down, Ann Cusack. And of course, we get her back.
oh, Bill could probably tell you about The Boys. It's a
I've heard
superhero.
all kinds of. Everybody fell in love with the first season, and it's shocking, and it has a lot of shock value stuff in it.
It's part. From my understanding, it's part of ultimate power causes ultimate corruption type stuff.
But then everybody that lovey, and 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 for the first season, then season 2, and then definitely by season 3. How did I get lured into this? I was tricked. It was a trap. And again, they've got poor Miss Ann Cusack, that's her, hiding in the back. Looking very extremely young and lovely, ma'am, I must say. Where is she in this photo?
Look down behind Tom Hanks.
Like, that's her leaning on
I
the.
believe so. Yes. Or is that Gina Davis?
No, Gina Davis is up front.
Yeah, so that's her. Right down there. That's Ann Cusack.
Well, if Gina Davis is the standard of 9 out of 10s, you get an 8.75. Ann Cusack. And man, Gina Davis looks old enough to be your mother. Sorry, Gina Davis, I had to. I owe her. What
Sisters.
about Joan 2000?
Sisters.
Yeah.
Joan Cusack and Ann Cusack.
And I recognize Joan on the right severely. Man, I'm a bad guy. Bad boy. Criminal Minds 2005, I haven't seen. Look at her.
Neither have I.
She's not old enough to be in this show wearing a suit. What is she? 17? Look at her sitting next to that old man.
He looks like he needs a cheeseburger.
He definitely looks like he needs to be sat down and force-fed a cheeseburger. Sorry if that's just your metabolism, sir. It's just my mentality, my mind. Well, I believe she's supposed to be playing maybe somebody a little troubled with the burning sticks and the alkies, maybe. She's doing a good job at it. Can't tell. Don't know. 2003. Hands up, don't shout.
Well, when it comes to her brother, all I gotta say is, "Where's my $3? Where's my $3?"
Oh, it's $2.
$2, excuse me.
Man,
Inflation,
yeah.
Bidenomics.
Right, yeah, now after Bidenomics is where's my $2,000? But there's no inflation. That was the paper boy in that other movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember the paper boy. For years, I drove the world nuts with $2. Where's my $2? $2. That's that dude I was trying to remember earlier. Spader. It's James Spader.
Yep. He's a very good actor. And William Shatner over there, like he's falling asleep. But that's the character.
Yep. Oh, Florian Cusack. She said, did that guy really say that about me 15 years from now on the internet? Yes, he did, ma'am. 10 million apologies. It was just the lighting. It was my eyes. I could go edit it out, I guess, but nope. It would be too late. Somebody
Well,
already
I don't want
clipped
to try
it
and
and sent
pronounce
it
the
to her.
doctor's name.
Huh? Oh,
I said I
no.
don't want
No, no. His name is Christian.
Christian.
Excuse me, sir. You're not being very gentlemanly.
Well, he didn't put it under her shirt.
Oh, but he didn't keep his thumb and other digits on top either. I can't blame him. But, sir, look at her. Have you ascertained in writing that she's at least 24 years old? Don't put the thumb and fingers upon the woman body. Hold the stethoscope around the little holdy top. That's
Well,
what the black plastic is for.
the thumb and middle finger, at least on the
The
tubes.
cable, the cord, yeah, that's it. Tubes.
Well, that's what they are. They're hollow tubes.
Yep. Nowadays, they're fiber optics or wires for electronics, and it has an actual microphone in it.
I know.
Some of them.
I haven't used one.
Some of
I
them.
haven't had to use one since the early 90s.
Yeah.
I gave up my caduceus.
Joe Beth Williams. All right, and Cusack in private practice 2007. Obviously, you recovered because you've been in much since then. I hope. I hope the character was okay. Oh, there they are. I bet they're singing the national anthem.
And versus going from front to back, they go from back to front. Or sort of, kind of.
Sort of, kind of.
Well, Ann Cusack's the one in the front.
On the far left.
Yeah.
And
They
this
have
would be
Madonna
Anne Ramsey.
Yep.
Ramsay.
And then Madonna.
There's no denying, and I just forgot her first name. Last name Chacon. Oh, and that other lady. we're either supposed to love her, he, it, they, them, thee, or hate it. I
She's
have no
above Tom
opinion.
Hanks.
I don't care about
But
the
can
Rosie
you imagine trying to
O'Donnell.
play Can you imagine trying to play baseball in those uniforms
No,
and sliding in the bases?
nope.
Yeah,
But if you paid me to be in
1943.
the movie, I'd wear it.
Well, I'm just saying these girls volunteered
Yep.
to play semi-professional baseball. The league only lasted for like I think I want to say 43 to 44, 45, maybe 2 years. And they do have their own exhibit at the Baseball Hall of Fame. I mean, in the movie, I don't know if you've seen the movie.
Nope.
Uh,
The most I've seen of it was the other, I don't know, 10, 12 days ago, 14 days ago.
Yeah. Not only did they have to go to baseball practice, they had to go to eloquent speech classes and uh, sort of like a finishing school where
Mm-hmm.
learn how to eat and pour tea and dance. And they were given rules books, what are they allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Oh, back when somebody would make a daggone book so at least you could have a written standard. Man, those were the
Yeah.
days. Maybe I really don't need to watch this movie because I will. I'll look at their legs. Oh, I mean, I'll learn a bunch of stuff like once upon a time in America, they wouldn't just set people up like I said earlier in this thing, and it's in the description below. Set them up for failure, wait for them to fail, and then rag on them for failing.
Oh, they
That-
didn't rag on them. They got booted from the team if they failed to maintain the standards.
Yeah, I'm talking about today. This is where we
Oh,
live today. We set each other up for failure, and then kick each other in the nether regions when we get the inevitable failure that we were set up for.
yeah, but when you're successful, someone comes along and micromanages you.
Or fires you because you make them look bad. It's all good.
Yeah.
So I
It
don't know.
sounds like you and I have experience doing that.
My whole life. Wow. I had heard that Chris Penn, he's one that you might think watching Pale Rider and some of his other way back in the day, 20 years
Yeah.
prior to this picture shows, I might be accused of threatening him with a force feeding of a cheeseburger when he was a kid. Not so much in 03.
No, these days you'd be shoving me into a swimming pool going, swim, swim.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Hydrotherapy. You can't carry that weight and risk impact. See, all on her own. She's, to me, very, here I go again, being very objective, very aesthetically appealing, very easy on the eyes.
Yeah.
Choices throwing me in movies with all these super famous. That's a good photo. Wow.
Yeah.
And that's either the photo or a same era because it's the same background.
Yeah.
And she does absolutely not look old enough to be anybody's older sibling. She was like the younger sister here. It's the way that photo was and the way my mouth went.
I don't know if she's older or younger. I just know she's a sibling.
I don't know either.
There's 3 of them.
Yep. Like if you ask me right here, I would say that Joan is the older. He's just got such a
Or
baby face. He's probably the eldest, but man, he's got just the baby face.
he he's probably the oldest because he's been in it longer.
Yep. I don't know that you can ever unfoot the mouse, but I'm making my efforts and I'm being honest. I'm not lying when I say.
Well, no, he's not the oldest because you flip back to that one picture.
This
It
one?
has all four Cusack siblings. I guess Bill Cusack is the oldest, or at least looks the oldest.
Yep. And right here, I would definitely do a toss up of who's older. I don't know. They're twins. Ann and Joan, they're the exact
Yeah.
same age. And who can possibly tell? Not me. How old is John Cusack? I don't know. Baby.
Oh, that must
Look
be their mother.
look at his face. He's a baby. He's got a baby
The short
face.
lady. Yeah, the short lady must have been their mother. A LaFern Cusack. Because it says Joan Cusack. I don't know who the fifth person is.
Oh, it says John, Joe, Ann, Bill, and LaFern. It doesn't say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I apologize if we have the numbers wrong.
What numbers?
Oh, there's 5 people there. We only named 5. There's 6 people there. We named 5 names.
Well, so did the IMDb. I don't know who that is.
I'm just assuming that LaFern is the older lady and the mother.
The darker lady with the long pearls
Uh-huh.
looks extremely familiar to me, but I can't say why. We better make sure that that's not LaFern. LaFern Coop. Oh, that is LaFern, sir.
Oh, then who's the older lady?
I have no clue.
And who's LaFern?
Oh, she has an active Instagram. You may
Oh,
visit
what
the
am I gonna find
IMDb.
out?
Man, now we gotta get all. I told you she looked extremely familiar.
Well, it's not the parent. That much I can now tell. But I
Known
don't see who
for
LaFern.
Boston Legal, the Dr. Phil podcast, but she's only a producer in that. Bats Human Harvest TV movie. I may have tried to see that once and didn't make it. I failed. Bernie Mac show I've never seen enough of. And that's it. She's only been in those 4 things. So maybe I saw her on Bernie Mac show or giving an interview or something. She was self in 2 things. What were you self in 2 things? Broad Topics and It's Your Call. She's a host of It's Your Call. I don't know. We'll have to dedicate
Spouse
another.
of okay. I got the relations now. She is the spouse of Bill Cusack.
Oh, okay.
So that
Very
could be their
good.
mother.
Still could be.
I'm really inclined to think so.
And that would make her mother too. Yes, yes, yes. Dash in dash law.
Named Nancy Cusack.
At an event for Gothica. Oh, I don't know what Gothica is. I thought Gothica. No, Gathica is the Uma Thurman and the guy she was married to at the time. Well, we only got 3 more photos of Anne. And all of her freaking photos are with her sisters and brothers.
Yep. Okay.
Mm.
It goes Bill, Ann, Joan, then John, and then Susie Cusack. Those are the siblings. Susie Cusack being the youngest, born 1971. Bill was born in oh no, he's not the young. Ann's the oldest, born in 61. Joan was born the next year, 62. Bill was born in 64. John was born in 66. So she is the oldest sibling. So it goes girl, girl, boy, boy, girl
Mm.
in the Cusack family.
And I shouldn't bring it up after insulting so many Cusacks. But I saw something semi-recent of his free with ads on the internet recently, meaning in the last year or so. Not the John Cusack I remember. Definitely has had some work done, maybe, possibly, probably. Didn't look very good. To
And
me.
their father was also an actor, I guess, or extra in My Bodyguard.
Man, I like My Bodyguard.
Yeah.
That had Animal Mother. I don't remember the actor's name. But a few
Adam
years
Baldwin.
later, yeah, that's him. He played Animal Mother in Full Metal Jacket. I really like My Bodyguard. It's a great movie. We can talk about that one maybe tomorrow. Maybe another day. I don't remember.
I'm just. Oh, is that the one I think it is?
I don't even remember who else is in it.
Nope.
My Bodyguard. Is that the guy? The one with the dude from Karate Kid in it?
No. Predates him. Well, not quite by a lot, but some. It has Chris Makepeace, Matt Dillon, Joan Cusack, Hank Salsey, unless you mean by, I don't know, Richard Bradley. No. Um,
Yeah, we'll tear it up tomorrow.
well, I'm just saying there's not a lot of people that have pictures. And as you said, if they don't have pictures, they're probably not well known.
Yeah. Tomorrow. My Bodyguard. Man, I like that movie.
Oh, it does have minor roles. It has some big names in it.
Lots of extra screen time for the eternally young and eternally me apologizing for saying such a mindless and rude comment to the lovely, barely 25 years old looking Ann Cusack with the sparkles in her eyes. That boy. I give myself a demerit, ma'am. $32 and 07. Start the wind down. Oh man, I still gotta go back and do. Man, here I go. Procrastinating. Are you procrastinating to work? I am. My wife's son thought he was very funny. He invented a saying. He said, "You know how you have all your sayings?" Yes. I invented one. Never procrastinate today, what you can put off tomorrow. See, he slung it. It stuck. It made me giggle and remember. And recently I asked him, "You remember when you said that?" He said, "No." I said, "Well, that's all right." Now he's famous for it. Okay, Ann Cusack, I must let you go. Or not. Maybe I'll just leave you up there on the screen while we figure out something.
Must be frustrating for your little brother to have more fame than you do.
I'm sorry, what?
I said it must be frustrating for her little brother to have more fame than she does.
And yeah, her and her sister. I mean, they don't have a date on this picture, but she's in her 50s or 60s. It's very recent.
Yeah.
Take a close look. Would you accuse her of being 60 years old?
Nope.
Nope, me neither. My eyeballs?
But
No, maybe maybe just my brain. My brain
I don't know
got
how
ahead
it
of
is
me.
in your family, but I'm always the youngest. My brother's little brother, even though I'm bigger than he is, and he's always my big brother.
Oh, also, I just remember looking at the chat. Tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. Let me clip. I should probably just quit the Discord thing about it. I have to be careful what I click. Well, stuff is happening. Anyway, I got she's actually to me more attractive and calm, at peace with herself in these later photos, Elizabeth said in the chat. Yep. And if you happen across all of these Cusacks out there in the Khalifa-ville or all the other connections you seem to have, you tell her that somebody you know made a bad mistake and said a bad thing. And if she insists, I will go mute that bad thing out. But I'll leave the whole hour and some minutes of trying to make up for it. And especially, I'm not lying, I'm not telling stories. Late 30s, early 40s. Well beyond it, I know. But I mean, 29, of course. So tomorrow we're doing my bodyguard. So something else. I was just thinking it. What were you saying to me, George? And I said, oh, let me write a note. And I started bibble babbling about screen
My
differences.
brain went. I don't remember. My brain went somewhere else. I'm trying
Something.
to clarify because at one point I swore John Cusack took up Thai kickboxing.
Come on, we're gonna look at my bodyguard. John Cusack. Kickboxing? Question mark. Just wrap questions on both ends. And then put maybe movie madness, movie star madness. Maybe. There's so many others that might take precedence over poor old Mr. John Cusack. We'll do more of these in the future. We'll keep you on the list, but we'll investigate that kickboxing thing. Okay, Cusack. Oh, drama. Kevin Costner.
Oh,
Dances
yeah.
with Wolves. Drama. Kevin.
John,
C.
John
Indians.
Cusack trained in kickboxing for over 20 years.
Well, I guess we don't have to look that up tomorrow.
Oh, sorry.
Let's just cut him off the ding danging list then. You're
Well,
fired. George fired you, dude.
they have photos of him younger practicing. That's a long time. I don't care who you are to be that active in martial art
Yep. So,
and be as active he is in Hollywood. Ooh, there he is with Don Wilson, another martial arts star and competitor.
shows the gap up in the thing. Um, so we got F Troop. I'm sorry. I'm consolidating the list. These are things that have to get done. Because I could promise myself all day, all night. But, well, don't do that on live stream. Close your live stream and scroll your notes. When I close this live stream now it's midnight. I'm going to find myself something to eat and stare at something on a screen. Maybe just Ann Cusack. I'll just stare at her all night. Tears running down my face, apologizing to the universe for a rude comment. Archeries in Japanese schools, we covered. X's. Man, I never covered. Again, I didn't cover. WarGames, the Dead Code, prEFAP Rantery, Tron Legacy, same thing.
Wow, that's interesting.
What's that?
This is from Black Belt Magazine. 13 celebrities who kick, punch, and grapple off camera. And the first one on is Ed O'Neill. Then John Cusack. Pardon
Ed
me?
O'Neill. Is Ed O'Neill Al Bundy?
Yes.
I know
He's a
he's another one. He's done a many things, but he did Married
Oh,
with
yeah.
Children, and now he's known as he's typecast.
He's a southpaw and is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Holy cow! Don't mess with Al Bundy.
But the funny part is he didn't take it up till he was like in his 50s or 60s. He earned his black belt in 2007. Forrest Whitaker.
That's the one that let me give the disclaimer once again, world. Even in these modern enlightened times, a young white girl in central north and south and east and west North Carolina professed her teenage girl heartthrobbery for the movie star Forrest Whitaker, him being a certain skin tone and her being from a white Southern Baptist family, and they threw her out of her house.
Hmm. He's first degree black belt in Kempo Karate. Austin Clutcher from That 70s Show. He's really big into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Purple belt. He looks familiar. Alexander O'Laughlin. Also Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, yeah, the star from Hawaii Five-0. That makes the new Hawaii Five-0, not the old one.
Ditto.
Scott Kahn.
I hope they say that in the new one.
Yeah. Scott Kahn, who's also in the new, was in the newer. He probably started martial arts with his dad because his dad studied with Bruce Lee. But it says BJJ, which is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, because his father was big in the martial arts before martial arts was really big. There's James Caan, yeah. James Caan was a 6th degree black belt in Josoku Ryu Karate. And also studied Kendo. Oh, I got a funny one for you, Dean. I don't know if we're still streaming.
Yeah.
I got a friend of the family. He fenced when he was at Citadel, but after he retired from the military, then retired from the school system at, I think it was like 68 to 70, he decided to take up Kendo.
And let's remember that tomorrow. For tomorrow, another one on the list. Repeat the Kendo, maybe hyphenate it, Kendo tales. So whatever you just said, you're gonna have to say it
Okay.
again tomorrow, and then I'm gonna tell how I learned to love and hate Kendo in about 5 seconds story.
You and me both. Ryan Gosling is into Muay Thai. Naomi Watt.
That's
From
another
Chuck.
one. Naomi Watts. I have thought about, would I survive a movie star madness and hello photo of Naomi Watts? Probably not. We might have to save that for the 100th exciting episode.
Whoa. If Terry Norris is who I think it is, she boxes with Terry Norris. I think that's Chuck Norris's wife.
No, Chuck Norris's wife is that famous. I don't
Well,
know who
then
Terry
whoever Terry
Norris
Norris,
is.
I don't
Oh my
know.
gosh. Now I'm gonna have to ask the Google bar. Once I say the name, you're gonna go, oh yeah, that's right. Chuck
It says also.
Norris's wife.
See,
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
she did Gracie Bar School. That must be Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. Boxes under Terry Norris.
Well, I thought that was his wife. Nope, apparently not. Never mind. I thought wrong. Visit the wiki and see what this thing says.
Terry Wayne Norris, an American former boxer, prize fighter. Okay, so originally from Lubbock, Texas. So nope, he's not related to Chuck
Okay.
unless
Chuck Norris's wife is Gina O'Kelly. First wife was Diane Holacek.
Millie Bobby Brown.
I recognize the name, but I don't know for what.
Uh,
Do you have your list
Stranger
where you
Things.
can bookmark it or save it for tomorrow?
Yeah,
So what is it called?
it,
Actors who
it's
are
black. It's Black Belt Magazine. 13
martial
artists who punch, kick, and grapple off screen.
or martial artists as well from Black Belt Magazine.
Oh, I didn't know he did it. Michael Imperoli.
I'll tear it up again tomorrow and pull them up on the IMDb so we can put names and faces together.
Well, they show pictures on this. You want me to just send you this link?
Yeah, or hang on to it till tomorrow. But yeah, but send it an email so I can put it on the list for tomorrow. Ouch. And then, okay, I left the lovely Ann Cusack up there for over 20 minutes. Ma'am, are you old enough to be standing there on my screen? I might need a proof of age. I really tried. Here we go.
Sent.
Take one last look at. Thank you, sir. And Elizabeth, if you come up with anything, email it or text it or whatever. We'll put it on the list for tomorrow. One last look
But
at
these are,
4
yeah.
wonderful pictures of poor Ms. Peters. That hair. I
It's
don't know what they cost anymore, but I used to buy trophies for law enforcement firearms competitions, and I could
yeah.
get pretty customized trophies for $12 each. I'd pay double that to get a trophy with this kind of head on it and hair
Good night, Elizabeth.
and ship it off in the mail.
Yeah.
Care of Hollywood, California. Which she's probably not there. She's probably working up in Broadway or whatever. But I'm not stalkery enough to really care. I'm just making jokes. Thank you, Bernadette Peters, for all these fine memories and great movies and Purities, even in that. Thank you for wearing that hair. Thanks for remembering.
I remember when I used to go to the library in junior high, I used to check out the Black Belt magazine every now and then.
Oh yeah. When we closed her, then we're gonna take Be Right Back Girl and close her. We're gonna refresh the. Is there somebody else watching? There is a third watching. Number 3. We're winding down. So I don't end up late again. Let's say
Uh-huh.
2:30 tomorrow. Start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. No, no. Let's say 3. I'd
That
rather
works for me.
plan to start late, and if I get lucky, I'll text George and maybe we'll start early. Than to schedule myself and then end up late again. Start at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. And everybody else, figure out your own time zones. Please join us tomorrow. Put the thumbs on the things. Like, subscribe, bell thingy, notifications. What else are we supposed to say? Comments. Share. Send it
Subscribe.
to your friends. Send us ideas if you'd like us to movie madness. Something, somebody, a show. I'll tear it up, even if I've never seen any of it. I'll click all the pictures and make up stories.
Oh, yeah.
We will. We'll try to be entertaining. Well, yeah, let's do 3 p.m. tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific. Anybody have any ideas? Email, chats, comments. Those of you that have my phone number, there's 2 right now I know of. Text. I don't care. I'll work it out. I'll retype it into the list for tomorrow. But getting danger close to needing to run to the restroom and then do all that. So we are at long last going to say 09, 54, and 45. Good night. Thank you for everything. Anybody. You, George. You, Elizabeth. Thanks for all the contributions and help. Everybody else, thanks for watching and or listening. And we're going to stop streaming. Let me get Windows out of the way of Windows. Okay, I can see my stop streaming button. 2 and 1 are silent. We stop streaming in 5, 4, 3.